Voilà, Joanna amejipenda bila kutoa manasa abanana
Good morning everyone and welcome to day 2 at Newlands between Western Province and the Titans. It's another warm day here at Newlands, another good batting day I suspect, and the Titans want to continue with their rich vein of run scoring. You've missed a couple of balls. We had a nice boundary there by Makanya. He got a short and wide one by Guana, and it was smacked away. Actually, no, it was Bashir Walters. This one is hit down towards the man a fine leg boundary for a single. Scampers through for a quick single. The score now for the Titans is 380 for 4. So they will want to kick on from yesterday. They will probably want to bat right through till a little after lunch, you would suspect.
That's right, Tim, and thanks very much for the intro there. And as Tim said, welcome to Six Gun Grill Newlands for the second day of this 4-day CSA match between the two Division 1 contenders, the Six Gun Grill Western Province team versus the Momentum Multiply Titans. And this broadcast and commentary made possible on Supersport YouTube channel through Cricket South Africa. And we hope you enjoyed the day yesterday with us, those of you that were able to tune in, and we look forward to an excellent day's cricket in the sun here at Newlands today. Strong southeaster blowing, Tim.
It did. The bowlers will hope that will assist them. It did assist them late on the day. Yesterday, Western Province were able to get a couple of wickets just to change the complexion, even if superficially, just a little bit, as they got a couple of wickets before the close of play. So they want that to continue.
And most of those with the old ball, Tim, took the new ball very late in the day's play yesterday, but they did manage to get in 103 overs before the forced close at 6 o'clock. Out of the 104 overs scheduled for the day, we shall see if today is going to be dominated by the spin bowlers trying to get that in place.
Certainly good going from a Western Province point of view in getting the overs in when they were under the pump for most of the day. But they, as we spoke about yesterday, they had a real energy about them, which is helped by the fact they've got 3 debutants in the squad, all wanting to make a name for themselves. This one is played back towards the bowler by Jordan Haman. Jordan Haman hasn't failed in his first-class career so far. He's made 50, 62 not out, and an excellent 112 last week against the Dolphins. So he's in a rich vein of form. Again, played on the offside, close in fieldsman, and there's no run. The bowler at this end is of course one of the debutants, Grant Kaplan. This one is played down towards the leg side, the man on the square. They go through for a quick single. Move on to 382 for 4. Herman is on 21 and Makanya is on 25. The partnership is nearing 50. The partnership is currently 41, so it's a good little partnership. They formed towards the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, those few wickets that fell towards the end of the day yesterday, certainly slowing the run rate down a little bit, when the Titans at one stage forging ahead at just over 4 to the over, and that section when the few wickets fell, Gian Kluter going for a just 4, Neil Brunt on 48, and then the 2 Centurions at the top of the order. It was Grant McQuena who was the 3rd wicket to fall yesterday, a very well played 154.
Indeed, yeah. It was a very un-Grant McQuena innings, if you know that he's normally a really good stroke breaker of the ball, and he timed his innings beautifully. This was timed nicely by Makanya, this delivery of Kaplan, batter straight to the cover fieldsman.
Excellent fielding there in the covers. I'm trying to see who that is.
Either side of that had fall written all over it. It was just a little bit too full by Kaplan, but he got away with that one.
And Bashir Walters is going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end. Did a lot of work yesterday for not much reward, in fact no reward, on the wickets column. But by far the most economical of the seamers from a Western Province point of view.
He's a real workhorse type of cricketer, always gives 100%. Just the sort of guy that Province need, especially with the young academy guys coming through now. He knows his game inside out extremely well. He's also just spent his first season, this last season in the UK, the 4th season in the UK, so he gained some experience there, which by all accounts he really enjoyed himself.
Excellent. Always a good testing ground for a fast bowler, bowling day in and day out.
Indeed. Being the overseas player in the UK does give us extra responsibility.
some feedback on that. Hopefully you're not getting the feedback from the microphone now.
This one a bit fuller by Kaplan left behind by the batsman.
I think Gavin Kaplan's on to try and get a little bit of swing this morning with a reasonably new ball, Tim, or
perhaps it's a little bit of a surprise, but also I think they want to restrict the Titans. They don't want to give away 4 balls, which the majority of the pace bowlers did yesterday. So you're not actually likely to get wickets with Grant.
okay.
If you do, it's more out of frustration from the batsman, I would think. Because his pace is it's simple pace.
Yes, not even probably military medium.
Yeah,
we wouldn't call it that,
really
would
is
you?
very simple.
Yeah, but ring field for Gavin Kaplan this morning. One slip, quite deep actually. I think the slip, backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid off. Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, caressed beautifully through the offside. Just over pitched a little, and wasn't that a glorious shot?
Dude, that's what happens when you get it slightly wrong at this pace. If you get it slightly wrong at this pace, you tend to go. Okay, the batsman has that extra second or two to adjust to his shot and put you away for 4. If you're a couple of k's faster, it's a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
This one's a much better line and lengthy by Kaplan. Held it back slightly.
Yeah. Daniel Smith with the floppy hat on today. A few more players with the floppy hats on today. One of the things I noticed yesterday, which I thought was really good from the looking at the guys through the binoculars, was Kieran Kenny's brand new cap. I'm sure he was very excited to receive that yesterday morning, wearing it with pride for Western Province. It was quite noticeable when he was walking back towards us. In the one instance I was looking through the binoculars, and he was walking back, I think, next to his captain Zubair Hamza, and that cap of his was a lot shinier and nice and new looking. Bashir Walters there just holding back as the batter wasn't ready for that one from him, and he's in again from the Kelvin Grove end. Oh,
nicely bowled by Bashir Walters.
Just recapping, Tim, on the play yesterday, we saw a record opening stand, I think with 233 from Mokoena and Elgar. Dean Elgar loves this ground, and so does Grant Mokoena, it seems. His last 100 in first class, if we watch this, was on this ground, 113 in 2018. Dean Elgar yesterday in that 117 that he went to, I'll have the numbers here somewhere. We're just entertaining you with a tune while we have that.
It was a masterful piece of batting between the two of them, actually. As we said.
Oh, that's...
This one is a wide one from Bashir Walters, and Jordan Haman chased it. It's the one that goes across the left-hander. Left-handers always tend to want to chase those sorts of deliveries. They see the width, they see the line, and you got suck it into that dismissal. He smacks his thigh with his glove in frustration. He knows he's suck it into one there rather than put out a really top quality delivery. He's dismissed for 21 of 47 deliveries. with 4-4s by Court Verena, bowled by Bashir Walters.
So finally, some reward for Bashir Walters as he's toiled over the last day and a bit, and this one from him that just got a little bit big, I think, on the batter, who now has an average in first class. You were saying earlier on, Tim, that he had not yet been dismissed as yet, or was that in French?
No,
He has.
He has been dismissed.
Okay.
So his average before this innings was 112.
Okay, so, but not in the last few innings that he played.
So it's 50, 62 not out,
Right.
112. So it's only been
Okay.
not out once.
Okay, all right. So, coming to the crease now to join Makanya is Pillay. Initially, they had Omani on the screen, but it is actually Jivashen Pillay, and he will join Makanya at the crease for the Momentum Multiply Titans as they lose their 5th wicket. Unfortunately for Western Province, that is too late to earn them a bonus point for that 5th wicket. So it has been a real toil in the field for them over the last day and a bit.
Another left-hander for the Titans. So they keep that right-hand, left-hand combination, which teams quite enjoy when they have that luxury.
Yeah, mixing it up a little bit gets the bowlers thinking.
Solidly in behind this one.
Bashir Walters looking a lot more, looking really threatening this morning.
Yeah, he deserved that.
He did.
For just for the keep coming in all day yesterday when things were tough. The pitch was flattening out. His head never dropped. He always gave 100%. His pace was always up there. Very consistent. This one is driven on the offside, nicely fielded by the cover fieldsman. So this could be, could find that this would be a good thing for the Western Province. There's not a lot of batting to come in from here. We've seen Bosch bash it around. So it'll be interesting. I don't think either of them will be accumulating when they do come in. I think they will want to score runs when they do come in, which will open up a wicket opportunity for Western Province.
So the end of the over, 108 overs bowled, and the Momentum Multiply Titans are 386 for the loss of 5 wickets. Reward in that over for Bash Walters, who has, as we were talking about earlier, toiled on this pitch, by far the most used of the pacers from Western Province, as one would expect for the senior bowler in the team, with Kieran Kenny picking up 2 late wickets yesterday on his debut. And we were chatting a little bit off air to Nasri Alexander as we watched this one from
Left
Gavin
in
Kaplan.
behind by Kanye, just a bit of width there, but he wasn't tempted to play the cut shot. A little bit surprised that they continued with Kaplan with the wicket falling.
Yeah, one would have thought perhaps giving Kieran Kenny perhaps a little bit of a go from the Weinberg end, although he did get both of his wickets, to my memory, from the Kelvin Grove end, which Nandre Berger was telling us yesterday is the preferred end, his preferred end, left arm seamer. And certainly yesterday the seam attack was getting better purchase from that side as well.
The nice line at length, keeping it tight, keeping it economical.
Yeah, Sivanella Makanya in behind that one really nicely. good defensive stroke on the back foot. And,
He's another Titans player who likes to play at Newlands. His career average is 23, but his average at Newlands is touching 40, just a fraction under 40. So
that is very interesting, isn't it?
Quite a few of the Titans guys quite enjoy the Newlands pitch.
And
this one goes through everybody.
Oh.
Goes through the batsman, through the keeper, and it goes for 4 byes. Came back quite a bit, that one, by Kaplan. So you can't fault the keeper with that one. It came back quite a bit.
come off the. I didn't see it in also on the visuals that we have here available to us. Was it swing a bit or
Yes.
off the seam? So there is some swing with this strong southeaster and with the newer ball this morning, and so that does certainly indicate why perhaps Gavin Kaplan has been given the ball from the Weinberg end to see if he can't get something going there. That one also coming in quite sharply to the batter, and that was
Got a bit
unfortunate. Those 4 byes. It was a good over.
Got a bit of extra bounce there. Just looking at the visuals there, he is getting the ball to come back in, but it's a little bit surprising that the batsmen are not adjusting to the situation, because the swing is early. It's very, very early. It's straight after it leaves the hand, it starts to go inwards. Something they need to keep an eye on.
There has been a little bit of cloud cover here over Newlands this morning, not much else over the rest of the peninsula. I could see on my drive in as it's Walters again.
This one is again chasing a wide one. Bashir Walters coming from round the wicket, and a diving third slip. I think it bounced just in front of third slip, but it went away for 4.
A great effort by the third slip there, and certainly Jivashen Pillay playing that one away from his body slightly early on in his innings. That's his opening scoring shot, and how many of those do we see go through the slips down for 4 into an unguarded third man region, as it's Walters again looking very threatening this morning.
Trying to get that ball to just straighten a little bit from going around the wicket. If he can do that on a fairly regular basis, it could be very, very difficult, particularly for the left-hander.
Different plan here to Pillay than he did have early on to Herman, who he was bowling over the wicket, and took that one across the left-hander that got the edge through to Verena this morning.
This one's a bit shorter, goes for the ball in at the ribs. Pillay just fends it off. There's no short leg, so there's no real danger. If it does go in the air, he managed to go through for a fairly leisurely single.
And they change around for the right-handed Sivanella Makanya, and the field for him is a slip, almost a 4th slip in place. We have Ngajima at first and Captain Hamza at 4th, a backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the fence at deep square leg.
And again, bowlers begging the ball to come back in. Beat Makanya all ends up, hits him in the region that we're not supposed to laugh at. Has maybe just above sort of just the lower waist region. But again, there's movement out there. They're getting a little bit of movement, these 2 bowlers, which is good news for Western Province. this one. It's a bit shorter. There's not going to be any swing with that one. It's towards the mid-on. There's no run.
So we don't have Mihlali Umpongwana on the field this morning. He went off yesterday after only bowling 4 balls in his 11th over. And we have Ethan Cunningham, who has just been called up for the SA Under-19 squad for the World Cup in the West Indies at the end of the year, who's on the field in his place, Ethan Cunningham at backward point. So we'll get some more info on that for you later in the day. All defence to end the over. Another good one from Bashir Walters, who has looked particularly impressive this morning in the 4 overs that he has bowled, picking up a well-deserved wicket, the wicket of Herman this morning for 21, just playing at a wideish one and getting the edge, and taken very nicely to his left by Kyle Verreynne up in the air to his left. And really good to see Western Province this morning putting the pressure on the Titans batters and getting the reward for it. Gavin Kaplan also swinging the ball from the Weinberg end. Tim, but a good start.
It did. It looks like, as I said yesterday, I was impressed with Kieran Kenny. Looks like there's a bit of a decent cricketer in Kaplan. I know he scored runs early in the season in some warm-up games that Western Province had. So he's obviously got some ability with the bat as well. So certainly one to watch out for.
So interesting that the order was changed around compared to what we were given in the Titans lineup, but we'll see how that plays out. Oh dear.
This one is hit on the offside by Pillay as a bit of a misfield.
It's Eve Kamanzi, I think, out there at backward point to the left-hander.
They're able to get a quick single. Titans are crawling to that 400 total.
Yes, and bonus points now a thing of the past for the Titans, and we'll chat a bit more about that. And at the end of this over, we'll have David Brooke joining us in the commentary box here from 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It was a pleasure yesterday to have David with us, and also Wayne Parnell, Nandre Berger and Tepo Mareki, who spent some time with us in commentary yesterday. Some great insights from the Western Province players.
Always good to get insights and opinions from the players, especially the current players, to give opinions and thoughts on not only on this game, but on the game as a whole, on the future of South African cricket. So that was certainly a very enjoyable conversations we had yesterday.
Was indeed Gavin Kaplan, who has looked impressive this morning with his ball swinging.
Makanya is not enjoying him. Makanya is not enjoying the ball coming back in. I think maybe he should change his guard or something, because he's not enjoying it at all. A couple of times this over, he's just about managed to get an inside edge. If he hadn't, it was pretty much plumb.
Score is 396 for 5 after 111 overs, and joining us, we're going to have David Brooke joining us now as Tim takes a break for the next half an hour. We'll have David with us, with me on comms, and we are going to see Bash Walters continue from the Kelvin Grove end. He's going to be around the wicket, which has been his form of attack to Jivishen Pillay. Has played well into the covers, but very well fielded there at backward point. That looks like Gavin Kaplan at backward point, who fielded that one very well, and he has moved into that position after the over. Welcome, David.
Good morning, James. Thank you.
And good to have you with us again. Another beautiful day here at Newlands. Southeasters pumping.
It was a little bit chilly this morning as we got to the ground, but as of yesterday, the sun came out nicely, and it's set to be a beautiful day here. A tough day for the Western Province boys yesterday in the field.
It was.
A couple of sore bodies. The youngsters making their debut. We weren't expecting to be in the field 104 overs.
Yeah.
But that's the rigors of first class cricket, and that's why it's called that. So it's a
Yes,
test.
it is.
And it will test your mind, your body, your sanity at times. I see this morning some breaking news. AB de Villiers has retired from all forms of cricket.
Yes, we wanted to chat a bit about that today. It's going to be certainly a topic of discussion throughout the media and already on social media channels in South Africa. There is a lot of noise in the Twitter sphere and elsewhere on that.
There may be a couple of franchises around South Africa looking for a loan over the next week or so with all the Proteas and SAA guys out of action. Maybe there's one team that can tempt him out of retirement, but no, he's done his bit. He's an absolute legend of the game.
He is indeed.
But a bounce there from Bash Walters.
Yeah, and that was what seemed to get Herman earlier on today, that little bit more bounce as he went to try and slash the one through the offside and just took that top edge. Good catch by Verena behind the stumps going up to his left. David, any news on Mitlali Mpongwana?
Yeah, as we saw him yesterday, he came off just towards the end of the day. More precaution than anything else, especially with the game next week. Obviously, injuries at the moment are ravaging the Western Province side currently, and we can't really afford any more. So it was more of a precaution, just kind of get him off the field last night, have a look at him. He felt it a little bit in his thigh. So physio Shane Jabbar is working on him. And I'm not sure if they're going to risk him for the rest of this innings at least. Hopefully it's not too bad, but I don't think Gavin Kaplan thought he would be taking the ball first thing this morning at the start of play yesterday. But he's done an excellent job, and this pitch has kind of rewarded good line and length.
It has,
and he's bowled him particularly well. And as a youngster to be able to offer that in your skill set, that's a huge asset. If you're at the top of the order, he opens the batting normally in white ball cricket.
Yeah.
Comes 4 or 5 in red ball cricket, and if you can bowl a few overs and reminded me a lot of kind of Stean van Zyl.
Yes.
Back in the day, Stean van Zyl used to have the golden arm.
That's right.
Very much medium pace, but just on the money every time. Didn't give away too many runs. Created pressure from one end, and if you've got an attacking bowler from the other end, it's a perfect foil.
It is indeed. So far this morning, in about 38 minutes of play that we've had, Western Province have been able to restrict the Titans, which is something they weren't able to do yesterday for long periods at all, and today only 22 runs scored for that loss of Herman's wicket in the 9 overs that we've had in the 38 minutes so far. As you said, we were surprised in the commentary box to see Gavin Kaplan bowling, but he has got a bit of swing, and with Kyle Verena standing up to him, he has certainly kept Sibonelo Makanya honest, let's say, not able to come onto the front foot, not wanting to come onto the front foot too much, and that has been really some good bowling from Gavin this morning.
And I think that will come in handy the rest of the day. Sibs Makanya is a very positive player. He likes to he's a very kind of bustling player. He likes to keep the scoreboard ticking. So if you pin him down for a few overs, he can sometimes play a rash shot that gets him in trouble. But over the last couple of seasons, he's been a very consistent performer. You've got a couple of guys like Corbin Bosch and Aya Guamani are very attacking players.
Yes.
So if they get through this first session They could give it a bit of a go after lunch, try and maximise. Obviously, they will be looking to bat only once in this game.
Yes.
That would be the goal for them now. But yeah, if the Western Province boys can pick up a couple of wickets now and restrict them to maybe below 450, then there's a chance to be able to do something in this game other than just fight for a draw.
I mean, with the Titans batters getting through the opening spell yesterday morning without loss and then really capitalising, particularly Mokoena and Elgar at the top of the order, who were outstanding in the way in which they went about their business yesterday. It does also give, as you were saying yesterday on comms as well, there's some young batters in the Western Province lineup who will be looking at this as a test and an opportunity for them to be able to get some runs on what looks like a very good batting strip now.
Absolutely, and you know, from talking to the players early this morning, the pitch is not that easy to bat on, as the scoreboard suggests, which means that they weren't happy with the bowling performance yesterday.
Yeah.
There were too many loose deliveries, too many boundary balls. They weren't able to create any pressure from both ends. So it will be a challenge for the batsmen. So they, you know, but the youngsters these days, they're fearless. They play fearless cricket. You know, guys, we played a couple of warm-up games. That's a lovely shot from Sibs Makanya. Doesn't get through the covers though.
Captain Hamza, who is patrolling the covers here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and that ring field in the covers doing the job well this morning. What was a feature yesterday for me was how, as a captain, Zubair Hamza kept a reasonably attacking field for the entire period. I mean, it wasn't that he went on the defensive. We didn't have guys, you know, sort of splayed all over the boundaries, and I thought that was really a good feature. It kept the pressure up, and that also talks to the fact that you were saying that the pitch, from the guys out in the middle, saying the pitch is not that easy to play on.
Yeah, definitely. I think Zubair Hamza over the last few seasons has really grown as a captain. You can sometimes get accused of being too defensive in situations, but he's maintained the attacking style. And there's, you know, he's got 3 slips now in traditional kind of positions, rather than what we saw yesterday was a first slip and almost like a third slip, and we saw a couple fly through the second slip area. So he's hoping. I see Kieran Kenny is coming on for his first spell of the morning. He bowled well yesterday. I think
he did.
Late in the day, I think what impressed me with him is that late in the day he had that energy. And as a youngster, that's good to see. You know, he didn't tire out towards the end of the day, and that's where he picked up his 2 wickets.
Yeah, he was rewarded with those 2 wickets on his debut, his first wicket that he did pick up, that of the South African captain, Dean Elgar. And that was Yves Kamanzi, sorry.
Yeah, Yves Kamanzi. So Neil Brunt was
skied
one
Kieran
too.
Kenny's first wicket, yes. I do apologise for that.
Yeah, and you could see the joy in his face.
Yes,
you know, and I think that's you know, out of all it was a tough day for the bowlers yesterday, but it's moments like that you know, that Kieran will remember, his family will remember, and I think it's very important for that. You know, it's nice to get that first wicket out the way in the first innings. Yves played his first game 2 weeks ago, wasn't able to get his first wicket, got his first wicket yesterday. So it's good to see the youngsters. This is the future of Western Province cricket.
Yeah.
And it's good to see the competitiveness. Kieran Kenny was aggressive throughout.
He was.
Sometimes, you know, in your 3rd or 4th spells, you can tire a bit out and give away some runs. They took the new ball later on, not at the 80th over yesterday. So he did well.
Oh dear. And that one is nailed, can we say, into the covers that are actually on the side of the field at the railway stand, and that has gone all the way for the first maximum of the innings, and it also brings up the Titans 403 for the loss of 5 of 688 balls, 63 fours, and the 400 coming up with that 6 that's just been hit by Makanya. gave him a chance to free up his arms, which he hasn't had this morning. Most of the bowling he's faced has been from Gavin Kaplan. Really tight. And this one is played out into the covers where Kamanzi does the fielding very nicely, just knocks it on slightly, but some good fielding. And that was also a feature yesterday of the play, the enthusiasm in the field. I was very impressed with Kieran Kenny yesterday. Salt River was celebrating last night.
Absolutely, the WhatsApp groups apparently were flying last night with images of him, and that's what it's about. That's what Western Province, the culture in Western Province cricket is supporting.
Fantastic.
The club culture here is very strong. We give opportunities where we can to club cricketers, and that's going to play out over the next 12 months as well. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for guys that are doing well in club cricket to either play at academy level or in the professional side. So I was very impressed with him. At the moment the Titans are sitting at a very positive position, and it allows guys like Sibson Kanya to play his natural game. If, for example, they're 5 wickets down and they're 150, guys like Sibson Kanya are going to have to batten down the hatches, and that's not his natural game. This kind of start has allowed them to play the kind of game he wants to play.
The last ball of the over is once again played aggressively by Makanya, backward of point, picked up by Ethan Cunningham, who is on the field in the place of Mhlali Mpongwana, who, as David described earlier on, has been left off the field this morning as a precaution, having gone off after bowling 10.4 overs yesterday, just picking up a little bit of a niggle in the thigh, and it's certainly from a precautionary point of view, with a number of the fast bowlers from 6 Gun Grill Western Province out of action at the moment, both on national duty and also injured. It is certainly something that they can't afford to have another bowler out of action.
No, definitely not. We've got a Colts game at the moment. The Western Province Colts are playing Boland Colts out in Paarl, and the message that went across to them before they left was there's opportunities coming up. And you're one injury or you're one call up away from being called up to the senior team. So it's all about understanding everyone in the pipeline needs to understand that there's opportunities coming, and injuries to certain players might cause a whole reshuffle of the makeup of the side. And I think Mpongwana's figures are very uncharacteristic, those.
To the right of us here, we're commentating, and the pictures you are seeing are from the Weinberg end here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and that was a good shot. Given the width, he was certainly not going to miss out, as Gavin Kaplan has been very tight so far this morning. He's in once again, that one much better and more aligned with what he's been bowling so far. It goes through to Daniel Smith, who is at extra cover. So we've got 2 slips, a backward ball, more conventional point, and a man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. That
was a lovely little cutter.
Very nice.
Cut across him very nicely there from Kaplan. Well taken by Kyle Varane.
I do like the fact that Kyle Varane is up at the stumps. That's also been a line of attack this morning, which has, I think, certainly helped to keep the run rate down. Only 33 runs added this morning, with that 1 wicket falling.
Just keeps the batsman honest.
It does indeed,
especially when they'll be looking to kind of put the hammer down now, looking for quick runs, buying time in the game. It just keeps them a bit honest. Kyle Varane is not going to. He's going to keep them there. He's going to have a little word in their ears, have a little fly down the stumps maybe, and hopefully he'll be ready to take advantage of any mistakes from their side.
And that is exactly what Western Province will be hoping for as we come to the end of the 115th over. 407 for 5, with Pillay on 11, Makanya on 35. and probably pick of the bowlers from the Western Province side yesterday. Bashir Walters, near the most economical, got through a lot of work, 19 overs, got his reward this morning. Kieran Kenny, as you said, coming back in his second spell to take those two very important wickets of Brunt and Mokoena. Mokoena getting the under edge on one that went through to Verena when he got into the 150s, and it will be Kieran Kenny coming in from the Kelvin Grove end once again for Six Gun Grill Western Province.
It will be interesting to see if when Captain Hamza introduces his spin this morning, he was forced to introduce it a bit earlier than he would have wanted to yesterday. That's an excellent shot, and that's well fielded by Ethan Cunningham at backward point there. Cut away.
It was in the air for some time. We saw off the bat, and Cunningham looking disappointed with himself. May well not have carried to him. By the body language, it looks like it possibly did. Got his hand to it, stopped a certain boundary, but would have been an excellent catch had he
himself there. And that's what they want to kind of limit. They want to limit the boundaries this morning, keep the pressure on.
This one goes straight to the left of Cunningham at backward point, and he feels that well. And no further addition to the total.
Rounder, bowling wise, he's already up at that kind of 130 mark, so he's only going to get stronger.
Yeah.
He's a big boy for Matric. There's not. I don't remember being that that strong at Matric. So he's got a bright future. He's a level-headed young man. At school level, he's obviously done really well. He's one for the future, but I think it's also key that we kind of temper the expectations as well. Allow these youngsters to grow in their role.
Yeah.
But I think from a performance point of view, I think he's got a very bright future. He's won for many years at Western Province here.
And you were talking yesterday quite a bit about that from a development point of view, and just spending time in the field or in the middle and having game time, particularly here at this 4-day level where you learn, you apply your trade as such, and accumulating runs as a batter and accumulating wickets as a bowler and learning your craft is very important. And this is where it is learnt if one is going to go on and play Test cricket, certainly for the Proteas.
Absolutely, and I think what really impresses me with this Western Province side is guys like Wayne Parnell, Tsepo Moreki. They are sitting on the sidelines at the moment with an injury, but they're at the ground before the match starts. They're talking to the youngsters. They're going through scenario planning, and that kind of planning and constructing an over and constructing a spell. You don't necessarily learn it at school level. You learn in the cauldron.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's nice to have the experienced guys around you, but sometimes you don't get that. At the moment, we've got Bashir Walters is the most experienced in this bowling lineup, and then you've got youngsters like Mpungwana, Kieran Kenny, Yves Kamanzi, Mkhlali Mpungwana, and Kyle Simmons around him. So there's not a lot of experience around there, but the guys are around. They're always up to. That's a decent. That's unlucky from Gavin Kaplan. Just a little edge down to third man for a couple.
And that's Kamanzi chasing that one all the way down to about 15 metres from the boundary, and they go through for 2. And Makanya adding to his score, going up into to 37. It's been quite a patient innings from Sibs Makanya as Gavin Kaplan is into him again, and this one is through Yves Kamanzi this time, and will run away to the boundary on the northeastern side of this beautiful Six Gun Grill Newlands outfield. And what a beautiful ground it is here in the Cape.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Obviously, a few seasons ago we had the drought here, but Brahm, our groundsman, he's done a fantastic job of late. to really get this ground tip-top condition. I don't think it's going to be. Gavin's already bowled 6 overs this morning. This is his 7th over this morning, so I don't think it's too far off before we see Kyle Simmons coming in possibly from this end, from the Weinberg end.
I agree with you on that. Certainly, David. He is looking a little bit tired now, and that's to be expected. I'm sure, as you said earlier on, he didn't expect to be opening the bowling from the Weinberg end this morning, with a ball that was still reasonably new, having, I think, only been taken in, I think, the 91st or 92nd over yesterday. I have to check that. But this morning, 103 of the required 104 overs being bowled by the Western Province yesterday, up until the closing at 6 p.m. And spinners certainly put in a good effort to get that over rate in line.
I see Aviwe Mgijima was loosening up there a bit at first slip,
Right.
so we might see him ahead of Kyle Simmons this morning. He bowled, also gave away a little bit too many runs, but he'll be looking to keep it tight from this end, and we might see a rotation between Simmons and Mgijima from this Weinberg end.
Yes, one would expect that good fielding there once again. This time Cunningham is in that cover position and passes the ball then on to Daniel Smith, the youngster who goes and hands back Gavin Kaplan his cap and his sunglasses, and looks like Kaplan is requesting a drink. He's going to be heading down to the boundary, in fact to his position down at long leg for the right-hander who is going to be on strike, and that is Makanya. And will be Kieran Kenny once again from the Kelvin Grove end. As you were saying, David, probably rotating the pacemen if they can from the Kelvin Grove end, and having spinners coming on from this side, as that's so played forcefully once again, but Kamanzi is up to that, and Kyle Verreynne won't thank him for that throw coming in.
Knowing Kyle, he'll have a little word in the fielder's ear there. He wouldn't have liked that. His pants have been clean white for the last couple of days, and unnecessarily getting them dirty.
Oh dear, that's laundry bill's just gone up a little bit. Kenny in again, and he is looking a bit more on the money with that back of a length delivery, and nothing to report on that one.
Yeah, we're seeing Aviwe Mgijima loosen up here. It looks like he's going to be coming. Gavin Kaplan has done his job this morning. He's done it very well for his captain this morning. Done all what his captain's asked him to do, keep it tight from this end. And it looks like Aviwe Mgijima will come on from the next over from the Weinberg end.
Kenny fielding that one nicely off his own bowling, just jabbed into the ground by Makanya, and certainly only the 41 runs that have been added this morning, as we will be heading into drinks within the next 5 minutes, as we have a 2-hour 10 minutes. Every session in this 4-day series is 2 hours 10 minutes. Scheduled 6.5 hour playing day, and that one is
that's too full.
Yeah. And once again down to that boundary on the northeastern side of the ground, just to the left of the Oaks as we look at them, and it's another boundary for Makanya, taking him into the 40s now, and he will be hoping to get another half century added to his name. That will add to the how many has he got already? We've got that.
9 half centuries.
9 half centuries that he has already. And
I think Sibs Makanya he's one of those. He was one of those promising players. If I'm not mistaken, he was in that SA under-19 side, the same as SA under-19 side as Aidan Markram, KG Rabada, Lungi Ngidi in that Victoria side, and he's always been one of the up and coming players. And he had a good career at the Dolphins, but he's going to play a very important role at that number 5 for the Titans. It's a crucial role.
It is.
And his team expects big runs of him, and you need to convert those half centuries into centuries when you're batting 5. It's a bit too wide from Kieran Kenny. Sibs Makanya does the right thing and leaves that one alone.
It's only the one first-class century, top score of 128, which he achieved in 18-19 season. And yes, he has a big role to play in that Titans middle order, with many of the Titans batters also on national duty. It certainly is important for him. This team from Centurion or from the Tshwane area is really very strong on paper. Certainly, if one looks at it and the level of experience in the team, at the moment, the one here in Cape Town has already got a high level of experience and some youth, and certainly looks to be a team that should be challenging more in this 4-day series than they have so far. So one result, one draw, and one defeat for the Titans so far, and that is some outstanding floppy hat throwing there from Kyle Simmons. You hopefully you saw that on the screen if you were watching. One of the better ones that I've seen.
Absolutely, yeah. Normally the pre-COVID they would give their hats to the umpires, but the umpires don't. Now we see the fielders normally at mid-on or mid-off carrying 2 or 3 caps these days.
Yeah.
I thought it would be Aviu and Bijima from this end, but it looks like Kyle Simmons is going to get his first run this morning, and let's see if the pitch takes a little bit of spin this morning.
So Simmons in, and that's a very good delivery first up, and Pillay is coming forward, ball
looks like a leg by there.
Yeah, turning into the left-hander, which is the natural movement for the left arm over the wicket, the conventional left arm spinner. A little bit of movement off the pitch, which we didn't see yesterday.
A little bit more bounce there as well.
And bounce.
And Kyle, he relies on bounce. The bounce of the pitch. He is quite a tall young man, and he'll be heartened by that first up. Let's see what he does here to the right-hander. A little bit straighter from him there, not too much bounce there.
And he'll be targeting off stump, just outside off stump line. One thinks to Makanya. It'd be interesting to see when he brings that arm ball out, round arm delivery that he has. That one a little bit flatter, and we saw that yesterday, that he bowls that
the
arm
round
ball.
arm, yeah. I think also he's got a first slip in play, so he might give it a little bit of air just to test Makanya to try and get the edge. Oh, that's beaten him.
Exactly what he did there, David.
Yeah.
So he's bowling to a slip, backward point, man deepish at point, 2 very short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at 45, just backward of square on the leg side.
Definitely trying to force the false stroke by Makanya. At Boylan Park, he got one to turn and go to first slip.
Right.
So I think he'll be looking to do the same thing. Zubair Hamza there at first slip will be on his toes.
Will be, and
that should be the drinks break.
Comes back, and that will be drinks after the first hour and 5 minutes here at 6-Gun Grill Newlands, and it should be drinks. There's one more over. Sorry, it's only 4 minutes past 11 based on the scoreboard, which is what the umpires are looking.
They're looking thirsty.
They are looking thirsty, and
we're going to see Aviu and Gajima we're going to see spin from both ends now. Aviu and Gajima coming on from the Kelvin Grove end.
So all that stretching certainly did make a difference and persuaded the captain, or maybe the captain persuaded Aviwe that he was going to be coming on to bowl, and his mixture of wrist spin mixture of conventional finger spin with a little bit of variation that Aviwe has. We saw yesterday, and he'll be coming in to replace Kieran Kenny from the Kelvin Grove end, as David has described. 420 for 5 after 119 overs, and we're in a bit of a phase of the game now where things are a little bit slower.
And that's what Western Province will be doing. Abiu Mgijima has worked on his spin bowling over the last couple of seasons. He started out as a medium bowler, but quickly that's a good shot from Pillay. Just too short and wide outside of stump, and he just cuts that away for backward point for 4.
Yeah, no chance for the fielder there at straightish sort of backward point to get onto that one. The field quite set here for the left-hander, very much an offside field for Mgijima, who will be spinning that ball away from the left-hander.
We've had Omar Henry. The viewers will know Omar Henry, the legendary Omar Henry. He's been a spin consultant for Six Gun Grill Western Province over the last couple of weeks. He's been working with the spinners, and I think it's important to have that kind of skill set. Work with our spinners, think about plans. Is that Mo Valley there out at cover? One of the best fielders around. He scurried around very quickly there to stop that one, just the single.
He was outstanding in the field yesterday, David, and certainly one, as a youngster, you want your player, your more senior players, as it were, to really set that example, and he certainly did.
Absolutely. Yesterday, Bashir Walters and Mo Valley were sitting at mid-on and middle for most of the day, and it's crucial to have that kind of experience. Oh, that's
this one is gone all the way yet again from Makanya, and just a little bit too short from Aviwe Mgijima that time. Not able to adjust to the right-hander, and that's his second maximum of the morning, and takes him to 47.
It sounded a little bit off the top of the bat, and I thought Yazin Valley there would maybe be in business, but he wasn't on the boundary.
No.
It would have gone over him anyway, but it's a short boundary there from this end, so it went for a maximum. And Sibs Makanya, he's on 47, not out. He'll be looking to continue on this vein.
This partnership on 45 now as we approach the drinks break, and this one he has lofted onto the grass in front of the new and very impressive building that we have here at Newlands, which we're going to be speaking about a bit more, and that is the 50 partnership as well as Sibs Makanya's 50, and we'll give you those details as and when we have them available. At the partnership, 51 of 75 balls, and Makanya has gone to his 53 of 91 balls, so he was very watchful, and now of late just going to his 50 with 2 sixes in that over from Aviwe Mgijima. Was not able to adjust when from bowling to the left-hander earlier on, and an expensive over for Western Province, going for 17. And that is drinks, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to take a few minutes break, and when we come back it's going to be Tim with David if he's still available, and within the next half an hour or so, just before lunch, we're hoping to have Wayne Parnell with us. Thank you. So
Welcome back to the cricket. And it's the first ball there from Simmons. It's blocked nicely.
Morning,
by
Tim.
Pillay.
Morning, Tim.
Welcome back, David.
Thank you very much. Nice cold drink in hand, provided by one of the sponsors, Peninsula Beverages, and it's a beautiful day out here. Carl Simmons is coming on straight after the drinks break. He'll be looking for the breakthrough here. 1 wicket in the first hour of play from Bashir Walters.
Swung a little bit to leg side and swept beautifully by Pillay for a boundary. No chance of the man on the boundary to stop that one. Drifted towards the leg and it got the punishment it deserved.
Yeah, I think what the Titans will be looking to do now is put the hammer down and score quick runs here. They'll be looking to see what their score is at lunchtime. They'll be looking to add, maybe if they continue in this rate and 4 runs and over, they'll be looking to score another 70 or 80 runs, take the score over 500 and possibly declare at lunchtime. That's got a bit of spin there from Kyle Simmons.
A much better line there, bowling outside the off stump and Pillay having to come right forward and blocking that one to stop any danger happening. And this one is having to play back and it bounces just in front of the short leg field spin. Just the 2 catches, or 3 catches rather, for Simmons. So they are trying to get the wickets with the Province.
Tempting him a little bit with a bit of flight. Pillay will be looking to, that's one out, a quicker one outside off stump from Simmons to end the over.
And so that is 441 for 5 after 121 overs. Yes, what you were saying about taking the attack, as I was mentioning earlier, Kerwin Bosch will probably come in next. And we know what he's done already in this season. He tends to take the attack to the bowlers. He won't be taking it easy.
No, he definitely won't. He doesn't sit back. Corbin, he played here at the Cobras last season, so he knows this ground really well. But that's his natural game. He doesn't like to be pinned down. With the score as is, he's going to play his natural game and try to push on, and trying to get as many runs in as quick as time as possible. I don't think they need to to stick around for too much longer after the lunch break. I think we could see a declaration around that time, depending on if they get over that 500 run mark. That would basically almost guarantee them that they only bat once in this game, and that only 2 results really would be possible. And it's going to be
Kamanzi bowling in.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Yves Kamanzi this morning.
Nice ball out of the off stump, just left alone by Makanya. Yes, I think the 500 is more of a psychological thing rather than they need to be there. But I do think you're right. I think once they get to the 500, even if they have to bat another 10 minutes after lunch, I think the declaration will come soon afterwards. This one cut by Makanya, but there was no timing in there whatsoever. And the short cover fieldsman gets round and feels that.
Yeah, this is a difficult partnership for Western Province here. They wouldn't have wanted this to go over the 50 run mark, that's for sure. With the first wicket from Bashir Walters early this morning, they would have wanted to go bang bang, pick up a couple of sticks early doors, but this is now a frustrating partnership in relatively quick time as well. The Titans have done well to maintain that kind of run rate. It's been hovering around 3.6 to 4 throughout the entire innings, which is really positive. And it allows the batsmen to play freely, to score quick runs. to try and get us, as quickly as possible to that 500 run mark, and really have almost 2.5 days, more than 2.5 days, to try and bowl the Western Province guys out twice.
And Western Province have got youngsters in the batting lineup, so they'll have the extra pressure against a very experienced Titans attack. So cricket is a funny game, but the situation is certainly against Western Province at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got guys like in the Western Province side at the top of the order. Yazin Valley can bat long. This is his game. 4-day cricket is his game. This is what he does. This is where he has his most success, and he can bat long. But he also ensures that the scoreboard does tick over. I think you can sometimes be too defensive when you're trying to. But day 2 batting, you need to score runs as well. You need to try and get as close to the score as possible. And the old saying of you can never judge a pitch until both teams have batted on it. So the Western Province boys will be hoping that they are able to bat as quickly and as positively as the Titans guys have batted.
Indeed, it's all about that first innings. This one a bit full by Simmons, driven but no timing once more by Pillay. It's all about that first innings, isn't it? You don't want to be following on.
No, definitely
so
not.
It's as you say, as long as they can get as much as they can that first innings, they've got a good chance of drawing it. This one is swept to the fine league, and they go through for a single.
Kieran Kenny did well there on the fine league boundary, just watching the spin. Those can embarrass you when the TV camera's on, especially as well. But he did very well there. But two leg side to the left-hander from Simmons, giving him too easy a shot to get away, get off strike. Sibs is on 53 not out, and he's been playing very positively this morning.
Well, yeah, it's another one that, who likes to play positively if the situation allows it. This one left behind to Kyle Verona. Bit flat at that time from Simmons.
Yeah, we've got Simon Harmer in the Titans lineup. He'll get through a lot of overs. That's a bit of a round arm action from Simmons.
Fielded by the short cover.
Simon Harmer will be bowling the bulk of the overs. We can assume from the Titans' point of view. Obviously, experience. That's an excellent delivery from Simmons. Looking to bring that first slip into play, but Makanya deals with that very well.
Yes, certainly we know what Simon Harmer's done in the UK. We know the extremely good record that he has with Essex. And he's been reasonably good so far for the Titans. But he'll want to make a real statement performance with the ball, I think.
Yes, absolutely. You've got the pace of Corbin Bosch, Junior Dala, the medium pace of Aya Gomani, and Sibs Makanya even will probably bowl a couple of Sibs Makanya, very much in the mould of similar to Gavin Kaplan, and on this pitch he might actually get through a few overs. So the Western Province batsmen won't be too overawed. They know what the likes of Junior Dala and Corbin Bosch offer. Pace at you. But it's not necessarily that kind of wicket.
Yeah.
So it's going to be tough for the Titans bowlers. They'll be looking to kind of get into that middle order as soon as possible, exposing the youngsters as early as they can.
Indeed, it's all about being accurate on this sort of pitch. We saw yesterday when the Province bowlers, particularly the pace bowlers, if there was a 4-ball every over, pretty much.
Yeah.
This one here is a 4-ball.
As you say that.
Kamanza, too full, too much width, and Pillay gets into it. Lovely drive, the offside boundary, the short boundary. No trouble there at all. Just too full by the bowler.
Yeah, absolutely, and Yves Kamanzi won't be happy with that delivery. It bowled a decent over so far, but just gave that away. And that boundary and over has been the kind of story of the day for the last day and a bit. And this partnership has now moved to 60, which is massive for the Titans. And a real frustration for the Western Province bowlers. That's too short from Kamanzi.
Too short, whipped away to the man on the fine leg boundary. Probably deserved more than one, but just had the single there for Pillay. Titans are 3 short of 450. This one again, fuller delivery outside the off stump. Nicely driven by Makanya and well fielded.
I think Makanya has done very well over the last couple of seasons to work on his batting. He realised that he needs to score big in this middle order, whether it was for the Dolphins or whether it was for the Titans now. And he realised that responsibility, and he's worked on his game. Early on in his career, there was a couple of rash shots early doors, which got him out. He's a better batsman than that. If he puts his mind to it and he's worked on his game. A couple of seasons ago, he played here at Newlands for the Cape Town Blitz, doing the Mzansi Super League. He's got a good work ethic. He's a very fit young man. He's got good energy in the field as well. So if he can contribute big scores for the Titans in this middle order, that's a huge asset for them in all formats of the game.
Yeah, well, he's played 43 games at first class level, so I would say he's one of the experienced guys. He should know his game now.
Absolutely.
Back to front.
When you can allow as a youngster, you don't expect them to. You sometimes expect a rash shot once in a while from them, but when you're a senior player now, as you say, he's been around for a number of years now. You're expected as a batsman to score big. Oh, that almost carries to short leg there. Daniel Smith doing a decent job. Didn't carry, but Kyle Simmons will be encouraged by that. A little bit of bounce, troubling the batsman there.
One thing this pitch hasn't had is pace, but it has had bounce on the odd occasion, particularly for Simmons, as you said, with his height. He has managed to get, and then he let himself down there with the ball to leg side, outside the leg stump. Easy pickings there for Pillay, and another single down to fine leg.
He'll be upset with himself there, Simmons, because he wanted to keep Pillay on strike. It allows the players to just rotate and continue that right-left combination, which any batting team like to do, just to keep the bowler off his rhythm.
Yeah, indeed. This one is caught and bowled, just a little bit full, didn't quite get to the pitch, Kanya, and he's just rightly disgusted with himself. Wasn't really much of a delivery, and he just played a little bit too early. Nicely caught and bowled there.
Yeah, Simmons will be happy with that. It's a decent caught and bowled. It came back relatively slow to him. It wasn't really smashed back. Sobs Makanya is disgusted with himself. Once you got to start when you're at 50 and you've got the opportunity. There's no real pressure. You can score quick runs. He would have wanted to go big here. There was 100 on the cards for him here, and he'll be livid with himself. But he's done a really good job for his team this morning. Batted positively, a couple of sixes just before the drinks break, and Simmons deserved that second wicket. He's put in 33 overs. He's put in a good shift in this first innings. The first 2 games of the season as well, he put in a hell of a shifts, and he deserved that second wicket. And Corbin Bosch coming in now, and Simmons will continue with this line of tempting him to try and play big shots, and there's an opportunity for him to pick up another couple of wickets here.
Indeed. Just the numbers there for Makanya, 53 of 104 deliveries, 7 boundaries. So, as much as he'll be disappointed with the way he got dismissed, it was a good innings. It just increases the Titans' stranglehold on the Western Province bowlers.
Corbin Bosch has got 4 50s to his name in first class cricket, and and those usually come in rapid time. And this is really a situation that's absolutely perfect for the type of game that he likes to play. He's a positive player, and he hits a hard ball, for lack of a better word. And there's no pressure on him now. His captain's told him to go and play your natural game, and he'll enjoy this opportunity to kind of, just before lunch, to score some runs and see where the team gets. But again, I think the Titans will be targeting that psychological score of 500, and especially they don't want their bowlers to be out in the field too long batting. They've got already a decent score in their hand right now.
Sometimes you get batsmen who don't like to come in a situation like this. They actually like a little bit.
That's the second wicket of the over. Kyle Simmons, another caught and bowled. That just stuck in the pitch a little bit to Corbin Bosch, and that's another wicket for Kyle Simmons. This is an excellent over from him.
That definitely stuck in the pitch, and hit the top end of the bat of Corbin Bosch. Definitely stuck in there. He was trying to play back and across. By the time he got into position, that had already hit the splice of the bat, and an easy catch there for Kyle Simmons.
I think Kyle, something that he'll be looking at, but I think Kyle will be very happy with that one. The first wicket was a bit of a bad shot from Makanya, but this one was more as a result of a good delivery. We've got Wayne Parnell that's going to be coming into commentary after this delivery here. Kyle Simmons has taken 2 wickets this over. There might be a third one for him. Ayagomani is coming in here. He's no mug with the bat. He knows. He also plays very positive. He's got 100 in first class cricket, 4 50s, and he's played over 69 matches. So he's been around. He offers good energy. He'll look to score quickly as well. And but this has been a good little spell from Western Province, and this is what Captain Hamza will be happy with. But a fight from the team, and it will be a good psychological blow if they can keep them under 500.
Yeah, it's now all about the psychological aspect of the situation. Titans still well on top, but if they can get the next 3 wickets within the next 4 or 5 overs, then Province can say that they have had a good morning.
Absolutely. If before lunch they're able to bowl the Titans out, Coach Saleh Nakadin and Captain Zubair Hamza will be very happy with that. Yes, there have been some runs scored, but that was, the situation allowed for the Titans to play freely. But I think we're going to see Kyle Simmons bowling most of this final 40 minutes before lunch to try and. There's men around the bat now that's in the game, but it's an excellent over from Kyle Simmons. 2 wickets and just 1 run from that over.
The Titans are 448 for 7 after 125 overs. Calais on 33 not out. Omani has just come in. It's not. And we have Wayne Parnell joining us again after yesterday. How are things going, Wayne?
Firstly, good
much
morning.
happier?
Yes, much happier as a Western Province player and fan. Firstly, good morning to everyone who's with us here this morning, enjoying first-class cricket. It's always nice to see cricket being played, and especially at Six Gun Grill, Newlands. Probably one of the most iconic stadiums in the world. Probably the most beautiful stadium that I've certainly played. And a nice fight back here from Six Gun Grill, Western Province as well.
Has been really good this morning. Only 74 runs added by the momentum multiplied Titans for the loss of the 3 wickets. So really good performance from the team this morning. And you've been in the dressing room this morning, Wayne, chatting to the guys. What was the general feeling?
Yes, coming here this morning, obviously looking at the scoreboard. As a bowler, not really much to take from it. I think the most promising thing would have been to get a couple of wickets. They had a nice partnership early on, but we've obviously managed to get a few wickets. Carl Simmons with a double strike in the previous over, and now obviously Titans would be on top still with 449, but I think Western Province would definitely feel that they've been the better side in this first session, and that obviously bodes well, and I think they can probably take a lot of confidence from that into their batting. Still 3 wickets to obviously get here.
And they want to, in sort of half an hour left before lunch, certainly want to try and get as close to ending this Titans innings as possible.
Ideally try and get them out just before lunch, and then go into lunch, have something to eat, refresh, reset, and then come out and try and build good partnerships and see what we can come up with in the next session up until tea, and assess then for the rest of the day. But I think Ayak Ramani is still a very capable batsman, and very aggressive. I've seen him play some really good knocks when he was previously at the Warriors.
Okay.
So a very, very capable batter, and definitely someone that you want to try and get out early. Still on naught.
Double-edged sword. Will the Western Province openers rather wait until after lunch? They wouldn't want a sort of a 10-minute spell before lunch to have to stay in.
I think that would be the worst thing for any opening batter, is to come and face 2 or 3 overs before a massive break. Ideally, they want to get 1 or 2 minutes just before the interval, and walk off the field, get your feet up for a little bit. Obviously, been in the field now for 126 overs, and also through this campaign, that Western Province have fielded for more than 100 overs in each game.
Wow.
So ideally, you want to, get up there, have a bit of a rest, get some food in, and get yourself ready for a big one. And also, having said that, it's not going to be easy, because the Titans do have quality bowlers, and they will definitely challenge and make it very difficult for our batters.
We have seen with the situation, as the Titans go up to their 450 in the 127th over, we have seen that the pitch is perhaps a little bit slow. It's not coming onto the bat at all, and certainly with the Gordon Bowl chances there, which Kyle Simmons has taken in his previous over, all just seems to be a bit of bounce and stopping on the batters a bit.
And I think it's a bit misleading. That Daniel Smith has just got hit there, the youngster. It's very misleading, because you look at the game rate, and it's at 3.6 currently,
Yeah.
and it's been between 3.5 and 4 for the majority of the Titans innings. But then when you look at how the wicket is actually playing, it's not suggesting that it is a fast scoring wicket. So is that a combination of inconsistent bowling, or just good batting, just good smart batting, where the Titans have obviously identified it's a very inexperienced bowling lineup?
Yeah.
So building a partnership and a base to then set yourself up for later in that partnership to obviously try and up the run rate. I think at some stage yesterday it was at 4 runs per over, which in the first class game is obviously very high.
Yes, I mean the situation yesterday with Mokoena and Elgar putting on that big partnership, but certainly put a huge amount of pressure on the young Western Province bowling attack. One could sense once they got through that opening session, and as you said, the pressure wasn't necessarily there from the bowlers.
And they would have identified that obviously going into the match as well, looking at the lineup, seeing who the threat would be. Potentially spin would be, playing a bigger role in the seamers. And certainly yesterday, it just showed that experience and that touch of class from both players. Obviously, both of them going on to get hundreds. Grant Mokoena, knuckling down and ending up on 154.
Yeah.
Brilliant innings, but it's just about complementing each other, being the aggressor sometimes sitting back, and I think that's the beauty of having the partnership there and having two different types of players as well. And, you know, certainly in the Western Province team, especially with the openers, Kaplan and Vali, also you know, different characters, both play a different style of cricket, and you know, hopefully we'll see them complement each other in that particular way.
Now
One thing that's also favoured the Titans is they've managed to keep a right-hand, left-hand combination pretty much right throughout the innings.
Yes,
Even now.
you don't really see that often. That's obviously the way that they set up their team, and also very aggressive styles of batting, which is good. Obviously, if you're playing on wickets that do favour the batters more, on wickets where it is doing a little bit, you can kind of get unstuck and get bowled out cheaply. You know, looking at the wicket on the first morning yesterday, you probably would have felt that it was a much better wicket for bowling. But having said that, again, that experience from a very good batting lineup, which the Titans obviously do have, and a bit of inexperience in the Western Province ranks, kind of showed that, you know, that touch of class from the Titans, managing to score close to 400 in a day. I think once you get anywhere upwards of 320, 330 in a day, you know, you have to give credit to the batters.
Just Kieran Kenny getting his first 2 wickets on debut yesterday, and Eve Kamanzi getting his first wicket, taking Dean Algar's wicket, which is always a good one. I think you get the approach as captain as your first wicket in first class cricket. But that would have been a positive for the dressing room yesterday, coming in after they took those 3 wickets with the old ball.
And yes, that's the beauty of you know, playing the longer format. Even though it's been, you know, yesterday was a very tough day for Western Province, you have to look at small victories, and I think it's also about celebrating, you know, little milestones. Obviously for both Kenny and Kamanzi, getting first class wickets, and at this, you know, particular venue as well. You always want to do it at home, and against a, you know, very good side as well, and that's, you know, confidence that they'll have to take into today and obviously over the next 2 days as well.
Oh. And with the youngsters who come into the team, so Gavin Kaplan and Daniel Smith, both making their debuts, coming in, opening the batting, Gavin, and Daniel Smith down to bat at 4. With such a big total on the board, what would you as a senior player be sort of, what advice would you be giving them now?
I would say take the total out of the equation. Don't look at the scoreboard, because sometimes scoreboard pressure plays a massive part, and you know, even when you get to 100 without loss, you still, you know, 350 or 400 runs behind. It always seems like a very daunting task, and I think it's about trying to break it up into smaller partnerships, and just trying to stay in the moment. So the biggest message for them would be, you know, try and take the total out of the equation. Try and build a, you know, nice partnership with your partner out there, and just try and bat long. I don't think there's any rush to try and force a result. It's about us trying to bat well in the first innings, and, you know, set the game up really and see where we are. If we manage to bat really well and get close to the total, then, you know, anything's possible. The wicket will definitely start to take some turn. It is a bit softer, so that generally indicates that, you know, on day 3 and day 4 there will be a bit of spin. I've just seen one spin from Carl Simmons there, trying to put revs on it. But on the flip side of that, you know, Titans have Simon Harmer in their ranks, and that's going to be a very, very difficult task to obviously manage. But very capable batters that Western Province do have in the lineup.
And you know, for me, the important thing there you were saying is to try and help them to take that pressure out of that situation for them. I mean, they one senses they wouldn't have had the opportunity before to bat long like this. So it does present an opportunity as well as obviously a huge challenge for them.
It's also much easier to put it down in theory. I think the practical test, obviously going out there and
Yes.
Trying to put the total out of your mind, but it's a lot easier to say, listen, go out there, try and build an innings, try and bat for long periods of time. Every now and then you're going to glance up, and like we mentioned, if you 150 for one, for instance, you still 350, 400 runs behind, and it's still a lot of runs to get. So it's about just taking it session by session, maybe hour by hour, and trying to build partnership, trying to build and get some momentum as well, and try and put some pressure back onto the Titans, because from the first ball it's just been that Titans kind of ruling the roost, and it's about trying to transfer pressure as well. And so far I reckon Titans have been throwing all the punches.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other thing is they've both scored runs at club cricket, and quite a lot of runs, and that's often the hard knocks of cricket. So talk to us about the importance of that, of having scored runs at the level just below this one.
That's obviously very crucial. I think it also gives them confidence. They've been around the squad as well this season. Even during the T20 competition, they were in and around the group. So as players, as teammates, we are familiar with them. We know what they're capable of doing. So I think that also should settle them. It should make them feel a little bit more comfortable that your peers do know what you're capable of, going out there and achieving. And it's just about trusting your processes, trusting your talent, that the talent is there. No one is going to pick you if you don't have the talent to play here. But it's firstly you believing that, right, I am the man for the job right now, and just applying that really.
A massive opportunity that has been presented to them in a very difficult situation in which they find themselves. So certainly something that they will, I'm sure, not ever forget as they go through their career, and hopefully they can make the most of the opportunity they have today. You were just saying earlier, I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen such a good sort of frisbee spin on a floppy hat. Anybody else that you know that did that really well, Wayne?
I think with COVID, obviously the umpires don't take the hats anymore, so players have had to find ways to keep themselves entertained out there. And with the big floppy hats, I think frisbee obviously is the easy way to do it. So we have, and having spent a lot of time in the field over the last three games, as we mentioned, in every innings at least 100 overs, you have to find ways to keep yourself entertained, keep yourself engaged as well. But just coming back to the opportunities, I think opportunities present themselves in many shapes and forms. We look at JP Duminy, who started his Test career in Australia off the back of Ashwell Prince breaking his finger, managed to get 160. So that's what you got to do. You have to be ready to obviously take the opportunity, and not to say that you have to come in and score a big 100. I think as coaches, and probably as Zubair Hamza as captain of this Western Province team, you just want to see that people have firstly the character to play at this level, and we understand that sometimes you might not get the volume of runs that you want, but people who have played enough cricket, who've seen enough cricket, understand that as well. And it's just about coming in, firstly enjoying the moment, because it's such a great moment, and not trying to place too much pressure on yourself.
It is. We were chatting a bit earlier, watching Kieran Kenny walk down towards the Weinberg end with a beautiful shiny new Western Province cap on, and that is a big moment for anybody, isn't it? Getting your first cap.
Absolutely, and I think that's probably the only thing that I do keep, is that if I play first class cricket for any particular team, that cap, I keep that, because there's a lot of history attached to that. And yes, you might feel like you are a small part in this journey or on this path, but in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time, when the next group of players come and represent this, great province. They will look back at the names who've come before them, and I think that's the tradition that we certainly want to instill.
The other important thing is, from a Western Province point of view, throughout yesterday and today, at no time have their heads dropped. They've been energetic, enthusiastic right throughout, no matter what the situation.
Yes, ultimately you have to play until either they declare or the last wicket is taken. So there's no time to really get down. Yes, I mean, you want to obviously ideally be up for it every single ball, but you also have to be realistic. And the ebb and flow of first class cricket is such that sometimes the batting team is going to be on top. But again, even when that happens, you have to stick. You have to stick to your plans. You have to stick to the game plans that the captain obviously set out for you, and it's ultimately about trying to get 10 wickets. I think teams that can get not only 10 wickets but get 20 wickets in the match, that can do it more often. They generally are the better first class teams.
Kyle Simmons this morning and Bashir Walters, probably two of the more experienced bowlers in the team, really put their hands up. And I mean, as I saw somewhere in this morning, you were described as a veteran, Wayne. That's that was a bit like made me feel very old. So I mean, as where you are a little bit more experienced in the team, that's what you want to see, don't you?
I think as a leader and as a senior player, you have to put your hand up when the situation is difficult and is dire. And I think the young guys need to look up to, and they would generally look around and look at the senior players, at their body language, and see if they are up for it. And it's encouraging to see that, really, and it's good for the more experienced guys to actually show that when the chips are down, I want the ball in my hand. And it's nice to see two senior guys really standing up and starting off the morning really well. And again, it's about getting that momentum and trying to shift that pressure back onto the Titans, because they've been scoring very freely, they've been aggressive, they've run well between the wickets, and it's about trying to transfer pressure. And if you can't restrict them from scoring, you have to try and bowl them out, because if they bat for a certain number of overs, the run rate suggests that they're going to score freely.
You were speaking a bit earlier on about taking each session or each hour at a time when you're talking about that. I mean, it seems to be very much when one talks about Test cricket, or when one hears about Test cricket, they talk a lot about winning a session or looking at every session. I mean, that mentality is built at this level, no doubt.
Definitely is, and it seems like such a massive task if you look at the whole day. You look at 104 overs now in a day, or 106 overs in a day. You look at that and it looks like a lot of overs, but then you break it down into a full session, and then you break it down into an hour. So when you have bite-sized chunks, it's a lot easier to digest, it's a lot easier to wrap your head around. And even as a batter and as a partnership, if you're looking at, I want to score 100, it looks like a long way away. But when you break it down into streets of 10, it's only 10 streets to get. And once you get to the first one, you're like, it's only 9 streets to get. So you have to try and simplify things. And often people talk about the basics of cricket, and particularly in the longer formats, you want to be even more basic.
Unfortunate there for Kyle Simmons of that one, just down to the boundary. He's been bowling really tightly this morning, and he's really put his hand up. 38th over that he's into now, 3 for 99, and has been leading the attack in many ways. By far the most overs he bowled, I think, unchanged for an entire session between lunch and tea yesterday from the Kelvin Grove end. Something we wanted to ask you, it was interesting chatting to Nandre yesterday around swing at Newlands, and he was saying he enjoys bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. For the left armour, he gets the wind seems to come through the sort of from the railway stand side. I found it very interesting because of with the wind being southeast. Anyway, I just wanted to get your view on that.
It's a very interesting topic, that actually, and I can confirm that whenever I've played at Newlands and I've done well and taken wickets, it's mostly been from the Calvin Grove end. There have been times where there's been a bit of a breeze. There've been days where there's been no breeze. I can't tell you why, and that's often how it's been. Yeah, and I think it's really good if you have a right arm away swing bowler and a left arm seamer as well in your bowling lineup, because you can bowl the right armer from the Wynberg end and then the left armer from the Calvin Grove end. And I remember the last time I played a first class game here before the Dolphins game this season, which was against the Dolphins. I think it was 4 or 5 seasons ago. I ended up with 12 wickets in the match, and all of them came from the Calvin Grove end, and the right arm seamers got wickets from the Wynberg end. So why that is, I don't know. Yes, sometimes the breeze does assist, but generally it's just one of those things. I think Vernon Philander as well, he's mostly bowled from the Wynberg end, where he's picked up a lot of obviously test wickets for the Proteas. Dale Steyn would have bowled this end as well from the Wynberg end, and for some reason the left armers generally bowl from the Calvin Grove end.
Fascinating.
Chipper Mariki also said prefers the Wynberg end.
And I mentioned to all the right arm seamers, I said, listen, you guys set up your stall this side, Wynberg end, and let the left arm seamers bowl from the Calvin Grove end.
And you have now with yourself, Buren and Nanray, you have probably I don't know, that's like not quite all the left arm seamers in the country, but a very large complement of left arm seamers.
So now we actually need to find out. Actually need to formulate a system that decides who gets to bowl from the Calvin Grove end. So I'm not sure if it's going to be a rock paper scissors, or if we're going to have to flip a coin, because obviously all of us want to bowl from that particular end.
I think if you get veteran status, you have first dibs on that always. Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to pull rank, but also I'm a team player as well, so I do what's needed. Sometimes probably to disadvantage myself really. But in the first game, certainly against the Dolphins, I bowled majority of my first 2 spells from the Wynberg end. And I let Nanray bowl from the Calvin Grove end because he's more of a swing bowler than I am. And then I bowled my 3rd and 4th spell from the Wynberg end, from the Calvin Grove end, I beg your pardon. And it felt very different, obviously. And I honestly cannot tell you why, which is weird because from the Wynberg end it's slightly downhill, from the Calvin Grove end it's slightly uphill, and you'd expect most fast bowlers to want to bowl downhill. But for some reason, coming up the hill for the left arm seamers just suits us better.
Yeah, up the hill and into the wind.
And into the wind mostly.
So that is, I mean, your work rate is quite high. It's been the impressive Bashir Walters. I mean, he was really bowled well this morning. He bowled well yesterday with little luck, and this morning very pleased to see that he did get the wicket. A good catch behind by Carvarena. Always good to have that support in the field.
I think as a bowler you definitely need your guys behind the wicket to catch every single nick, and it was a crucial wicket as well, because Herman has come in. He's a young guy. I think he's batted 3 times this season, and every single time he's gone past 50, and one of them being 100 as well. So very talented youngster, and obviously someone for people at Cricket South Africa to be watching. Still early in his career, so maybe people don't know how to bowl to him, but Bashir Walters obviously came in this morning and just hung it out there, and generally how the Highveld guys play with a lot of freedom, trying to get bat and ball. Sometimes at Newlands, when there's a little bit in the wicket, that can be your undoing.
The other thing, so for fast bowlers particularly, the very particular about their ends. The other thing is, I noticed at the higher level, a lot of them do visualization techniques. So they visualize getting the wicket. Is that something that you utilize?
I do actually a lot more now. Like as I get older, I spend more time just thinking about how I'm going to bowl to if I've bowled to a batter previously, I really sit and I kind of imagine myself running in and how it's going to come out of my hand and how it's going to hit the wicket, how he's going to nick it, or I'm going to nip one back to a left hand and trap him on his front pad. I've seen a lot of legendary players. I think Matthew Hayden was a guy who used to sit down on the wicket and visualize it, especially before big test matches. Chris Gale does it when he walks out to face, in a T20 match. He'll walk halfway down the wicket. It's probably a bit of intimidation as well, trying to intimidate the bowler, because obviously he's a massive unit. And you see this big figure standing halfway down the wicket tapping his bat. You're in for a proper battle. But I certainly, using those different techniques to firstly calm yourself down. I think that's the biggest thing, is simplifying everything and calming yourself down, which hopefully gives you the best opportunity to be successful, to take a couple of wickets or to score some runs.
So at the end of the over, very good over from Bashir Walters, another maiden from him. And while we have the over break, big announcement today, Wayne, from AB de Villiers, that he's retiring from all forms of cricket. Just thought it would be really good to spend a couple of minutes with you, just chatting about that and perhaps some of your experiences playing with AB. As Carl Simmons continues here, a legend in the South African and world game.
Yes, and I think firstly, obviously, massive news, and probably news that people did not want to hear. But in every athlete's career, obviously, a time comes, and I feel for him, he's probably young enough to still play for a couple more years. But obviously, if the hunger isn't there, and having played with him, knowing what type of character he is, he always wants to give 100%. And I feel that he felt that if he can't give 100% every single game, it's not worth really strapping up again.
Yeah.
But obviously a massive loss for cricket in general. I think especially the T20 game, probably one of the best T20 cricketers ever produced. In the IPL, his record is unbelievable. In international cricket, his record is unbelievable across all formats.
Yeah.
So just an all-time great, really, and such a special talent. And I think we'll have to wait a while to see someone like that again.
Thank you very much for that, Wayne. Any specific memories, perhaps, just to pick out one thing, maybe? I mean, we don't want to spend too much time on that.
That 150 scored at the Bullring against the West Indies in the pink there. I think that was probably the most ridiculous innings that I've ever seen anyone play. He came in, we had a brilliant platform, obviously, and often when the platform is laid like that, guys come in and they hit a couple of bounds and they just get out. But for some reason, that particular day, he was just on, and he whacked it everywhere. And to obviously get that milestone in the number of balls that he did as well against a very good team, just showed what talent he was, and that's something that cricket lovers around the world is definitely going to miss. Just knowing that AB can come in and change a game from any particular situation.
Thank you very much for that, Wayne. It's really an absolute privilege to have you here with us on the commentary on the Supersport YouTube channel, brought to you by CSA. At the end of that over now, Titans just short of 100 runs in this session. They've lost 3 wickets, and 6 Gun Grill Western Province have been able to peg this back quite a bit in this opening session. Honours to the home team here.
Again, like, you'll have to look at the small victory. The little victory here is this session. Western Province have definitely been on top in the greater scheme of the game. I would most definitely want to be in the Titans dressing room.
Yes.
But like we mentioned, it's about trying to shift the momentum a little bit, and the Western Province have certainly started doing that this morning. Obviously, still 3 wickets to get, and this is when it gets a little bit dangerous for the fielding team. When you have two batters who are very aggressive, potentially they'll be, shutting up shop for the lunch interval, and then have a nice chat with the coach and the captain and assess where they want to go after lunch.
That's really good attempt there. Ethan Cunningham, who's on the field for Mufali Bongwana, who was picked up a little bit of a niggle yesterday afternoon. David was giving us some details of that. You've been chatting to the youngster in the dressing room.
I saw him up there this morning, and he said he feels okay, but I think it's probably the exuberance of youth there, just feeling invincible. When sometimes you have to let the medical people do their job, and have a very, very capable physiotherapist in Shane Jabbar, who's worked with the national team for many years, and been at this particular union for many years as well. Assessed him and said to him, "Listen, young man, put your feet up today. Come have a cup of tea here with me and just relax." But it's also exciting for young Ethan Cunningham to obviously be on the field. Got picked for the SA Under-19 team to go to the West Indies for a bilateral series before the World Cup. So this will be great exposure for him. He was in at training during the week as well to mix with the guys a little bit. So definitely someone that we've identified going forward that can potentially come into the 6-gun grill Western Province setup and hopefully make us better. I've certainly been very impressed by his attitude and seeing him go about his business as well. So that's very, very promising news.
So it's, in terms of, you were talking a bit about the tactics from the batting team now. One might have felt that they would have looked at potentially declaring before lunch. Clearly that hasn't happened. Would you expect them the Titans to continue batting after lunch now?
I certainly think they'll have to try and get to that magical 500 mark. Even if it was 450 and they declared, if you bat half decently, and I think the average first innings score here at Newlands is probably around the 250 mark in first class cricket. The wicket is not too bad, it's playing alright, and maybe with a more experienced bowling lineup they can control the run rate a little bit better, but you also have to think about time in the game. So if you get to 500, which I'm thinking they will probably get to, or do they look to bat time and be, alright, if we get to lunch here and after lunch we'll come out maybe for an hour, try and score as many runs as possible, and then we have an hour and a bit just before tea. Our bowlers can then go back inside, refresh, and then come out again in the last session and try and get a couple of wickets then. If you look at it that way, as a team who's probably on top in this game, you'll be looking to get to 500, maybe just past 500, and hopefully by the end of the day have them 4 or 5 wickets down. I think that would be the ideal day if you are in the Titans dressing room.
It's all about the mind games, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to certainly set it out that way, yes. And if you want to force a result, because obviously being on top, they would certainly be looking to try and win this game from this position. It's still very early in this game. Anything can happen, but you have to certainly start plotting, and planning. And it's a bit of a game of chess, really. Whereas in the shorter formats, it's a little bit different.
It's really good effort there from Ib Kamanzi in the field after, say, 136 overs in the field. He's still herring around the boundary. It's really good to see that from the youngsters.
Very encouraging signs that, and you mentioned it earlier about heads not dropping and energy levels not dropping, and that's what you want to see when it's 136 overs in the dirt.
Yeah.
bodies are tired. Mentally, you're obviously tired as well. But seeing guys chasing balls all the way to the boundary, that's the type of attitude you want to see from every single player.
So we're looking at probably one more over before the luncheon interval here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and it's been an absolute privilege once again to have you with us, Wayne. Thank you very much for spending time with us, and your insights into the game and what we've seen before us, and talking about the Western Province setup has been really great. Certainly I know that the administration down here and the executive down here are very happy to have you back here with us, with them, shall I say, in the Western Cape. Not sure what that was. We missed that on the screen.
We've missed it on the screen there, but that's what I was talking about earlier, about trying to keep yourselves entertained out there. But it's always a pleasure to chat to you guys and chat about this beautiful game. And I did mention yesterday that when I leave the commentary box that a few wickets will fall. I did see one wicket fall. So hopefully the same same kind of pattern happens today as well. That either now, just before lunch, or just after lunch, we get these wickets and get the batting pads on.
Certainly.
In a situation like this, what did you like to do personally at the lunch break? Do you have something to eat, or do you take a rest? What is your role?
So it would depend more on what I'm going to do after lunch. If I'm bowling straight away after lunch, I'll have a very, very light lunch. If I'm not bowling, I'll probably fill my plate a little bit more. So normally what I would do is I'd have a chat with the captain coming off for the break. I'll ask him what he's thinking after lunch. If he's telling me that, listen, you might bowl straight up, then I'll have a very light lunch, obviously just to get some fuel into my engine, and then come out and obviously bowl after lunch. But every player's got a completely different routine, and I think that's the nice thing about having a team environment, is that you actually see some very interesting things.
Penultimate ball before lunch, smack to the cover boundary for 4.
Not holding back if the ball is there to be hit, even if it is the last over before lunch. And such is the dominance, isn't it, that there's no reason why they should be holding back. No,
so they need to just keep going. And I think that's the mindset that both of these batters are in, is that it doesn't matter if it is 12-11 or if it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They will come out. If the ball presents itself, they're going to put it away.
And that is also a very good lesson if you are a youngster who's looking at their career and developing their career, to look at this from that point of view.
That is lunch.
Yeah.
Titans find themselves 486 for 7. Pele's on 42 and Guamani's on 29 not outs.
It's been the end of a session where honours probably reasonably even, but maybe Western Province just edging that one with the 3 wickets and keeping the Titans down to 112 in that session. So, and we're going to be taking a break over the luncheon interval, and we just to say thanks again to Wayne for joining us. It's been really great to have you with us. Any final thoughts or words from you, Wayne?
Hopefully Western Province get these wickets fairly quickly after lunch, and obviously set the stall out to bat for a long period, not worry about the runs, just try and bat time, take time out of the game, and then reassess where they are at the end of the day, going into the moving day, which is normally day 3. But it's been an absolute pleasure being here with you guys once again, and I'm going to say it again, hopefully we get these wickets fairly quickly after lunch.
So if we don't get the chance to chat to you again before you go off to play next week for the approaches, wishing you all the best for that series against the Netherlands. Thank you very much.
Welcome back everyone for the post-lunch session. Titans are 486 for 7, Pele on 42 of 78, Romani on 29 of 41. Province will be hoping that they can get this innings wrapped up fairly swiftly, while the Titans will hope that they can get to that 500 magic total fairly quickly as well.
Yeah, I think, Tim, thanks very much for that introduction. We're expecting some runs to be put on the board now ahead of a declaration for the team, the Titans being bowled out sometime in this afternoon session here at Newlands, which is looking an an absolute picture.
It is. Newlands at the Sun is some sight.
Bashir Walters to continue then, and he has been impressive today so far. He's bowled by far the most overs of any of the seamers from the Western Province team, and picked up a heavy workload into his 27th over now. And I'm hoping he's just tying up his bootlace there, yes, rather than he's got another injury here. It looks like he's just tying up his bootlace.
Tying up his bootlaces. He's, perhaps he had a good lunch and he forgot to tie up his laces after the lunch.
Well, if his lunch was anywhere near as good as the lunch that we got here from Western Province Cricket, then I'm sure that he probably could well have been munching on that rather than tying up his shoelace. So thanks to the Western Province Cricket for hosting us here at the pavilion at the Weinberg end.
Good piece of fielding there on the leg side by Western Province.
The captain, looks like the captain.
Looks like Hamza, yes.
Setting the example for his charges ahead of his call-up to the national team for next week's one-day series against the Netherlands.
Indeed. A lot of the coaches are filling their boots on the eve of that and the home series against India.
Yeah, Dean Elgar with his, I think it's his 5th 100 here at Newlands. I'm actually going to have to check those numbers, but he does like batting here.
Solidly behind it there by Jordan Pillay. It's been a good innings from him so far. Slightly in the shadow of the Titans openers, but it's been a pretty much a faultless innings so far.
As he came in at the time when felt that Western Province were starting to make some inroads, and a bit of a scratchy start, a couple through the slips to get him off the mark, and since then he's looked pretty good.
Indeed, a solid innings. I wouldn't expect the Titans to bat more than 45 minutes after the lunch break, but we'll have to wait and see.
One would think to not take for them. I mean, obviously there is a fair amount of time left in the game. We're in session 2 on day 2 of a 4-day match. Today already we have had 25 overs bowled, which is slightly behind the over rate so far from the 6-gun grill Western Province team, but one senses with the spinners on a little bit more that they will get through a few more overs quite quickly in this next session, and I think we're going to see Simon Harmer bowling quite a lot when the Western Province team are batting.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see how he gets on this pitch. Western Province make a bowling change, and Kamanzi is coming on at the Weinberg end. Well, quite a lot of overs from the Carvet Grove end, so he's also changing ends.
And he's done well with his conventional left armers as he bowls. I say he's done well, and he then lofty bowls a full toss first up, chased very well down here towards the boundary by Ethan Cunningham, who is the SA under-19 player who is on the field for Mhlali Mpongwana, who has picked up a bit of a thigh strain and has been rested from this morning for the rest of this innings.
Swan gets a much better ball from Kamanzi, much better line, much better length, bringing the batsman forward. Once again, pretty much the same delivery, same result. Kamani making sure that if there's any spin there, he's smothering it. This one's driven very nicely to the cover fieldsman on the ring.
So, Tim, we were talking a bit before the interval, as we're just going to watch East Kamanzi come in now.
It's went a bit shorter, but again, it's a top ball.
With Wayne around sort of winning the session or taking each session at a time, certainly Western Province had a much better first session today.
They certainly did. It was a much improved performance from yesterday's day at the ground. They can take heart from that performance, the ball in the first session, and hope that things continue in that fashion in this session.
And coming back to those numbers while we're on the end of the over, for Dean Elgar, who scored 117 yesterday, it was his fifth first-class 100 at Newlands, 2 test hundreds that he's got here, his 9th ton for the Titans, and overall his 44th first-class ton. It was his 6th ton versus either Cobra's franchise team or now Western Province. So that's he does enjoy batting at Newlands, as do many people, it seems. With David giving us some detail around some of those stats, or it may have been yourself giving us some detail around the stats for people batting at Newlands. But it can be a really lovely place to bat on the second or third day of a match, 4-day match.
This one, to the fielder. Yeah, I think in recent years the pitch has flattened out a little bit more than it used to back in the day, in the sort of 1990s. I think in recent years it has become not necessarily a batsman's paradise, but if you get yourself in, you have the ability to score big runs, as Dean Elgar showed that first innings. It is innings.
Bashir Walters, this over again, first 3 balls have not produced any runs, and he has been putting it consistently in the right areas today. He did a lot of that yesterday, but with the batters being on top of the bowling yesterday they were able to get him away a little bit, but bowling now at under 3 runs and over economy rate, with the overall rate at 3.5, he certainly has shown his experience and been the pick of the bowlers. Do the commentators curse on him again?
Lovely drive there by Pillay. Linked into a slightly fuller delivery, and the ball races to the cover boundary. No chance of the inner cover fieldsman to stop that one. But you are right, he has bowled well in the very trying conditions, and I suspect if we had a speed gun, we would find that his speeds are consistently, 130s,
yes,
early 130s. They'd be consistent.
I would concur with you on that, as this one's through to, I think that's Eve Kamanzi, who's got the who has a towel. I think that is towel, or that is sleeveless jersey hanging from the back there. Oh, that actually looks like that is Kenny. That's Kieran Kenny, actually fielding there at a mid-on for the left-hander. So this will be the last ball of Bashir Walters' 28th over.
Solidly behind it once more for Pillay. Titans fight themselves 492 for 7 after 140 overs, 8 short of the magic 500 number.
You were mentioning during the break, Tim, that they are approaching what would be an historic high total for a Titans team in either the franchise era or now the 4-day CSA Provincial Division 1 era.
They are. This is probably going to put the mockers on them, but be that what it may. They are 32 short of a record in 4-day cricket against the Cobras. So it isn't their highest score overall, but it would be the highest score against the Cobras / Western Province.
And this one from Kamanzi, 2 full and beautifully driven by Aya Kamane through the covers. He's just raced to 35. It seems like in absolutely next to no time at all.
We said that there's a double-edged sword of if Province got those middle-order wickets, the likes of Bosch and Gramani weren't going to hang about. That's certainly proven to be true with Gramani's innings. It's been very proactive so far.
So the field for Eve Kamanzi, man in at slip, who's actually come quite a bit closer now. Then we have man at backward point, that's Yassine Valley. We have man out on the cover boundary. Now looks like Aviwe Ngujima. Man in at more conventional cover, short extra cover, deepish mid-off. That's Kyle Simmons, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a sort of man at 45 on the leg side, almost like a backward point. And the one that's played there, that shortish delivery, goes to the man who is at that backward point position. That is Mo Valley. He must be wondering when he's going to get a bat.
They must be rather nervous. Those two opening batsmen for the Western Province. They know they're going to be batting probably in the session, you would say, at some point. So they'll be going through something that we spoke about, Wayne Parnell, before the lunch break, their own visualizations of how they're going to go about batting on this pitch, how they're going to go about organising the innings, getting themselves in, seeing off the new ball. That's going to be very important. They're going to have to want to see off that new ball the first 10 overs. If they can do what the Titans did, get themselves in. This pitch has shown that there are runs there. There are no demons on this pitch whatsoever. It's just all about getting yourself in, which is the tricky part.
So yeah, a little bit on the slow side, which is not great for stroke making, but if you do get yourself in, then you have the chance to fill your boots, as they say. And certainly with a couple of youngsters here on the batting side for Western Province on their debut, it will be interesting to see how they fare with such a large total on the board, and whether that does affect them in terms of the mentality when they go out to bat. It is a big mental game, which you raised with Wayne. Oh, that's too fine. And yeah.
The magic 500 comes up. That's 500. And a current partnership as well, a 52-run partnership with 99 balls. And the 500 has come off 855 balls, 76 fours and 3 sixes.
All those 3 sixes that were hit by Kamanya, was it? Sibs Makanya earlier on in the day, and that takes Division Pillay to his 50 as well, of 92 balls. So it's almost like a Hollywood telephone number, 555, with all the numbers, 500, 50 partnership, and a 50 for Pillay. Oh, yeah.
Lovely shot.
What a good shot.
Just a fraction full there by Bashir Walters once again. But as I say, a fraction full.
Yeah.
But a man on 50 is not going to miss out. If a bowler is getting it slightly wrong on a pitch like this, that ball raced to the boundary.
One has to feel
on to
for
54.
One has to feel for the bowler there, who strayed one down the leg side and then overcorrecting a little bit full and got driven through the covers, through that ring cover field. And when we have who's at first slip, that Avira Ingujima, we have one slip and then a ring cover field.
This one just worked off his hips for a single.
It's Kamandi coming around from mid-wicket and fielding that one, but not before they get a single. Bashir Walters struggling in this over, maybe feeling the effect of those 28 and a half overs that he's already bowled in the match.
Also, it's a case of having to bowl to the right-hand, left-hand combination, which has just continued throughout the Titans innings.
And Amani sort of very much reminding me of Temba Bavuma in his stature, I must say, and very compact, not necessarily the same in terms of batting style, but not a tall man, but compact and plays his shots very confidently. He's on 35 now and batting at a pretty good strike rate of only 53 balls.
He's also one who's found a new home, having left the Warriors last season, so he's just settling in to life as a Titan.
Nearly more reward there for Bashir Walters, as Armani would give him the commentator's kiss of death as he plays at one, just hangs his bat out of that one outside the off stump. But
that was a nothing shot.
No, it was a terrible shot. It really was. Just after I've been saying how compact he's looking, he doesn't look compact at all. A lot of players moving now with the new Division 1, Division 2 system. and certainly, as David was mentioning earlier, and Wayne as well, in the discussion we were having with him, a lot more opportunity, particularly now as the 4-day cricket continues during a time when we have the series for the Proteas against the Netherlands in the 1-day matches, and also the SAA team playing against India A. Those 3 matches starting on Monday in Mangaung, which will also be broadcast on the Supersport YouTube channel.
500 total perhaps wasn't all that magical.
No.
As the Titans keep on batting.
I suppose, I mean, only 20 minutes after lunch, and they will be maybe looking at not having a drinks break. So their 10-minute break potentially coming halfway through the session, or one just doesn't know how they're going to approach it, whether they want to really get a massive score on the board. I mean, they have the ability to get probably close to 600. One senses that will take the game completely away, although it's possibly already completely away from any thought from a Western Province point of view of being able to win the game. One senses that they may be able to still get something out from a draw point of view.
And I guess it's about how proactive you want to be. In very trying conditions, Hammers has been very proactive with his bowling changes and fielding changes. I've been quite impressed. Neil Brunt is a new captain for the Titans, so it'll be interesting to see what he's thinking at this moment.
I mean, he has the ability to attack, doesn't he, from ball 1 and to keep close fielders in, should he have the desire to do so. When Simon Harmer is bowling, he has in Simon Harmer one of the foremost off spinners in world cricket, let alone South African cricket. His exploits at county level, you all know more about that than I do, but are bordering on legendary.
Yes, more than 1 or 2 ex-Essex players, which is where he's at, say that he's the best off-spinner that England has seen in modern times.
Wow. That is certainly high praise indeed when one considers players the likes of Graham Swan, for example. Just a few little errors starting to creep in the field of late for the Western Province team. Just a few balls that have been knocked on the shoulders after lunch, not looking as sort of broad and a little bit heavy laden they are at the moment.
Not all that surprising, and it's perhaps a little bit. It's a little bit. It'll be a little bit harsh to criticise them because they've been so good for most of the game so far. Right up until the lunch break, they were energetic and looking to make something happen, even when it looked unlikely.
Absolutely right, Tim. I think it's being out there for 143 overs plus now, just into the 144th over. That is a long time to be out in the field. It is hot, it's windy out there. Some of these players would never have been in the field for that long before for an innings.
Just to go back on what I said earlier with Wayne, so Kaplan and Smith, they're coming from club cricket, and club cricket is no longer timed cricket. So club cricket is just 50 overs.
Oh my goodness.
So
Okay.
they literally have never experienced this kind of intensity, this kind
Wow.
of heat,
Yeah.
day after day. It's quite something.
So it'd be interesting to chat a little bit more about that. I think Bashir Walters there just feeling he wanted to let a bit of steam off there maybe after his last over in that appeal. Because they did used to play timed cricket, at club level, and I know that looking at the was that from this season or a couple of seasons?
I think it was the first. So Western Cape was the last one that played timed cricket. Everybody else was playing 50 overs, and I think last season was the first season that they scrapped timed cricket. I think I'm right.
Yeah.
I think so. It's the last two. It's the last season and this season. It's just been 50 overs and T20s.
And that certainly does not give a batter a chance to build an innings, which is what they are going to have to do today, should they want to get the 6-gun Grill Western Province team anywhere near this total that the Titans have put on the board. It's an impressive 506 for 7 now, coming towards the end of the 144th over, and the scorecard is an impressive one for the Titans, with now 4 scores of over 50, 2 100s, as well as the captain Neil Brunt getting close to that 50. One senses that Jean Clutter must be kicking himself as well in the dressing room, going out for 4 last night against the old ball, with a chance for his new province to make some runs. He has been identified as a talent, certainly on the rise.
Clutty.
Yes.
Yes. He's been. Yes. Yeah. He's a talented cricketer.
We're going to be continuing here with Yves Kamanzi from the Wynberg end, which is where we're commentating from here at 6-Gun Grill Newlands. And there is now a man at that point position on the boundary, and he is found there by Aya Kamani as he plays that one very sweetly out into the point region.
Clutty, of course, has already played for South Africa in white ball cricket. White ball is more his modus operandi. But he's certainly been around a few years.
Yeah. Getting that opportunity when he was still with the Warriors.
It's just about an hour away before Western Province can take the second new ball. I'm sure they're looking forward to it.
It took the first one quite late yesterday, and oh my goodness, that is really beautifully placed from Pillay as he splits the cover field and picks up another boundary.
Yeah, just a fraction full. We've said it many times, but it's still true. If you get it wrong on this pitch, if you get the line wrong, if you get the length wrong, more often than not, you get punished.
And there's a bit of an inevitability about this session as it unfolds now. We have one isn't one's a bit loath to say that they're going through the motions at the moment, but it is a bit of a struggle here for the Western Province as Some great fielding there on the boundary, though, for that one, which looked for all money to be going down to crash into the sponsors' hoardings down in front of that very impressive new building on the on the northwestern side of the ground. But Mo Valley, who's down there at that deep sort of long leg position, round quickly to field. And he's going to do that again now as that ball goes down to the same position. He's in very quickly to prevent any thought of two on there.
Titans are edging closer to the team record against the Cobras.
Yeah, they are indeed not just those 10 runs away from that record, Tim, and 145 overs bowled now. This partnership for the 8th wicket, 66, that is looking ominously solid for Western Province, and very positive from a Titans point of view as they look to put this game completely out of reach of the home team.
Yes, right. It's certainly it's been on the wall for some time, and it's just continuing. You thought maybe with the lunch break they might have been able to come up with a few different plans, bowling attack, a few perhaps left field bowling decisions, but it just hasn't quite worked for them since the lunch break.
As you heard now, this partnership is nothing to be sneezed at. Yeah.
No.
Sorry, you picked that up in the background, but it was good to see Ethan Cunningham during the lunch break. I don't know if you did see him out on the on one of the strips, just having a bit of a bowl with the Western Province coaching staff. Always good to see the youngsters keen to get out there and get themselves a little bit of time out in the middle. Good to be working and practicing on the strips.
He obviously had a light lunch then.
He must have done, yes, a very light lunch. He may well be expecting to sort of put his feet up a bit. It's a good experience for him, as Wayne was saying, good experience for him to be on the field, just experiencing the chance to be out in a 4-day match. Youngster who they really seeing would have a bright future here at Western Province.
They are. You learn a lot more from tough situations than easy situations when you're on top. So the team and he might not be liking the situation, but if it happens again, they'll know what to do. Situations, how to restrict teams in a situation like this, rather than let things slide.
As we welcome David back into the commentary box here, one can call it the commentary box, here in the pavilion.
Hello gents, hope everyone had a good lunch.
Thank you.
Having a coffee here, with my traditional coffee. There's worse places to be on a Friday afternoon.
Absolutely right. It was a delicious lunch. Thank you very much, David. Thanks to you and the team here at Western Province Cricket for hosting us, and we just thanks to everybody involved for the hospitality that we're having here and enjoying the cricket at this beautiful ground.
The Titans aren't playing their part on the hospitality side of things. They're trying to ruin the home ground party here, but I must say I didn't expect them to continue batting past the 500 mark. I thought the declaration would have come by now. A little bit more time in the field for the Western Province team, but at this stage it's it's more about taking some time out of the game. The more time the Titans are batting, the less time the Western Province guys will have to bat.
Yeah.
The pitch has played quite nicely today, and not too many demons in the pitch, so the batsmen will be confident that they can get off to a good start.
And it has been a good batting display from the Titans. In fact, an excellent batting display from the Titans, virtually all the way down the order. We've seen players come in and make some really good runs. One, Sibs Makanya, who was very aggressive towards the end of his innings, hitting 3 sixes, the only maximums of the match so far, and building on that platform set by Grant McQuena and Dean Elgar yesterday, which just set up this massive score at 516 for 7 now after 146 overs.
We're almost at a third new ball.
Yeah,
now.
that's right. Yes.
So that would be interesting to see whether that comes into play. But if the Titans bat for another 14 overs, I think for them it would be that wouldn't be the right call.
No.
If I'm the captain of the Titans, Neil Brunt should be very happy with this score right now, basically guaranteeing that there's only 2 results possible in this game. The Western Province guys will know that. They'll be feeling the pain of being in the field for a day and a half, and that will come into play. There'll be a 10-minute turnaround time, so not much rest for the Western Province openers, which in all likelihood will be Yazin Valley and Daniel Smith. I don't think Gavin Kaplan will take first strike.
Okay.
So Daniel Smith and Yazin Valley, that left-right combination.
That will be interesting to see. I mean, we were talking a bit earlier on around Daniel Smith and Gavin Kaplan both being on debut. Tim has seen seen Daniel and Gavin at club level. David, you would have seen them in the team, and just talent is there. It's really a question of the mental application now in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavin Kaplan played a couple of warm-up games against the senior team a couple of weeks ago as we were preparing for the 4-day competition, and he hit 200s in 2 warm-up games. So the situation, he doesn't get overawed by the situation by the looks of it.
Yeah,
That's an incredible shot
Smacked
from Aya Garmani.
all the way from
Bashir Walters tries to trick the umpire by signalling 4, but it was he wasn't fooling anybody. Aya Garmani just struck the pose, kept his head down, and that went all the way for a maximum.
and
You might see the declaration normally comes at milestones, so maybe they're waiting for Garmani. They've given him a couple of overs to reach his half century, and we'll see if the declaration comes after that.
They're also one short of the team record against the Cobras for the Titans. They made 524 for 4 in 2004. So another record likely to be broken.
on what has proven to be a very good batting wicket, and the Titans batters taking full advantage of also a weakened Western Province attack. And I say weakened Western Province attack, a lot of youngsters in the team, and Mhlali Mpongwana, promising youngster who pulled up yesterday. Any more news there, David?
There is some talk that he will be able to bat, but it's just the motion of the bowling that might be an issue. So he will come down the order depending on where he needs to bat in the situation of the match. He should be available to bat.
Good.
But it's not worth risking him as a bowler in this innings, and it does look like they'll only bowl once in this match.
Yeah, one senses that's certainly the plan from the Titans aspect, is that they would be looking to bowl this again. I mean, there are a couple of very experienced players in the Western Province batting lineup, but a huge amount of pressure really that will be put on the youngsters in the lineup to see out a couple of days of batting in what is going to be quite new situation for them.
Yes, absolutely, and it'll be a test. Junior Dahler is a Proteas bowler. Corbin Bosch is going to challenge your head at head height. He's not shy to throw one in short early doors. It's short from Kieran Kenny, but Pillow plays that nicely down to fine leg for one.
That's Titans' record in full-day cricket against the home side. Last time they made 524 for 4 in the 2004-05 season.
And we've just been sent the scorecard from that particular match, in which they did achieve that 524 at Willemore Park against what was then called a Western Province Boland team. It wasn't the.
That was the first year of the new franchise system, 2004-2005.
And a certain gentleman called Abraham Benjamin de Villiers scored 151 in that innings, opening the batting for the Titans with Alvaro Peterson. Martin van Jaarsveld 236 not out, Xander de Bruin 20, Jeffrey Toyonis 65, and then a certain Albie Morkel also 13. Daryl Cullinan was playing in that match, was actually the captain of the Titans, and didn't get a chance to bat. Other names in that team for the Titans in that match were Alfonso Thomas, Paul Harris, Dale Steyn, and Ethi Umbalati. So
what a side!
What a team!
What a
that
side!
was,
Never heard of any of those guys. A couple of those guys went on to decent careers.
Yeah, and we're just looking at the Western Province bowling attack. Western Province bowling attack. Charles Willoughby, another outstanding left armour. Rory Kleinfeldt, Quinton Friend, Neil Johnson, DeLanga. Which DeLanga would that have been? That would be Kundalanga, yes. Paul Adams and Ashwell Prince.
Ashwell Prince was bowling that game.
Was bowling that game.
No wonder we went for.
Very economical.
I think if Ash was bowling, then you know he'll be the first one to admit that you're in trouble as a bowling lineup.
8 overs, 1 for 25 in the Titans' innings, and the Western Province did make them bat again, even though I think they did follow on. The Titans won by 9 wickets in that match.
Let's hope for Western Province's sake that history doesn't repeat itself. But there were some serious cricketers in that match. Let's just say that if it's Willemore Park, the pitch was pretty flat.
It seemed like it.
I don't think the pitch is that flat at Newlands this week. No. But they have batted really well. And credit where it's due. Have
overtaken that score now and have achieved their highest total as in this 4-day first class.
A certain Jeff Toyana is in the change room of the Titans as the assistant coach, so he might have remembered that game in particular and said, let's bat a little bit on, because I know that we need to reach a certain score to set a new record. And that was a home game for the Titans, so this is going to be a bit more pleasing to score this at an away ground.
Yes, and at the home of Western Province cricket here at the beautiful Six Gun Grill Newlands ground. And so this over, we actually have Jivashen Pillay, who's going to be facing, he's on 64. His partner, Aya Kamane, is on 46. And one does sense that Captain Neil Brunt may just be waiting for Aya Kamane to get his 50. Let's see if he can get it in this over and whether they will actually declare.
That's an excellent shot.
It is.
That's an excellent shot. The heads dropped from the Western Province players it's been tough for them in the field the last day and a half, and you can understand that. 148 overs in, Bashir Walters wondering when the declaration is going to come.
I mean, he's bowled. He's been an absolute Trojan for Western Province in this match. 30 overs, 1 for 89. He was particularly impressive this morning. He bowled with a lot of venom this morning. A couple of balls that he put in short, which we haven't really seen. A couple of surprise bounces, and his line and length really impeccable this morning, picking up a wicket which he definitely deserved.
I think when that happened, there was maybe a slight bit of hope that they could have nipped a couple more quick wickets in, and they would have tried to restrict them to under 500, but that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, the Titans continued. The batsmen played freely, and they really kicked on from there.
This 8th wicket partnership now just sort of digging the knife in even deeper.
It will be interesting to see exactly what Neil Brunt has in his mind. I would imagine he's got at least one eye on declaration fairly soon. I would imagine.
They would want to try and get at least an hour in before tea at the batsman, just to assess how they see the wicket. We might even see Simon Harmer coming on early doors for them. Simon Harmer's going to get through a lot of overs in the next couple of days. He's not one to shy away from that duty. He's bowled countless overs in county cricket for Essex, taken them to county titles, been Player of the Year there, captain if I'm not mistaken there as well at times. So his role is going to be crucial for the Titans to be able to push for victory.
And with a harder ball, with the new ball, may well be getting more bounce. We saw a little bit of bounce with Kyle Simmons bowling, which maybe a couple stopping on the wicket and giving him 2 of his 3 wickets caught and bowled, which was good reward for him after his 40 overs with an unbroken spell yesterday from the Kelvin Grove end between lunch and tea.
I think what the score does, what it allows is that as a spinner you can be attacking from the outset. It allows you've got some runs to play with and can afford to give away a couple of runs, if you're looking for the wickets. And a guy like Simon Harmer with all that experience is going to love that. He'll bowl all day if he needs to, and he can be attacking. His captain will support him with an attacking field, and Simon Harmer with an attacking field is very difficult to keep out.
Yes, it's something that we've certainly seen. If you've watched him in Essex, he's extremely accurate his last couple of years. He's been able to stranglehold batsmen and teams in situations which you might not think he's capable, but he certainly is.
Kamani again is a forward defensively, and the milestone not far away from him. One sense is as soon as he gets to that 50 that the Titans will declare. Still plenty of time in the match, one feels, for the Titans to press home this advantage, as we have been talking about. And you can't take away from them how, having been put into bat, how excellent that opening partnership was between Mokoena and Elgar yesterday. And that will be his 51 senses. Is that going to make it to the boundary, or is Ethan Cunningham going to cut it off? No, he doesn't. And Armani gets to his 50 and raises his bat in celebration to his teammates in the dressing room to our right, and we're just looking at his numbers.
It's 50 of 73 balls, 6 fours and 1 6.
And that is his 4th Division 1 50. His highest score is 86 and unlikely that he will have the chance to get anywhere near that today. If
Maybe a little
captain-
slight gesture to the captain, to the
Maybe.
change room to ask for a new bat. We're going to carry on batting. Let us go for our hundreds. Give us a few overs, but I highly doubt it. I don't think the captain will engage that kind of talk.
No.
I can't see the declaration being too far away now.
And so Jivashen Pillay has already gone to his highest first-class score. His previous best, 54, is only in his second match. His first match being for the Tigers against the Dolphins earlier this season, where he scored that 54. So very good for the young left-hander.
Stifled appeal there by the bowler. More out of desperation than anything else.
Not a bad number 10 the Titans have in Simon Harmer as well.
No,
He's no mug with the bat as well. I don't think we're going to see him here. I'll be very shocked if we do see him, if a wicket falls here. I think he's already probably got the longs on.
I think so.
And he's already started warming up from the bowling on. Maybe they like round numbers, and at 150
Maybe.
overs the declaration will come.
It's one ball away from a likely destination, a declaration.
That could be that was
gets
almost a
lucky.
third wicket.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not much of a shot there, but in this sort of situation, I think Titans are taking it to the next level. If it's there to hit, they're hitting it.
No declaration
No,
comes at the
that's
end of
very,
that over.
very interesting. I think umpire Abdullah Steenkamp was standing his ground there at the Kelvin Grove end, looking towards the Titans dressing room, waiting for the signal.
Yeah, I think now there might be a little bit of psychology in play here. The Titans will want to keep them out, keep them thinking, keep them on their toes, not allowing the Western Province batsmen to start warming up just yet. The opening batsmen traditionally will have their mindset now on their processes to get padded up. I don't think they'll be running off the ground to get their pads on, that's for sure. But I think they're already, Yazin Vali's, that's a lovely reverse sweep off Yves Kamanzi there from Pillay. He's definitely looking for his century here.
Wow.
Maybe his captain has signalled to him, you've got 5 overs to go for your century.
Just moved down to 72 with that reverse sweep, and all the shots are starting to come out now. Absolutely no pressure at all on the Titans batters out there. In partnership 91 for the 8th wicket. We must indicate there for the 8th wicket, both of these players going to half centuries to add to the 50 by Sibs Makanya. Also played very well, David. You were talking earlier on about Sibs and how well he plays aggressively. He was tied down for quite a while, and then towards the end of his innings really opened up with those 3 massive sixes.
Definitely, he plays. He's a solid player, and he's starting to deliver on that promise that he really showed early on in his career. And at that number 5 role, you need to deliver. Big scores, 30s, 40s are not good enough at number 5, and he'll know that. I think if we look at the scorecard as well, the likes of Gian Clitty and Corbin Bosch will be kicking themselves they're the only ones that really didn't get a start. Even Herman got a little bit of a start there. But I'm looking at the overs left for the day. There are 57 overs left for the day. There will be 2 overs taken off for the change of innings. So maybe they're looking at a target of 50 overs to bowl at Western Province for the day. That might come into play. So we're looking at 5 overs left. Should that be the case? I mean, that's something that captains do think of. Give their bowlers 50 overs, goes to their fast bowlers and say, I need 10 of the quickest overs that you're going to bowl today. That's a lovely shot.
Lovely shot. Lovely sweep there.
Aya Gomani bringing out all the shots this afternoon.
Yeah.
The one-day shots are starting to come out. We haven't seen too many, which we classify as one-day shots, but we had a reverse sweep early on. That one was also hit really hard and it raced to the boundary.
In white ball cricket, I think Ayagwamani has been traditionally a bowling all-rounder who brings a lot in the field as well. But you know, when it comes to red ball stuff, if he can offer this as at number 9 as a batsman, almost as a batting all-rounder, I think that's a huge asset for the Titans. A very good signing for them in the off season.
He's certainly a very experienced cricketer. So he like Bashir Waters, knows his game inside out.
He likes Ayagwamani is one of the fittest guys in the country.
Yeah.
If you follow him on Instagram, he's always puts a lot of people to shame. He makes us all feel bad about ourselves when he's doing sit-ups and push-ups and at the gym. But he is, and that's the key. You know, when you want to make a career out of it, you need to put in all the effort.
Yeah. Very compact player. He's looked that way.
Swans in the air.
Somebody got it. Oh, dear.
And it's dropped. I think it's Bashir Waters.
It is Bashir Walters who got underneath that. Carl Simmons and Bashir Walters both coming towards that ball. Walters getting to it first, but unfortunately spilling that chance, and just about sums up what's happened here post lunch for Western Province, as the heads have gone down a little bit, and it's completely to be expected.
Yeah, very difficult for the fielders. Simmons and Walters were converging on each other. We were all sitting back here thinking somebody call that old school call for the catch. But unfortunately it was a bit of a tennis shot slap from Ayagwamani. I actually thought it went the distance. It sounded good off the bat, but it went pretty high up, and Bashir Walters just couldn't get to it in the end. And it's as you say, it sums up the innings. It's been a very good fielding by the Western Province guys on day 1, but day 2, when things didn't go their way, the fielding started to wane a little bit. That's understandable.
It is.
But they're going to have to gather themselves in the change of innings and do the job with the bat.
Indeed, it's now Kamani facing once again to Kieran Kenny into his 21st over. It's quite a big workload on the youngster for his debut, but he will remember those 2 wickets. One feels for the rest of his days, getting those on his debut. And
he looks like he's got a good body makeup for a fast bowler. He's got a nice action. It doesn't look too heavy on the body. He's got a lovely action, which obviously the coaches can work with.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of potential. Build up on his strength, build up on his speed a bit. He's not the tallest of bowlers. We mentioned the name Francois Plaatjes. He used to play for the Cobras, Western Province, back in the day. Bowled quick, but didn't necessarily get too much, like an Anrich Nokia, that kind of, didn't get too much of that bounce, but very effective as well. And credit to him, he's run in. He's run in hard, as you say, 21 overs. The body will be hurting, but it will be a good hurt. It will be one that he'll gladly take, because it means he's made his first class debut. And the captain's thrown him the ball and said to him, I need some serious amount of overs from you, which is a good thing as a youngster.
Very good.
The other thing is, Wayne Parnell was telling us this is the 3rd game where Western Province have had to have over 100 overs in the field. So it's been a tough season so far in the field for Western Province.
I can tell you the batsmen won't be happy about that. Oh, that was well played. It was nicely cut by Ayagwamani, but almost fielded by Ethan Cunningham. That's another boundary.
And that takes the Titans to 551, a loss of 7, 83 fours, 4 sixes, and that in 151.4 overs. Run rate just over 3.6 an over, and it takes these two to their 100 partnership. 103 of 161 balls in just 20 minutes short of 2 hours. And this certainly, looking at this partnership, one does feel that players like Gian Kluter and also even Sibs Makanya must be looking at themselves now, and Sibs particularly, 53, was looking for that 100, had the chance to get to that today with the pitch and the attack as it is.
Yeah, it's almost at times that the Titans let Western Province in for, gave them a little bit of a teaser, 1 or 2 wickets, and then took it away from them, and that's sometimes a lot more disheartening than taking quick wickets and getting rolled. Western Province just weren't able to take advantage. Kyle Simmons, a couple of wickets before the lunch period, was looking excellent. But this 103-run partnership from these two batsmen has really taken the innings away from Western Province.
And we have 3 minutes until the scheduled drinks interval. One senses that it would be almost no sense at all to take the drinks break here. Have a 5 minute drinks break or a 4 minute drinks break, and then still have the 10-minute change of innings.
Does it look like Mo Valley coming on to bowl? This is the actual prince of 2004-2005. Yazin Valley is now taking the ball. At least he'll go into the scorecard. So in 15 years' time, the commentators that are sitting here will say and will question why Yazin Valley was bowling. But yeah, Mo Valley he'll enjoy this little bowling stint.
I mean,
doesn't get the chance too often.
I mean, I think I am going to probably suggest now that Kyle Simmons and Bashir Walters have a little bit of a floppy hat frisbee throwing competition, just to see who can throw it the longest. Whether they get better traction with the wind or against the wind, we'll just have to see.
Let's see what Yazin Valley, and I haven't seen him bowl too much in the net, so I can't imagine his arm is too loose.
No.
But it looks like slow to medium.
Yeah, definitely. Right arm over the wicket.
Yes.
Military medium.
Military
medium. Yeah.
Yes. In the Chris Harris dibbly dobbly mode. Yeah.
Yeah. Similar speed, maybe even slower than Chris Harris towards the end of his career.
Probably. Yeah.
A little bit Mark Elam-ish.
Yes.
As well, the former England bowler.
Yeah, it's.
But if he gets 1 wicket here, he'll be looking at his captain saying, "Well, why didn't you bowl me earlier?
Exactly.
I told you that I could do a job for you."
This one's going to go to his captain at slip. Oh, that was the surprise one, the one that bounces.
Yeah.
All it takes is a loss of concentration from the batsman.
Yeah,
we have seen that quite often when you get these types of bowlers. Just take the concentration, and they sometimes give their wickets away.
We're going to have to look deep into the stats to see if there's any wickets next to the name of Yazin
Yeah,
Valley
well,
in
let's see
the
if
bowling
we've
stats.
got these,
We've known Yazin for his batting stats normally. Now we're going to have to check on his bowling stats. I can't imagine there's too many, with respect to him, too many first-class wickets under that column.
Yeah, you are correct.
Shot.
That's 4 runs cut away by Pillay. Lovely shot there. He moves to 77 as the score moves to 555 for 7.
Okay, that's
What do we call that?
Real Hollywood number.
Yeah, Nelson times 5.
Quintuple Nelson.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good enough score to declare on. Come on, Neil. So Yassine Mo Valley has got 4 first-class wickets in Division 1. 4 first-class wickets at 42.25. He has only bowled 39 overs in 39 overs in first-class cricket.
And they call it drinks break.
They have called drinks, but are they not calling the declaration? Well, that would be, I think, surprising. I think that is the declaration, is it? Or is it just drinks? We're waiting to see.
No, it doesn't look like a declaration. The drinks are coming on.
That's
Aaron Pangusa, the 12th man, is bringing on the drinks. and the batsmen will continue after
Yeah.
the drinks break. There might be a message from the 12th man here to say to the batsman, you've got X amount of overs to bat still.
Yeah.
The overall record for highest score for the Titans, 4-day cricket, is 6-2-3.
Wow. So
That's-
one senses that just maybe too far away from where they are to go to that number, but you just don't know. You don't know what's in the mind of the captain. So we'll just take a quick break while the players are having drinks, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Welcome back after the drinks break. As we said, the Titans bat on, and Province have made a change. Gavin Kaplan is coming on. He's bowled 13 overs, nothing for 29. Bowled quite well early in the day. Got 2 for 29. Nothing for 29. He bowled quite well, getting the ball to come back into the right-hander and away to the left. Caused Makanya quite a bit of problems when he was batting. So the Titans are 5-5-5 for 7 after 153 overs.
That's very Hollywood, like 5-5-5. Yeah, really good. And it has been Hollywood-style batting for a lot of the time here for the Titans. They've really put in a great batting performance here, having been put into bat. Gavin Kaplan upset with himself on that one, just straying a little bit down the leg side, and Omani just tickling it down to the man at fine leg. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. We've just been given a note that Simon Harmer is actually padded up, and so that gives you some indication that the Titans are not thinking of declaring soon. Whilst that might be some kind of psychological tactic on the part of the Titans, it is not a great sign for the Western Province players out in the field. And still, for Gavin Kaplan, we have a ring field on the offside, 5-4 split offside onside field. We've got a man quite deep at slip, backward point, a more conventional cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deepish mid wicket, and a man at about 75% of the way to the boundary, down at a long leg position.
That is fascinating that Brunt is clearly not interested in declaring any time soon.
Yeah.
He really wants to grind Western Province into the ground, by all accounts.
Yes, it certainly looks like that. If this was ever going to be a baptism of fire for the young Western Province batters that have just making their debut, this is certainly it. One maybe what's happening here with Mo Valley and Gavin Kaplan bowling is they're just warming up for their batting.
Nicely driven to the covers, but there's no run.
And that's the end of the over. 154 gone, 556 for 7. Pillay, no, very well played, 77, his highest first-class score in only his second match. And Omani, who is approaching his highest first-class score, which we have down as being, I think, 86. Yeah, 86 for the Warriors versus the Titans in 2012-2013.
This is the worst sort of situation if you're the opposition openers, because you've got one eye on opening, but you've had one eye on opening for a good hour now. If you're Western Province, you're constantly thinking of how you're going to go about it, constantly thinking of how, looking at the pitch, how the pitch is playing, your different plans that you're going to go about, the different bowlers that the Titans have. The longer it goes on, the Titans batting, the more stressful things become.
Yes, indeed. That one just and every run, every movement you now have to make in the field as a Western Province fielder, just adding to the pain of being out there in the sun. It's a windy day here in Cape Town, but out there on the field feels a lot hotter, even though there is a breeze, as Valley just strays once again onto the pads of Omani, and another single to the player from the Eastern Cape, who is now on 65. Partnership is 111. Nelson on the scoreboard for the partnership, as
which you sometimes have seen in a situation like this. I don't think you'll see it today, but you've seen the bowlers decide that they will bowl half trackers constantly, or lowish full tosses
yes.
to try and entice the batsman. I don't think Western Province will reduce to
No.
that level, but you have seen it.
Yes.
It has happened.
Yeah,
To desperately get the declaration to come
that's right.
sooner rather than
Try and get
later.
that wicket. This one is wafted away down to, I think that looks like Daniel Smith on the boundary at square leg, and he runs around to deep backward square to field, not before they're through for another 2. Was it just a single, or did they get 2 there? Only the single. That's probably some poor running from the Titans there. Yet another single takes them up to 561 at the end of 155 overs. And Western Province visibly slower in the field, and one can't blame them. It has been 155 overs of pain for them, 155 overs of really good batting. I mean, if one looks at that Titans scorecard, some excellent batting, and now right down the order for the 8th wicket, already 113 that these two have put on, approaching the record for the Titans against a team in the franchise or 4-day era here for Western Province.
5 overs before the second new ball, but I suspect Western Province will do the same thing they did yesterday and continue to bowl with the old ball.
They, with them choosing to take the new ball, I think only at 91, 92 overs, that's going to stretch that out, is it, Tim, to like 170 overs before they can take a new ball?
That's right. That's quite right.
Sorry,
still a way away.
A few overs away, and still this offside ring field. The batters of Western Province now bowling for for Western Province team. We have for Gavin Kaplan, we'll let him bowl this ball, and then we'll give you his field placing. And so that was fielded by a viewer Umgijima, who is at a sort of gully position. So we've got a gully, a backward point, we've got a man in the covers, extra cover, wideish mid-off, mid-wicket, man on the deep square leg boundary, and a man at long leg. And a 5-4 offside leg side field, and that one is left alone. It's been actually quite a disciplined, in a lot of quite a disciplined batting performance from these two. Nothing, I think I can only remember 1 or 2 sort of false strokes.
It's going to go under the radar because of how well Dean Elgar and McKenna batted yesterday. But on its own, it's been an exceptional partnership. Really, they both played very, very well. Komani has been the aggressor once he's got his eye in, and Pele's just played the long game, looking for that 100, looking for those magic 3 fingers.
Yeah, in his first season in the 4-day competition, and first class only got 1 game down to his name, and this would be a huge milestone for him as a young player in the Titans setup. One sense has given his chance here as well, through the fact that there's a number of players that are out on national duty at the moment.
Yeah, he was. He's a good young player, and what the system has produced, even without those forced changes, but given us some youngsters to look at, which is good for South African cricket. That one there is a long hop, which Komani has no problem at all smacking it to the square leg boundary with the greatest ease. He moves on to 71 now, and the Titans are 566 for 7.
If he given the opportunity to stay there for a few more overs, one does sense that he has the opportunity to get to his highest first class score. That would be an achievement in itself after what is already, as you were mentioning, quite a long career in the first class game in South African standards, nearly 10 years. I think his debut at least 10 years ago. 2012-13 season, so 9 seasons ago.
He's been around a long time.
I've been impressed with Pillay, Tim. He's looked good since I think probably nerves when he came in initially a little bit, coupled through the slips, but since then he's certainly looked the part. He plays the ball well and hits the ball hard, as he does on this occasion, through the diving Eve Kamani in the covers, and he moves into the 80s territory that he certainly has not been in before in first class cricket. Short career in first class cricket, debuted in this particular season.
Yeah, and if you bowl short and wide to him when he's in this kind of mood, you're going to be punished.
He probably feels he missed out on that one, just drifting into the pads on a foolish length, and only managed to get it as far as Ngajima, who was patrolling the mid-wicket area.
Unfortunately, we can't see the Titans dressing room from our vantage point, so we will only know when the declaration comes, when the batsmen start walking off. We will try and keep you abreast on all when that happens.
So this is now the highest partnership for the Titans against the highest 8th wicket partnership for the Titans against a Cobras, or in fact now Western Province team in the 4-day game, and this partnership at 123, eclipsing the previous record of 120.
Nicely bowled there by Kaplan.
I must apologise to you. Sorry, the record is actually the 8th wicket record that stands at 158 is actually was against the Cobras at Willemore Park. That is Roelof van der Merwe and Sean von Berg actually scored that against the Cape Cobras. So we already know today that the Titans have yesterday broke the record for the highest first wicket partnership with their team in franchise of 4-day cricket, which was 213 for Elgar and Markram. That now stands against the names of Elgar and Mokoena against Western Province at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, 233 it was for that first wicket. So plenty of records being broken here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands for the Titans batters, who have applied themselves very well against a limited and young, in the main young, Western Province attack. And in these type of situations, that's what you should be doing.
Yes, records are there to be broken, and when you've got an inexperienced bowling attack, it's hardly surprising when those records do indeed get broken. But you still got to do it, and the Titans have certainly done that.
A little bit of a wobble last night, when they lost 3 quickish wickets, and this morning again It's a little bit of a flurry of wickets, with Carl Simmons taking 2 in 1 over. Corbin Bosch being together with Gian Kluter, the only 2 Titans batters who failed to get into double figures on a pitch which has held very few demons once you've got used to it. And that's a beautiful shot from Omani.
Lovely shot there, Omani. He's really getting into the zone now. We often talk about the zone as a batsman, and he's really in the zone, playing the medium pace of Kaplan with the greatest of ease. Not really in any trouble. Kaplan is still able to get the ball to come in slightly, but it's not troubling Kwamani at all.
And we know now. I mean, it's virtually the end for Western Province, because that frisbee hat throw from Carl Simmons, not to the standard that we saw earlier on in the day. Unfortunately, the hat rolling away from Ethan Cunningham, that's just not acceptable. Sorry, I mean, standards are there to be maintained. And having said that, it will be Simmons who's going to replace Mo Valley from the Wynberg end of this beautiful ground here in Cape Town, in the lush green suburb of Newlands, one of the highest rainfall areas suburb-wise in the country, funnily enough.
Rankful
oh dear.
Which is misfielded by the mid-on fieldsman. Lots of tired legs in the West Province side, which is hardly surprising.
Yeah.
And with that misfield, the boundary comes. Province have been good for most of this game in the field. They've, for the most part, kept their heads high. But the last sort of 20-25 minutes, the heads are starting to drop. And the intensity isn't there anymore. So, disappointing from their point of view. The Titans' run machine continues.
Indeed, they're now approaching their second highest score. They've already eclipsed their highest score, as you said, Tim, against a Western Province or Western Province Boerland or Cobra's team, as this one is chased all the way by Kieran Kenny to the boundary. It beats him to that boundary on the northeastern side of the ground, between the Oaks and the commentary pavilion, and it's a slow jog back to that shiny new cap for Kieran Kenny. It's all happening in slow motion at the moment, except if you're a Titans batter.
And play moves into the nervous 90s.
My goodness.
He's not looking nervous, but
No.
Hopefully then being in the 90s will work against him from a Western Province point of view. That's why he's driven out to the man at Medan who misfielded earlier in the over, and he managed to stop that one.
And accentuated, the reason for my laughter there, an accentuated long barrier stop from Bashir Walters as he went down to stop that one, having struggled to get down to stop the previous one. And this is pure pain now.
Yeah.
If you're a Western Province player, supporter, you have to feel the pain of the players out there. And from a Titans' point of view, these two batters, both of them looking to potentially get their first class hundreds, maiden first class hundreds, in his will be his 10th season for Aya Kamani if he does get it. You just don't see the captain taking him off now, though, do you? Until he's out, and at 76, it will probably be cruel.
It is in that sort of situation. We have seen people being declared while on in the 90s.
Yeah.
There've been a few famous ones down the years,
They
but
have.
Grimani will hope that is not the case as far as he is concerned.
So it's Gavin Kaplan in again from the Kelvin Grove end, and the bowling reserves of Western Province have been tested to the limit here in this innings from the Cobras. Listen to me, from the Titans.
One thing, you don't often get this, even though Province has been in the field an awful lot this season. When you do put an inexperienced attack like this in the field, you've got to make them pay.
Yeah.
And the Titans are certainly doing that. They've got the foot on their necks and they're not letting go.
And this is something that gets mentioned a lot in the Test match cricket field, when you have got a team down that you really need to put, as you said, put that foot, or really make sure that that hold that you have on them is maximised. And if you're going to make sure that the team remains down and you have the opportunity to really exert your dominance over them, then this is the way to do it. You're looking at 136 added for the 8th wicket after 3 wickets went down for very few runs. Hard to imagine what must be going through the minds of the 11 players from Western Province out there on the field at the moment. Many of them who would never in their careers have spent as much time as this out in the field for one innings.
It's a case of tired minds and tired legs for Western Province, which is a worry, particularly for the batsmen. It's you know they're going to have tired legs, but they're also going to have tired minds, with the way that the Titans have just really put the pressure on and suffocated the Province bowling attack. A bit like a puff adder.
Yeah. I mean, what is quite interesting to note is that such has been the dominance of the Titans that even the flock of pigeons that was sitting on the northeastern corner of the ground have since disappeared. Even them not able to stay and support their team in the pursuing wickets here.
There's been a fair few boundaries in that fashion. They've decided we'll come back tomorrow.
Maybe it is a little bit early to say that the Western Province are on a wing and a prayer, but certainly this match is gone from anything but a survival opportunity for them now.
Yeah, that's without a doubt. You would have thought they might have had an opportunity with those late wickets yesterday. Mm-hmm. They got on a bit of a run, got them out for, say, around about 400 mark, then there would have been an outside chance for them to do something. But touching 600 now, it's gone. There are only 2 results now available.
Yeah, one felt that the morning session was probably shared, particularly when, with half an hour to go, the Titans were 7 down. At the session just prior to lunch, and after lunch, it's been all Titans with Omani and Pillay just taking the whatever vestige of a chance Western Province had of potentially even saving this game seemed to have disappeared in that hour or so. Oh my word! That just accentuates the lack of luck that does happen when you're in this type of situation. Pillay now 97, one stroke away from what would be a maiden 100 in his debut year. Fantastic for the youngster.
It will be a fantastic milestone if he manages to get there. Been really impressed, as you say, with his performance. A couple of early edges early on in his innings, literally his first 7 or 8 balls that he faced, but beyond that he has been pretty much faultless, and he's looked to keep the score going. He hasn't let any of the bowlers settle. He scored at a good rate. Seems to be a good young talent. This one is a thick outside edge. Because of the situation, there is no first slip, and it races the way to the boundary. But it's another boundary for Kwamani, who moves on to 81. He's also eyeing that milestone of 100. And the Titans are edging closer to the 600 mark. Just 5 short now of 600. This one is a bit tighter, a bit more in at the stumps. Forward defence by Kwamani, solidly behind it. Kappers has got nothing for 40 in his 17.2 overs. Bowled better than that. It's been quite a useful find for Western Province so far. This one tries to play a sort of finicky little cut. Kwamani doesn't get anything on it. Good piece of keeping there from Verena.
Yeah.
It's always good to see when you see an energetic wicketkeeper trying to make a stumping in a situation like this. The wicketkeeper is often the guy that gets the team G'd up.
That is gone miles over the head of Bashir Walters into the railway stand here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and trying to find the ball there, which I think is going to be quite difficult for them to do. But that brings up the 600 for the Titans, Tim, and a 150 run partnership for these two, approaching the record for the Titans.
Of 221 balls, so that's a really good rate, and Kwamani is the dominant character in this partnership. He's got 87 of the partnership, and Pillay 64. So Pillay has allowed Kwamani to play his natural innings pretty much from the get-go with this partnership.
So Jivashan Pillay has played a number of first-class matches. This is his franchise or four-day debut has been in this year, as this one is once again pierces the boundary, this time all the way along the ground for Kwamani, and he's already now moved to his highest first-class score, as has Pillay, his previous highest in first-class cricket, 74. He does have a list A 100. Both of these batters now on their highest ever first-class scores, both in the 90s, and the message is clear, with still another half an hour to go to tea. One senses as soon as they have got to their milestones, there will be a declaration from the captain, and Titans heading towards their highest ever first-class, their highest ever first-class score.
They're both in their 90s, and they both, the last thing they are nervous.
Yeah.
They are quite settled in the situation with the bowling. There were just a couple of deliveries there. They were too short from Kaplan, and Gomani just spacked them away for 4. No problems. And a 6.
So Jivashan Pillai, 22 years old, has played for, was selected and played for SA under 19, and this is his debut season in 4-day cricket, and he moves on to 98 now with that one that goes past the short mid wicket down to the boundary where Bashir Walters makes sure this time that he fields that one, and that is now it's Armani on strike, and he played that one beautifully down the ground and slams into the advertising hoardings in front of us, and he goes to 95. Both of these batters now rapidly approaching their maiden first class hundreds.
Quality batting from these two. They've really settled in nicely and taking full control. That was virtually a full toss from Simmons, trying something different. Gomari not able to connect.
Just looking up Aya Komani.
A bit flatter, a bit faster from Simmons. Got it behind it from Guamani. They're up.
I do apologise. I mean, Aya Omani has in first class cricket got 107 as his highest score, but this will be his only 100 at this level, and he has now gone to that 100 with a 6. What a fantastic performance from Aya Omani. He looks to the heavens, and that is a moment to be savoured. As he goes that 100, Tim, his stats.
Over 119 balls with 13 fours and 3 sixes. So that's a strike rate of just under 85. That's really good going. Scored all around the ground. Wasn't at all troubled by the bowlers. Came in early, took the attack to the bowlers, and never really looked back. Was allowed to play his natural game, which suited him down to the ground. That's a really well-timed and well-deserved 100 there.
To have just obliterated the 8th wicket partnership record for the Titans of 158 by Sean von Berg and Rula van der Merwe, which is hardly a surprise the way that they have been batting, and so a century, a maiden century for Ayat Kamani in the colours of the Titans, and certainly that's now heading towards his highest ever first class score, which is 107 in the CSA 3-day provincial cricket programme, which up until this year was the standard and did have first class status. Jivashan Pillai, though, is past his highest ever first class score of 74, only 2 away from a debut or maiden 100 in only his first season in 4-day franchise cricket. 10 years in age difference between these two, a 32-year-old and a 22-year-old, but both looking equally likely to get to those milestones.
The Titans, meanwhile, are 616 for 7.
Wow.
With 163 overs.
And heading towards their highest ever score in first class 4-day cricket, the Titans, as they edge ever closer to that total of 623 for 6 against the Dolphins, which they achieved at the City Oval in Pietermaritzburg. in the 2006-2007 season.
I suspect if Play can get his 100 in singles,
Yeah.
they might not look at that total. They might just go, you know what, milestone done.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I think they're not. I don't think they're looking at that milestone necessarily at the moment. They're looking at his milestone in terms of giving him that chance to get to his 100. Whatever instructions came from the dressing room for them both to get to their hundreds, they have gone about that in style, and they both I deserve to get those hundreds.
Only a matter of time now before the Titans do eventually declare.
Yeah, one could get to the situation where they could have 10 minutes before tea, couldn't they? Or would they take an early tea? That's his 100. The maiden 100 for Jivashan Pillay in first class cricket. And what a way to go to that 100.
It took 159 balls with 18 fours, so more circumspect than Kumani, but still at an exceptional rate. Apart from early on in his innings, first couple of deliveries where he played away from his body, it was a really top innings by Pillay. You can feel really, really proud of that performance.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. He's played a number of those all around the ground. He's been playing, but those cover drives been particularly impressive. The way that he's ground out the innings to begin with and really come into his own, and looking the part here as a middle to lower order batter for the Titans, as this one will take them, they take two, it's going to take them closer to that Titans record. One senses the dressing room must know surely that the record is close to being broken, and it may well go in this over. Still one ball left. If they get there one, you'd think they would declare, wouldn't they? They've still got 10 minutes change of innings, and then 2 overs, probably 2 to 3 overs before tea. It may take tea if it's too close. I'm not sure what the playing conditions are in terms of that.
If they can get a couple of overs in before tea, I think they'll be more than chuffed.
They will. Oh, and that is equalled now to the record for the Titans. They equal the highest ever score as the Titans at 4-day cricket. 623 for 7 that was against the Dolphins, and at the moment 623 for, sorry, that was 623 for 6, they're 623 for 7, and they're going to carry on batting.
They are going to carry on batting. It's best to give up when we think they're going to declare.
Yeah,
just
I
let
think
them bat.
So.
Just let them bat.
We've called it every over and every minute for the last however long now. Wow. So witness something really special here today. I think that is the thing. One looks at first class cricket in South Africa, and particularly in recent times, this is something very special. Getting to this type of total, not been seen for a number of seasons. In fact, the last time the Titans came anywhere near a total like this was in the 2014-15 season at 550 for 5 against the Lions. So something special from their point of view. I would sense a long time since we've seen a total like this in 4-day cricket at Newlands as well.
You don't often get the chance to fill your boots as a team.
No.
As a personal level you do, but as a
Yeah.
team collective you don't often get to do it all in one innings. So when you do it, you've got to make it count. And the Titans so far this innings have certainly done that.
They have indeed. So, the reason we're laughing is that Simon Harmer is still padded up in the Titans dressing room. So yeah, some inside information coming through here. It's a very tight over so far from Carl Simmons. I would think that neither of these two batters want to now give it away.
They want to be not out. I think they both want to be not out whenever they do decide to call it an innings.
You want that asterisk against your name, and most definitely now, if your name is Jivashan Pillay or Aya Kamani, something special happened here today, and there is absolutely no doubt that these two batters will remember this day for a long time, as Ethan Cunningham produces probably one of the floppy hat frisbee throws of the day to get Carl Simmons reaching above his head to grab that one out of the sky. David, it's been a sobering experience for the Western Province youngsters.
Yeah, welcome to first class cricket. It's been a tough first match for the youngsters, but might as well throw them in the deep end, and this is what's expected.
Another record that has come through from Chris Tyndale-Biscoe, who is one of our statistics gurus that sits in the background, is that this is the first time that the Titans have scored 4 centuries in an innings. Previously 3 was the highest for them. And that match was against the Dolphins when they scored that 623.
I think I saw Bashir Walters just signalling up to the change room there, telling them to put the kettle on. Let's get tea going here.
That's right,
sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a loose delivery there from Bashir Walters. I think the umpire was a bit forgiving there in the situation. They could have signalled a wide there.
He was looking at that and he was thinking.
Little wry smile there from Bashir Walters there.
Yeah.
It's his old teammate Ayag Wamani. So if I'm not mistaken, they were roommates they stayed in PE together, and they were roomies on tour pre-COVID times when they were still 2 in a room, hotel rooms on their travels. So they're very good mates. And at this stage, I think a bit of banter.
I'm sure
Bash is never shy of a bit of banter, and he'll want to get one over his mate. That's better from Bashir Walters.
Yeah, he's actually running in with a bit of purpose here. I'm sure he's knowing he should only have at least one over to bowl before the tea interval. I'm sure that shoelace of his must be loose as well.
There's going to be a lot of shoelaces going untied in the next few minutes. A couple of guys just stretching it out on the field. At this stage now, it's the Western Province bowlers and the fielders will be thinking that there's time being taken out of the game. That's the only positives really that they can take out of that. Bashir Walters, as he strangled him down leg side, the umpire is not budging.
No, he's not budging at all. No,
I think that was more in jest than anything else. Umpire gave nothing away to the bowler there. Bashir Walters did a Vern Philander kind of run down the wicket, knowing that it's out, but
slip appeal.
Carl Verena took it down, well down leg side, but unfortunately for them, there was no nick.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, they certainly I don't think they're going to have a chance in this match to try and practice that chorus anymore, unfortunately for them. But,
We've had 10 dot balls since the
my goodness.
last over.
And these two are just playing it quietly until the tea interval, making sure that they give nothing away.
This must be some sort of record for the 8th wicket.
It is
yes.
the record for the 8th wicket for the Titans. I'm not sure about at Newlands in 4-day cricket, but it beats the previous record of Sean van Berg and Roelof van der Merwe.
That would have been a partnership worth watching.
It-
Sean
yeah.
van Berg
I was
and
gonna
Roelof van der Merwe.
Yes.
I was gonna
Not too many
not too many
quick
singles.
singles there. A lot of boundaries. Roelof van der Merwe doesn't mess about either.
Yeah. Oh dear. Yes, and highest totals against the Cobras. In fact, this is the equal highest total against the Cobras as well. The Knights having scored 623 for 4 declared. It appears like 623 is a magic number in domestic cricket for highest scores, either for or against. Perhaps that's what they're playing for, just to get to tea and declare at 623. I mean, for the instance of consistency for the record books.
I can't recall. I've seen over the last 5 years the Titans have amassed in white ball cricket some big scores here. Aidan Markram, Farhan Bayardin a couple of seasons ago. There was over 380 or 400 in the 150 over match, which I remember. So the Titans do enjoy coming down to Cape Town. They do enjoy playing at Newlands. And they've really put the Western Province bowlers to the sword this past day and a half.
That match, if I remember rightly, Titans was 33 for 4
That's
in
correct,
that match
yes.
Before Markram and Bayardin shared in that partnership. Sorry, Tim.
No, I was just going to say we've got 2 maidens.
Yeah.
Two overs where the Western Province have managed to restrict things. Haven't managed to restrict them overall, but
No. So one more over scheduled to be bowled before the tea interval, and the Cobras are running. The Western Province team running between the wickets to get that in. Yeah.
Not a lot of urgency from the Kyle Simmons. Reluctantly swings his brim hat
Yeah.
to Ethan Cunningham. He's got through 44 overs this innings, 3 wickets. He's toiled away for those 3 wickets. He's earned that coffee break.
Most
That's for
definitely.
sure. Bashir Walters, 32 overs this innings, 1 for 96. He's worked hard. He maybe deserved 1 or 2 more wickets for his efforts.
Yeah, I think so.
And obviously the loss of Mpungwana last night has really put the load onto the other bowlers and forcing the likes of Gavin Kaplan. Gavin Kaplan got through 18 overs. He had bowled 6 overs yesterday, so he bowled 12 overs today. And Yazin Valley, 3 overs.
So
Captain Zubair Hamza hasn't given himself the ball just yet. I think
Chippo Mariki was saying he's retired those leg spinners.
Yeah.
He doesn't even bowl them in the nets anymore.
Yeah, I think when you reach his level of batting, you concentrate on your batting. You don't need to really do anything with the ball. There's enough responsibility on him.
And you must feel that the declaration has to come at tea. To come out after tea would be a very interesting tactic from the Titans.
Doesn't really, if they come out after tea, doesn't give the bowlers. You're not telling the bowlers you've got too much confidence in them, because at 623 you would think that you've got enough runs from a first innings point of view.
I would think so.
So for me, I agree. I think at tea we'll see the declaration. It will give the Western Province players time to pad up, have a quick little chat, and the afternoon, the evening session will be a tough one for them to bat through.
It will be, and now we're 15 dot balls in a row.
15 dot balls. 15 dot balls in a row.
Both players have went to their hundreds. Their first for Jivishan Pillay, his first century in first-class cricket. Ayat Kamani, his first 100 in 4-day cricket. And he looks destined not to get his highest first-class score if the declaration does come at T, which looks now, 10 minutes to go till T, so it looks increasingly likely. T at
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock,
Okay.
yeah. So I thought it was a 10 to 3, but that's of course a 2-hour session. It's a 2-hour, 10-minute session, so T at 3 o'clock. And now it's a question of just going through the motions until T. If there is a break in play now or a declaration, they will take the tea break. So maybe that was the time they were looking to get to. So tea would be taken and change of innings if they declare now. And that then does not take any more time out of the game.
3 maidens in a row
Yeah.
for Western Province.
Cricket is a very psychological game
It is, yes.
as well, and often one or two instances where a captain can get the psychological edge, and I feel that they haven't really taken advantage of that opportunity from a Titans point of view to get that. Yes, they're 623 for 7 psychologically. That's a big number.
It is.
But it depends on the captaincy style as well.
Yeah.
The likes of Dean Elgar might have, if he was captaining, you might have put them in half an hour early.
Yeah.
Let's give them half an hour, barrage of half an hour for 2 opening fast bowlers, at them try and nip out 1 or 2 before tea.
Yeah, and give even maybe surprise the openers, give Simon Harmer the new ball, something like that, which you may be able to experiment with a couple of overs. Those opportunities are now they're gone for the Titans. Maybe he feels they've got enough. Now let's take tea, but again, declaring now would be something that would. That is a great shot.
That's the record for the Titans.
It is indeed, and it is record highest score against a franchise or a team for Western Province in this 4-day game, and so that is quite an achievement. 627 for 7. Overtakes the 623 for 6 declared against the Dolphins. For the Titans and for Western Province, overtakes the 623 which the Knights scored against previously the Cobras. So records falling all over the place here today at 6 Gun Grill Newlands on the batting side.
Just on the declaration, non-declaration, I wonder if Brunt has already decided that this pitch is flat, so it's pointless having an early-ish declaration. I don't think it is as flat as some might seem, or that the scoreline suggests. I think there's something. It's slow, but there is something. It's been enough there. We saw Kaplan with his early swing early on in the day, able to get the ball to come back in.
The thing is, though, if you've got a flat wicket, you want to give your bowlers the most time to get stuck in. And no matter, we all know cricket, no matter how flat the pitch is, when you've set 627 as a first innings score, scoreboard pressure comes into play, and that's going to play on the minds of the Western Province batsmen, even if the pitch is a little bit flat. The mental side of the game comes into play for the 2.5 hours post tea. It's going to be a tough 2.5 hours.
It will be. I mean, give the bowlers also a chance to get into some kind of rhythm, apply pressure. Certainly, if the unless the Western Province batters can get on top of the attack early, it's even then it's unlikely that they'll take the pressure off. You're always constantly going to be under the cosh by having fielders close in or more attacking fields, not being able to relax for a moment or even have the opportunity to play a false stroke without being punished for it. We've still got the five on the offside in the ring for Western Province. It's sort of standard field that we've seen for most of the match so far in this innings, and Bashir Walters with this. I don't even think this is going to be the last over before tea. He's only got 2 balls left. It's a nice tickle, isn't it, down that leg side. Another easy 2 for Pillay.
What was that quote, that famous quote that Jacques Callister said when they were chasing 438 and he said they're 5 runs short?
Yeah.
Maybe that's going through the mind here, saying it's always good to lighten the mood in the change room. You know you're under the cosh. But a bit of, somebody like Carl Verena, I can imagine chirping that, maybe 5 runs short.
That's right, yeah.
Records are meant to be broken.
Absolutely.
There's no reason why for the next 2.5 days.
He can't. Yeah, he can bat long. Carl Verena. You've got Hamza can bat long. We know they're capable of building big innings. We haven't seen what Smith and Kaplan are capable of. Certainly would be a good opportunity for a 300. One of these Western Province batters.
That would be one way to announce yourselves. Zubair Hamza and Carl Verena both got the Proteas one-day matches coming up, so they'll want to get a lot of time out in the middle.
Yeah, nothing quite like having time out in the middle. It doesn't matter how many nets you have, how many middle practices you have. Nothing quite beats being able to be at the crease in a competitive situation.
Kyle Verena using all his experience there just to check to see how the umpire's doing. Very courteous of Kyle to just have a quick conversation to check if the umpire's doing okay, and if he's signalled to put to get the coffee going at the tea break.
How those feet
are
doing all right after after 160
Kyle
overs.
Verena is a very caring young man. He does care about the umpire's well-being.
So nice to see from these guys, yeah.
But at this stage, it's just about limiting the damage now. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Carl Simmons, he's bowling a bit quicker now, but he actually, if I'm not mistaken, he started out as a medium pacer, and turned to spin later on. But you can see by his action that it has got the base of a medium pacer.
Yes.
Oh, that's a lovely little tickle around leg side, down to fine leg by Ayak Omani.
Oh, and that will now take him to his highest score in first-class cricket. It's 108, surpassing his previous score of 107. And so another milestone that is passed here for the experienced Titans batter in... what is this? It's first season now for the Titans?
First season at the Titans. A very shrewd signing for the Titans in the off-season. Quickly identified that he offers a lot from an all-round point of view and in the field as well. He's an absolute gun in the field. Quick, brilliant catcher.
Oh dear. That looking like that may have been a chance down the leg side, and that in the 169th over. Really tough. Maybe a little bit of a feather on that.
The bowler would think there was a feather. The wicketkeeper will say no, it didn't go near. Definitely thigh pad.
Oh, that one
shot.
Just
a
standing
fantastic
his ground, and that also has gone all the way. Yeah, that's I think his second or third 6. Ayat Kamani, and he moves into the 110s, 114 not out. 638. And one ball left, one feels in the Titans innings as he edges one through the legs of the slip. This has just been one of those overs, hasn't it?
It's been one of those innings. Unfortunately, Kyle Simmons
Yeah.
is done. There's
Yeah,
no other way of
done,
putting it in
done.
terms of he's ready for the tea break.
Yeah.
He's ready for the declaration to come, and now we're assuming that it's going to come.
Yeah.
The batsmen are embracing to congratulate. There's some
Yeah.
good sportsmanship from the
Very good.
recognition from the Western Province fielders of their efforts. A partnership of 191 runs
Yeah.
for the 8th wicket. That's truly immense
It
from
is.
Javesh Pillay and Ayakwamani. Really taking the game away from the 6-gun Grill Western Province team.
So at the lunch break, the Titans find themselves 639 for 7. Pillay not out 107. Guamani not out 115. We will catch you after the lunch break. welcome back everyone to the post-tea session. The Titans have come back out to bat. They are 639 for 7. Pele is on 107 and Coman is on 115. Very fortunate this afternoon to be joined by Khalid. You might know Khalid from Cricket Fanatics magazine. Good afternoon, Khalid. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks, and you, Tom. Good to see you again. Talking cricket, that's what I love to do with you. Yeah, very strange situation over here. I thought that the Titans would declare at this point, but clearly they want to bat on. I'm just happy for Pele, obviously, and Kamani for getting their centuries, high scores for both of them. So very excited to see them be continuous with us and consistent with us through the rest of the season. But very puzzling to see that the Titans have not declared.
Yeah, I've given up coming up with theories as to why they have or have not declared. But as you say, that's a good thing. Kumani has always been a hard worker. He's always been interested in doing well for the team rather than the individual. So it's nice for him to get a milestone of his own, showing his full talent. He's now one of the more senior guys in our new structure. So it's good for him.
I like the way his batting has improved over the years. I think a lot of people would have been confused whether he's a batting all-rounder, bowling all-rounder. We saw in the T20s the way he was playing almost a 360-degree game. I love the way his batting has come along, and maybe this is a role for him in the future. Maybe batting is where he needs to focus on, and maybe getting into that ODI team would be a good plan. That would might, if Vic is here to watch him, he can really show what his capabilities are and what his abilities are.
Cabans is coming in, and it's hit on the offside, fielded by the short cover. Bit of a loosener there, but new session, and Gomani is not quite seeing the ball as well as he was prior to the session break. Once more, this one he sweeps nicely to the man at the fine leg boundary for a single. Yes, certainly at the white ball, I think you can say Gomani was more of a bowler in the white ball cricket, who had the ability to hit the ball, but he simply, his focus was more as a bowler. It would be nice to see if he has adjusted himself with the move to the Titans. Maybe they have a new role for him. Maybe they want him to be more of a batting all-rounder. This one blocked out on the offside by Pele. There's no run.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how he changes the way he bats going forward. It's a beautiful shot.
That's one beautiful shot driven out in the cover boundary for 4 by Pele. A little bit too full there by Kabanzi once more. And easy pickings there for the batsmen. They move on to 644 for 7. What about the Province guys? The Province guys, it's a real youth side. They're missing a lot of guys either through injury or through call-ups to the CSA squads. So they've got, particularly in the batting, they've got a couple of youngsters from the academy. So there's a lot of pressure on there for those guys to make a name for themselves.
I mean, even the bowling attack, you can see how inexperienced the bowling attack is. A lot of club cricketers in there. We're going to be. It's unfortunate that Mapongwana didn't have an opportunity to complete his overs. Of course, I'm a big fan of his. What I've seen recently, I think he's really one for the future. Big, tall lad, can hit the ball. I was very impressed with his batting actually more than his bowling. I really hope that he can take that to the next level. But if we're going to look at this bat, I think we should start talking about Province's batting lineup. When the declare's going to come, we don't know. We're still looking up at the dugout, waiting for them to signal.
Apparently, Simon Harmer is still padded up. He's still got his pads on. We were discussing earlier about how he's going to be looking forward to getting a bowl on this pitch, but apparently he's still got his pads on.
You see Carl Simmons coming to the attack. A lot of overs under his belt.
Carl's got a lot of overs, So he's bowled well for the majority of these first 2 days. He's kept the spirits up as often as he can, bowled quite accurately, been rewarded with 3 wickets as well. Quick single there by Kumani, scampers through. They move on to 645, 5 short of 650.
Tim, I think the easiest comparison probably for Simmons, and a lot of fans will probably make that comparison, is that he's playing that George Linder role. Some might say that, although George bats much higher up in the order normally for the Western Province Blitz. You see another block out there. But what is your thoughts on Simmons and what you've seen from him? Do you see him in that sort of role for VP Blitz?
I'll come back to you after this delivery. This one is slightly to the leg side and there's no run. I can see the comparison, but I think George is the more complete cricketer, shall we say, both with the bat and the ball. He's the one that I think Cricket South Africa are trying to use as often as they can. They're just trying to find a specific role for him. But I do see the comparison, even if it's a little bit, it's a small comparison. This one is a loud appeal by the bowler, but I think it's more out of wishful thinking rather than anything specific.
As Kamani's trying to pull out those T20 shots again, eh?
We have seen a couple of T20 shots as his innings has gone on, and the batsmen have got more and more confident. This partnership now is edging towards the 200 mark. It's just too short now, too short of 200. Which is quite something, because when these guys came in, there was a little bit of hope for the province guys that they could get them out for still a good total, but not something like this. They were thinking that maybe 450 would have given them a good platform to come back into the day, but it hasn't been that way for Western Province.
This game is actually working out perfectly for someone like Pillay, someone that I've seen in his under 19 setup for quite some time, and normally an opening batter. That's how I've always seen him, and now getting an opportunity lower down the order to really stamp his authority over him.
He seems to have the technique for the opening batsman. He's still 22 years old, so maybe that he can grow into that innings. He can, as his season goes on and his career goes on, he can go up the order. But he seems to be a really, as you say, talented cricketer. This one, bounced just short of, just in front of Kamanzi. Again, another delivery that's just held you up on the pitch. That'll be music to Harmer's ears, the way the ball's pitching and holding up on this pitch. The more and more tired this pitch is, the more and more Harmer is more and more likely to have a say.
Yeah, because Pillay, I remember him having great partnerships with, Matthew Dietzky. The two of them know each other quite well.
This one down towards the point boundary, the man there for a single. Yes, you were saying?
Yeah, so that's where I really got to see them as a partnership over there. And so it's interesting to see because I always speak about protecting your young players in certain situations, particularly in the test arena. I always speak about it. If a young batter comes in, they need to protect their batters and maybe bat them at 6. We saw how England did that with Pope. A lot of other batters in the past have done the same thing, and of course sometimes for South Africa as well. So in this particular Titans lineup, with such an experience above him, it's good to see him. I know it's maybe forced, the protection, but it's good to see the senior players say, oh, look here, we'll bat ahead of you. You're going to come into this situation here. It's a deck that we can score a lot of runs on. Go out there and get your confidence on. Because this is going to do loads, it's going to work amazingly for him in the future as a confidence builder.
Exactly.
And that's the declaration.
That is the declaration, quite right. 647 for 7 after 172 overs. Pillay 113 and Komani 117. Partnership 199. We've been waiting for it for a long time, but it's finally come. Now there's a situation, we'll move on to province batting.
I mean,
we will take a short break because the batsmen will get a 10-minute break now before province come out to bat. Welcome back to the cricket. Western Province are about to start their innings with opening batsmen Yasin Valley and Daniel Smith. They've got a long way to go, a lot of runs to chase, a long way to try and save this game. A lot of overs. They've still got 33 overs today, so if they can go unscathed at the end of the day, they will say that that's a good day in terms of their batting. Opening the bowling for the Titans is Corbin Bosch, and I've got Khalid and James with me.
Thanks, Tim. Great to have you with us, Khalid, and to see this reply from Six Gun Grill Western Province.
This one is worked to the leg side by Yasin Valley from quick single, so Province are off the mark, and so is Yasin Valley.
So it's good to start reducing the deficit first ball. If you're a Western Province supporter. Tough ask for the team now, Tim and Khalid, to get runs on the board. Daniel Smith about to face his first delivery in first class cricket.
It's great to see this youngsters take on some guys that are experienced. I'm very excited to see this battle between Corbin Bosch and how Daniel Smith actually measures himself against the pace bowlers.
He's a former SA under 19 captain, so
it's actually Gavin
he's got a lot of talent behind him.
So Gavin's off the mark in first class cricket as well. So the two youngsters are opening. It wasn't Low Valley.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, I apologise.
That's really surprising.
That is a surprise, yes.
There we go. The two youngsters.
So it's a Ronald Bosch and Sachs connection.
Yeah.
Well, that's a very local. Description, yes.
Daniel Smith gets solidly in behind that one. Corbin Bosch bowling with some real pace by the looks of things.
And
Looking to get a good rhythm early on in his action.
yeah, the bowling his right arm quicks from the preferred end for the right arm quick bowlers, the Weinberg end, down the hill.
This one's a little bit fuller, and Daniel Smith leaves it in to go through to the keeper.
I think this actually is a good opportunity for them to look behind them and see the experience behind them. I think they should approach this obviously with a clear mind and say, look here, we'll just give it our best shot. Play with a clear mind. We know what's coming in behind us. You're protected by Vali and Hamza and Verena and Najima and all of these guys behind them. So I think that should be the focus and the mindset. Carl Verena can talk about his mentality, put it as someone of these youngsters.
Yeah,
This one is also left behind by Daniel Smith. No troubles there.
nice carry from Corbin Bosch through to the keeper, and we've got Gian Kluter in there at keeping for the Titans. And unsurprisingly, an attacking field, 3 slips, and a man at sort of a 4th slip, isn't it? Not really a gully, same that was applied by Western Province early on. No man in the gully. Conventional point, nobody else in the covers. We've got a mid-on man at forward square and a long leg on the boundary.
This one is driven a little bit erringly through the covers. Daniel Smith comes through for 2. His first runs in first class cricket.
And Tim is smiling.
Khalid knows that I know Daniel Smith and watch him regularly playing club cricket.
So Which one is a Rondebosch boy and which one's who's a Sax boy?
Daniel Smith is a sax boy.
Captain
Okay.
is the wrong one.
Okay. And
Daniel Smith is in form. He made 73 last Saturday for his club.
so that's good. And two young academy players from Western Province that have made their way into the first class team, playing Division 1 cricket. This is a great opportunity for them on a pitch which, if you can get in, it's been shown that you have the opportunity to score some good runs. Doesn't seem like it has too many gremlins in it, but who knows? If there are gremlins, Junior Dala is going to be somebody who's going to exploit those.
It did, yes. Junior Dala is opening the bowling.
Fast up.
That was
It's
a
wide.
real fast one, way over the head of Kaplan, and the umpire signals are wide.
No, we often talk about the step up, and that is something that we always speak about on our channel as well. And for these kids that don't play a lot of long format cricket when they're at school level, so for them to come into 4-day cricket, it's going to be a proper test for them, and Junior Dala's going to test that.
Yeah. Experienced campaigner, Junior Dala, been in the national setup at limited overs level.
This one,
That's what we're talking about.
hits him on the noggin. Kaplan, this is a new
There must be a camera in
new
the scoreboard.
experience.
The scoreboard seems to be crashed after that one.
something to have to get used to.
He wore that one, didn't he? That was yeah. So yeah, just welcome to first class cricket, Gavin.
Daniel Smith is quite happy at the non-striker's end, fiddling with his gloves. Quite happy to just let himself see this over out at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it's going to be all attack from the Titans now, bringing in a forward short leg. Well, so really a short leg, more you'd call that a sort of forward shortish square leg under the helmet.
Dala comes in. This one, Kaplan gets in behind it much better, much more solidly behind the delivery. But Dala is bowling really express pace here. Bowling is really good line of lengths.
Perfect situation for the Titans right now, because they in the field they can really get at the batters and get in their heads, and you can hear the loud appeals and for every single delivery. So psychological battle here as well.
Well,
This one just wide of the backward short leg. Kaplan will be well relieved that he's able to get through for a quick single there.
yes, you wonder whether the Titans didn't miss a trick there in having their short leg a bit too far away from the bat. That's Herman in there under the helmet. He's pulled himself up a couple of steps closer now for the next delivery to Daniel Smith, to the left-hander. But all attack, which one would expect from the Titans.
This one is a bit wild there from Dala down the leg side. Daniel Smith tries to flick it down but doesn't get anything on it, goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, I think you'll feel he missed out on that one down the leg side. But the last thing you want on debut, I'm sure, is a strangle down the leg side.
The only thing I would say is a missed opportunities maybe for one of these youngsters to learn off a senior batter. Only one of them are going to now on their debut. So.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
It's a good point. But it's if they can get through this first hour, that'll be a huge boost for the both of them.
Yeah.
If they can see off both Bosch and Dala, see them off and let the other bowlers have a go.
But we know who the real test is going to be for them.
Simon Harmer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we will see a lot of overs from Simon Harmer, I'm sure, even before the end of the day's play today.
Oh, this one is wide of third slip
Sure.
and goes through for 4. There's no third man. You wouldn't expect him to have a third man in the situation. A bit of a streaky 4 there for Daniel Smith.
Daniel Smith actually standing quite wide from the wicket. I'm liking that stance is maybe coming in to the ball, and so he can play more of an attacking shot.
Interesting that he's
stance.
got an interesting trigger movement, because his trigger movement is to the offside.
Exactly.
And I think he's when we start to look at some analysis, I mean, there will be very little, if anything, probably nothing much on Daniel Smith on that the Titans would have been able to have researched. But once they start doing that, then they're going to be targeting areas that they could potentially get him out.
2 weeks ago, he was playing against Western Province Free Cricket Club, which is Kaplan's club. And he was receiving a barrage of short deliveries, and he wasn't enjoying it one bit. By another guy who's in the academy, actually, Fraser Jones. So he'll know he's had fast bowling a couple of weeks. Oh, this one cuts Kaplan all ends up, beats him on the inside. A bit of a nothing shot there, wide of his body. This is a real test for these 2 youngsters.
But Kali, just between we've got a few minutes between balls, we'll just you were talking earlier on around and your what do you do from a cricket point of view, just to give the background. I wasn't in here earlier on.
So 1st of July actually, I started Cricket Fanatics magazine, which is a multi-platform digital publication. So we have a monthly magazine that comes out. It's 100% free, straight into your inbox every month. Recently we had a feature with Aidan Markram on the front cover. We put out the interview as well on the same day. And we also have a YouTube channel where we do a daily show and Sunday podcast. Tim's been on the channel quite a few times. He's written for the publication as well, sometimes as well. And also our friend Umpo, very, very frequently he's on the channel as well. So we're also lining up an interview with Enoch, an exclusive interview with Enoch. We will be putting that out either today or tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting for you guys if you want to tune into that. And we'll also be having George van Heerden tonight on the show, on our Q&A show, so to give some SA under 19 action over there.
Captain, yes, which is great.
Get into his mind. So that's Cricket Fanatics magazine in a nutshell. Go follow us if you want to, if you love cricket, generally speaking, in South African cricket specifically.
And Ravi Reddy as well. It's part of. Has also been involved there. Now he got to know him through.
It's well worth
Commentary Association.
It's well worth a follow, and we read some really good content there.
It's great. We look forward to having you on air with us. Will you be here over the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'll definitely be here over the next couple of days. So I'm excited to speak to you guys again.
Fantastic. We look forward to that. I know we're supposed to have Nasri in. We'll get Nasri in at the end of the over. Always good to have the insights of somebody that's really involved in South African cricket and looking at it from grassroots level and understanding what's happening with the players coming through and is just supporting South African cricket generally. So really great to have you on board.
Thanks so much for having me.
reminder that we are on the Supersport YouTube channel, and this broadcast and commentary being brought to you by Cricket South Africa through Supersport.
This one, Smith works it towards the leg side, mounted square, goes through for a quick single. Thanks, Khalid.
See you guys soon.
Thank you. We'll see you later.
And Province are 12 without loss.
Yeah, what's going on with the scoreboard? Earlier on with the scoreboard, it looked like it was more like a blackboard. I mean, that's no reference to the fact that there's two youngsters out there maybe making the feel at home. No, sorry. That's a very bad joke. It's getting late on the second day. We just witnessed 647 for 7 from the Titans. Immense total from the Titans. Huge amount for them. They can really attack these two young batters.
This one was driven on the offside. They think about a single, but rightly turned down by Kaplan. There was certainly no single there.
Yeah, it was a good decision from the non-striker to send Daniel Smith back into his crease, made it back quite easily. So the field for Junior Dala, 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, a man at mid-on, and then at forward short leg, and a man down on the deep long leg boundary as we'll welcome Nasri Alexander into the studio to join us. I hope I've got your surname right.
Yeah. Got that. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Newlands looking a picture this afternoon.
It's beautiful, isn't it? As certainly the amount of rain we've had in the last couple of winters, and looking
Pristine.
Pristine. Yes.
And then we have some lovely cricket, 2 youngsters at the crease
We
from Western Province.
We do, and
a Proteas fast bowler running into them. I mean,
yeah, there we go. What more could you ask for on debut?
Our baptism of fire, then this is it.
As green as the grass is here at Newlands, so are the 2 batters that are out there in terms of first-class cricket.
After fielding for 172 overs also.
That's correct, yeah.
I just actually, just before I came on, I asked the scorers, for the number of balls.
Yes.
This was 1,039, which is an incredible stat.
That is an incredible stat, you're right. 1,039.
And if you're 19, 20 years old and you must face 145 Ks after that, then...
that's that one, and it must be really difficult. I mean, I know we say, and we were talking earlier on to Wayne Parnell, and it's just talking about the approach that they would be chatting to the guys around when they're coming out to bat, and saying, they would be looking at setting. Not really setting many targets. He didn't talk about targets. He just said, "Okay, you take it, over almost 10 runs by 10 runs. You take it by half session by half session, and you just bat. That's what they've got to do, is just bat, because at this situation they're in, they're actually pressure has almost been, in some ways, taken off them." By what the Titans have done.
So I think in all cricket, I think the best advice that we can give a young player, just and all coaches speak about it, is maybe just especially young players, just coming on the scene, bursting onto the professional scene, would be just play your natural game. No matter what the situation of the game, because if you're gonna temper with what when you start moving higher up, just do what got you here in the first place.
Absolutely.
Yes, you can always work on few small technical stuff which you work on throughout your career. But just play your natural game, and that should make you succeed. And back yourself.
Yes.
More importantly, So these 2 young players, I mean,
They look confident out
Yeah,
there.
very confident.
And I'll probably just put the kiss of death on them, but they don't, you know, but,
I don't have commentator skills on the debut. Well, there we go.
No, you see, I didn't. That was a good one. They're obviously immune to that. Yeah.
Or we don't count.
No, we don't count. No, we don't count. That was a glorious drive off the bat. Too short from Junior Dollar with a bit of width, and there Gavin Kaplan does not miss out, and that's his first boundary in first-class cricket, and that one fairly raced to the Oaks, and one would hope from a Western Province point of view that would be a shot that would be described many times in the future for this youngster. So both batters have both hit boundaries. Maybe Daniel Smith slightly less sort of comfortable than that one from Gavin Kaplan. But Nazri, you've been around Western Province and sort of cricket in this area for a long time, and now you've seen a lot of youngsters come and go potentially.
A lot of youngsters come and go. A lot of players go to higher honours. I've seen another couple of runs.
That's very good. Yeah, Gavin. Daniel Smith now into double figures, and has been so far 20 now without loss at the beginning of the 5th over. So scoring at quite a high rate to begin with. So
I was just thinking today. I mean, we have a debutant in this game, Kieran Kenny.
Yes. Yes.
He's actually my neighbour, you know, and I'm sure it was mentioned in commentary today.
We mentioned Kieran, but we haven't mentioned him as your neighbour. What I did want to do when you came on air was really talk about Kieran and talk about where he comes from, where you come from, and just really around the community spirit. We did speak a bit with David earlier on and say how the community in Salt River were absolutely ecstatic.
When they saw he was in the squad and then in the starting lineup, they were. I got plenty of messages. Can we come into the stadium? They had their posters ready. I said, guys, here's the link. You can watch it on SuperSport on YouTube. Yeah. So there's a lot of excitement. Last night when he got his maiden wicket.
Yes.
It was the WhatsApp groups and the Facebook Salt River Facebook groups was
wonderful.
A buzz with excitement as well.
Yeah.
What I can say about Kieran is he's an all-round sportsman.
Mm-hmm.
From 6-7 years old, he's played football
and
cricket as well.
Good.
He plays for United Cricket Club, which is not far.
Yes,
from Salt River.
yes, yeah. Remember, I know United Cricket Club quite well from my days up at Sunningdale Cricket Club in the northern suburbs.
Some big legends that played at United as well that he's following. Ishmael Bihardin, to name one.
Yeah.
So he's always been an all-round sportsman. And he was a bit nervous. I spoke to him the night before the game, and he was unsure if he was going to play firstly because Wayne Parnell and David Bedingham had niggles, so to say. But he was a bit nervous, and then after the first day, I sent him a message. Tough day. But also exciting that you got your first wicket. And the first thing he told me was, in a voice note, he said, "I'm very tired."
I'm sure he must have been very tired.
But I said, the bowling to the Proteas captain must have been an amazing experience for him. And then getting his first wicket just settled him down completely.
And you could see that on the field as well. I mean, and that first wicket then led to a second wicket, and that is a glorious shot from Daniel Smith. And he sort of takes a token run and taps his bat at the bowler's return crease before he walks back to his mark.
But swag from the youngster.
Yes, definitely. You love to see that, isn't it? So you say, play your natural game, and one senses as well. I mean, one sees here that the Bosch and Dala haven't necessarily been consistent, which was what happened yesterday as well, with the particularly with if one looks at Mkhitaryan Pongwana, not that consistent in his opening spell. which did give Elgar and McQueen the chance to actually build their innings, and seeing something similar in the first few overs here from the Titans bowlers.
I think we can clearly see with the type of wicket that it's a very good wicket. So patience is going to be key. Sticking to one length for a long time. You know, and eventually you will be rewarded for that. With the Western Province bowlers, especially, we saw there was 2 lengths. You know, and that comes with inexperience also. You know, you searching. You know, excitement is there, is building, and something that, especially that Kieran also mentioned, was he would bowl 4 good balls, but the 2 loose ones will go for 4, so it's 8 in the over. You know, so.
Well, that's great to hear that he's spoken about that already, because already, I mean, that's something they would have spoken about in the dressing room. Wayne was talking about that as well in terms of building the pressure. Just and that's not something that's an art or a science, if you want to call it that you learn from the experience. Junior Dala straying onto the pads, and that is a really good shot from Gavin Kaplan, and really good to see that the youngster is playing those shots and not nervous to play those shots, playing his game, which is what you mentioned up front.
And putting the bad ball away. You know, it's easy to go in your shell and you know, and you get a wide off volley or volley on next stump. You block it or you leave it. But playing a natural game and putting it away, you know, confidence can only grow from there.
You don't, even though Junior Dala, incredibly experienced Proteas player at the limited overs and T20 level, it's you play every ball on its merits, whoever that might be that you're facing.
I'll never forget a line that Ashwell Prince always used to, the previous Western Province coach, he always used to tell his players when he made his Test debut, and it was against Australia, the great Australian team, and Vincent Barnes at the time was the assistant coach, and the best piece of advice Ashwell Prince got was just watch the ball. You're not playing the man.
No.
So whether it was Shane Warne or Glenn McGraw,
Doesn't matter.
In that case, just watch the ball and play the ball. And up until today, Ashwell Prince uses that mantra to his players that he coaches. I'm sure he's telling the Bangladesh players as well. But
yes.
But play the ball and not the man. So I mean, it's also easier said than done.
When you're getting, when you get to this level, and not something that, clearly not a former player or anything like that, but I mean, you get to this level, very important that that type of advice is something that you take the experience that comes with somebody like an Ashwell Prince, for example, that's he's been there, he's
conquered.
He's conquered. Yes, he's done that.
12 Test centuries.
He's got the T-shirts from a number of different avenues, and as a coach, grounded most definitely from that point of view. So the youngsters can only learn from that and take that advice, and every day you still have that learning. That's very nicely defended by Kaplan.
And if you look at the score, at the moment, going at close to 6 runs are over, but they haven't played a shot in anger.
No,
no. So that means they're just putting the bad ball away.
They are,
and I mean that's essentially batting in a nutshell.
That's it, and they're timing the ball well. Timing the ball well. Yes, exactly. It's not around. They're not forcing the pace. They're waiting for the bad ball to come to them and then being able to do it. And there have been a number of bad balls that they've been given to be able to do that. Played the good ball, generally played well. I can imagine. I can only remember probably 3 plays and misses, and the one that went through the slips for 4 of Daniel Smith. But it's 32 without loss of the 6-gun Grill Western Province after 6 overs with debutants Kaplan and Smith, both in the 10s, 12 for Kaplan, 17 for Smith. Dala and Bosch both having bowled 3 overs for 16, so a bit of symmetry around the scorecard at the moment. Nasri, just to talk a bit about the community and yourself, and you've been talking about Kieran Kenny and talking about United Cricket Club, institutions like that in the Western Province cricket, and a number of clubs that are around. David talks a lot about the game at club level and how strong it is. And talking about your involvement and your history in cricket, maybe just give us some in some of that, so that the viewers and listeners can understand a bit more.
Well, sure. A United Cricket Club is the first club I played for as well. It was the closest as well.
Yeah.
But then there's another club with a rich history, a Montrose Cricket Club, that's also on our doorstep as well. And they both. Well,
nice.
There's another.
Yes.
Threw his hands at that one.
He did
Short
indeed.
Wide.
And if you are going to go at it, go hard. Yeah. And he did indeed get a boundary which goes down to that sort of northeast corner of the ground, and there is no third man, so that one has gone down to the boundary. And as you'd expect, very attacking field from the Titans, and with the bowlers not being able to keep it tight in these early overs, they are leaking runs, which they have got a lot they can leak before they become concerned about that first innings total of 647. So talking about Montrose Cricket Club.
Yeah, so the Shukri Conrad, the current under 19 coach, he's from that club as well. Nazim White, the newly appointed Western Province convener of selectors, he got appointed like 2 days before this game.
Right.
He's a legend at that club.
Okay.
So there's another club, Primrose, as well. A rich history in the Western Cape. So from what I've gathered from other players from around the country, and players that have played here, like Corbin Bosch has played here before, and then have also the club scene in Cape Town is thought to be the strongest in the country.
Yeah.
So I mean, that can only bode well for Western Province cricket.
Absolutely.
He was a bit trouble. I think that's the length on this pitch.
That is the length on this pitch, and that one is going to trouble any batter on this pitch. Daniel Smith just jabbing down on that at the last minute. They've been a bit too short, certainly Titans bowlers, and very variable as it currently as they have been. Not really what they would be looking for. Tight to that off stump. Not been happening quite as yet. Another one that is.
They haven't bowled two balls on the same spot.
They haven't, no. And you were talking a bit about that with what Kieran was saying to you, Kieran Kenny.
Yeah.
And certainly seeing that with the Titans opening bowlers, one would sense that unless they can tighten those lines, they are going to struggle on this wicket. And this morning, the Western Province bowlers looked a lot better. I thought Bashir Walters' spell this morning was excellent.
He came back well.
He did come back really well.
After a tough day yesterday. But that's experience for you.
Absolutely.
Backing up, yesterday's effort. But just talking about these two youngsters,
yes.
I mean, the start that they're having, I mean, this would, after fielding for 172 overs, this would settle the dressing room.
Yes, very much so.
Right down. If you, the experience is still to come, Mohammed Yasin Bali, Zubair Ramzan, Calverain, experienced cricketers, and this would surely just settle everyone down. I'm sure they would have been a bit nervous walking after the declaration.
Simon Homer.
I was just going to say, not be too long before Simon Homer comes
he's taking off his jersey. I don't know if that's just that it's warm on the field, or if he's sort of getting himself warmed up. You talk about, say, United, Montrose and Primrose clubs and club cricket in the Western Province in general, and that's from a very young level. It's not that these clubs are only there at the senior level. You have a huge amount of youngsters playing from under 10 level, kids of 7, 8 years old that come through.
Community clubs. I started when I was 6 years old. At United Cricket Club. So, it's all community. The parents or coaches. My father was a coach. He was an under 15 Western Province selector as well. Not too long ago. So yeah, that's how it is in communities. There's no professional coaches, so
Yes,
so
yes,
the
absolutely.
parents
Yes.
are coaches as well.
That's right.
You know, and that's how we learned the game. And then I found out quite early that I'm not going to make Western Province, and I thought, how can I watch cricket for a living? I decided I'll play in this
Yeah.
wild swing. I think the youngsters need to keep his head.
Yeah. This is got to some advice there to him. Probably just this is
It's such a good
it's a
start.
long game. It is.
Keep your
Yeah,
head.
it is. And you're getting off at 5 runs and over. You're thinking, oh, this is an easy game.
It's an easy time. You get ahead of yourself if
Yeah.
you're young.
Yeah. So took up a career in journalism.
In journalism, I started out in 2013. I worked for Cricket 365, which is a UK publication or UK website. I was their South African correspondent.
Right.
And then in 2019, I got the opportunity to travel to England to cover the World Cup,
Fantastic.
which is to me the highlight of my career so far. It was my first time in England.
Right.
It's going to Lords. You watch all
Yeah.
these things on television, and and Edgbaston and,
Yeah,
and all these things,
yeah.
and just covering a World Cup, at covering your country. They didn't do too well, but
No,
just
but-
being there,
yeah.
and soaking in the experience.
Yeah.
But before that, I would just like to add that the ball tampering scandal at Newlands
Yes.
was another big one. Like it was
Sandpaper gate.
the day when we waited for Steve Smith at this ground
Yes.
and Bancroft to come to the press conference it was the longest wait for a press conference
Wow.
that I've experienced.
Yes.
So that's just two of the
Yes.
highlights in
Yeah.
what 7 years that
Yeah.
I've
That's fantastic.
covered the game.
It's nicely played as well. Another example there of lack of consistency from the Titans opening bowlers. Something we saw as well from the Western Province team yesterday. So Nasri, I mean, going to Lords, Edgbaston, those the famous sort of Test match grounds. Being there at the World Cup, what an experience!
No, it was unbelievable. Like I remember that opening game, England South Africa.
Yes.
I arrived 3 days before the opening game.
Right.
Settled into the hotel, and then
Yeah.
you scout the area, first, and I was close to the oval, and then find out how far the field was, and rather walk to the ground instead of drive because you want to take in everything.
Yeah.
And along the way, you also meet fellow journalists that
Yes.
or that you know from South Africa. That I remember we were a contingent of 11
Okay.
that went to the World Cup that covered the World Cup from a South African point of view. It was amazing. To top it all, I was at Lords for the final, which was
Wow.
I don't know. It was the best cricket game ever.
Yeah, no, incredible match.
For me to be there that day,
Yeah.
afterwards I thought I don't need to go anywhere ever again. Nothing's going to top this World Cup final. So I remember actually that World Cup final, I was sitting next to a Kiwi journalist.
Okay, right.
And he was losing his
I'm sure.
mind.
I'm sure.
As a neutral, I was losing my mind. And I could imagine how he was feeling. But yeah, it was an amazing 2 months that I spent over in the UK, and hopefully I've become a better journalist just from learning and meeting new people from around the world as well.
That's just wonderful to have that experience of being and working with other journalists, and we've got Simon Harmer coming on.
Well, there we go.
Not surprisingly.
I think the Captain Hilbrand, Titans Captain Hilbrand, was always going to turn to after the
I
start
think he
that
was always going to turn to. Oh my
the
goodness!
two young Western Province opening batsmen had.
And that one turned square, not quite, but did turn first delivery. There's going to be an interesting test for them. So we'll go through this over with you, Nasri. Just help us to describe this. Troubling
but often appeal there from Simon.
Yeah.
I think it's just straight off the bat.
This is not something that, not anywhere near anything that either of these two batters would have ever faced before, I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. They've actually dealt with the fast ball as well.
They have.
So let's see how their game is against spin.
Nice.
That's well played.
Yeah. Good run.
Rotation of strike important. You
Very.
know? So Simon Mohammed doesn't get used to bowling to one batter.
Yeah.
With his experience, he will probably set batsmen up, you know, over and over or two. So rotation of strike very important.
Would be left arm, left-hander with that ball moving away. It's going to potentially trouble Daniel Smith maybe a little bit more than he might trouble Gavin Kaplan. It is going to be interesting to see. We've already seen a fair bit of turn from Simon Harmer in the first 3 balls.
And South Africans are notorious for playing spin.
Yes,
yes,
they are.
We have a new generation. Let's see, just the mindset as well.
I think with Simon Harmer coming and playing 4-day cricket for the Titans and playing in the South African context, very good for our young batters.
No, it's 100%.
To have this challenge. Have him back in South African domestic cricket. I know he was here last year as well.
In fact, just having all the experienced players coming back. David Bellingham at Western Province.
Yeah.
Dwan Olivier started the season well.
Right. Yeah.
So it can only be good. It can only grow the game in South Africa. Oh, there we go. That's short and wide.
You've got to make him pay. You've got to make him pay. And well done, Daniel Smith. Again, not being overawed by the occasion there, and play every ball on its merits, as you were saying earlier on, Nasri.
I think the start has settled the two youngsters, and it should settle the dressing room as well. And it does look a flat wicket.
It does. It does. So let's good opportunity for these two youngsters who've been given the huge responsibility of opening the batting for Western Province.
Which was a surprise.
Yes,
because Yasin Wali opened in the previous match.
Yeah.
And he's one you would have thought they would try and mix and match.
Yeah.
You know, and rather than send out the two youngsters, but they've proven the coach right.
They have. So yeah. Good to see the left hand, right hand combination as well, mixing it up a bit. Give the bowlers something to think about. Oh, very nice. It's going to be a teaser out there to the boundary, and they'll come back for 3. So 3 good runs, and total goes to 47 in the 10th over. Nasri, you're going to be joining us hopefully during the course of the next couple of days as well, for more of a chat if you're here.
I would be more than happy. I'm here working.
That's great.
In the background. So if the opportunity comes, then I'll be more than happy to lend my voice to.
We're going to keep you with us until our drinks break will be a little bit later, won't it? So we're going to David will be coming in shortly at the end of this over.
The esteemed David Brook. I'm just looking at the scoreboard to see a deficit of 600. I don't think the two youngsters must look up.
No, they must. That's not
on the game.
They don't. I think that was was also something that I think was very important for that Wayne was telling us. Yeah, is that the scoreboard pressure is potentially something that could work on their minds, but I would hope that from a coach point of view they would have said just don't even worry about the scoreboard. It's about batting time. A really good fielding there in the gully. Some excellent diving stop.
Grant McQueen in the gully.
Grant McQueen, really, really great stop. So that had 4 written all over it. Diving athletically to his left.
I like the mindset of Daniel Smith though. It was short and wide, and he threw his bat at it. Just shows he's not going into a shell like we said earlier.
And he playing his game, and that's very important. As you said, it's very important. The Titans wouldn't have been able to do any homework really too much on him from a video point of view. That's an aspect of the game that we also want to chat a bit more about over the next couple of days. Haven't really been chatting too much about that, but I'm sure will be of interest to the viewers and listeners.
I don't think the Titans had any cameras at Claremont last week.
No, I don't think so. No, if they did, it would have been exceptional
been amazing.
planning. Yeah,
Amazing scouting.
Yeah, we're guessing they probably didn't, but yeah, that one.
Well, we do talk about that. They do have one of the coaching staff of the Titans,
Right.
Dieter. He was at Western Province,
Okay.
so he might know one or two of the players coming through.
Yes.
At Western Province, so he might have, spoken about it.
So analysis such a huge part of the game these days.
It's becoming more and more bigger. Just in the recent T20 World Cup, you kept hearing about matchups.
Yes.
Moeen Ali, strike rate against Aaron Finch, and
Yeah,
small things like that. And
Yeah.
I think captains and coaches are looking more and more at stats.
Yes.
To enhance the team.
Excellent. So thanks very much, Nazri. It's been
No
great
problem.
to have you here,
Thank
and
you very much.
and to the community there in Salt River, hearing about Kieran and the support for them. It's really great to hear about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, James
Yeah.
and Nasri.
David.
Fantastic insight. Some local knowledge from Nasri Alexander is always welcomed.
So we have a double
Afternoon, Tim.
double swap and commentary.
What I've liked about this opening pair is that they've played positive cricket and they've taken the singles when it's on offer. They're not. They don't seem to be overawed by the occasion.
There's one thing about Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith doesn't allow you to settle in. He might give you a chance every now and then, but he is an attacking cricketer.
Oh dear.
Talking about attacking, it's a great delivery by Harmer, getting Kaplan to play outside the off stump, fending at a delivery, getting a little bit of bounce, and caught at short leg. So that's Grant Kaplan gone for a decent 17. You can say that he played pretty well. The ball just ballooning up into short leg, nicely taken. That's Kaplan out for 17 off 27 deliveries, 28 rather, and Western Province are now 49 for 1.
Yeah, it's almost a 50-run partnership for the opening pair. I think Gavin will be, he obviously be upset that he got out, but he can be very proud of his performance so far. He's had to do a lot in the field today, unexpectedly, but he played some positive cricket, showed some good signs, 2 boundaries to his name. Simon Harmer is one of the most experienced spinners around. Got one to spin a little bit, spin and bounce, and that ultimately got the better of him. And it looks like Zubair Hamza, captain Zubair Hamza, coming in at number 3. It's 23, just under 23 overs left in the day. So a massively important period for the six-gun Grill Western Province. Daniel Smith, he's a very good sweeper of the cricket ball. He's not scared to bring up the sweep shot against the spinners. It's very effective in white ball cricket. Let's see if he plays it in this innings here.
Little milestone for Hamza, perhaps. He can want to go on, obviously, but he is 39 short of 5,000 first-class runs. Yes, Daniel Smith is quite happy to bring out the sweep to the spinner if the situation allows it. As I said earlier, he won't let you settle. He wants to be the dominant figure when he's at the crease.
We did call it earlier in the day to say that Simon Harmer would be brought in relatively early, and especially with the fast bowlers not necessarily making any breakthrough up front. It was only a matter of time until Neil Brunt brought Harman on, and he's done the job for his captain.
Yep, and he's got a slip, a short leg, and a backward short leg, or a leg slip. No, a backward short leg ball like. So he's got 3 round the bat there for Hamza. This one though is driven nicely on the offside, fairly comfortable. 2 there for Hamza, so Hamza comes off the strike. A little bit too full there by Simon Harmer.
That's the 50 up for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. 49 minutes and 67 deliveries, including 6 fours.
They've certainly been proactive throughout the innings so far.
Harmer definitely getting a bit of spin out of this wicket. The most spin we've seen so far in this match. He's been able to extract something, a bit of spin, a bit more spin and bounce from this wicket than the Western Province spinners were able to.
Yeah, Carl Simmons did get the bounce, but he wasn't able to get the spin that Simon is getting at the moment.
But another mistimed shot there.
Mistimed inside edge, going for an expansive drive once more, down to mid-on. Goes for a quick single, and Western Province move on to 52 for 1. I think this next hour and a bit is going to be very, very testing for Western Province.
I can see Simon Harmer with the 22 overs remaining left in the day. 11 of those, in all likelihood, will be his, and they'll rotate the pace bowlers from the other end, from the Kelvin Grove end. I think they'll be targeting Zubair Hamza in a big way. To get his wicket this evening would be massive for the morale of the Titans. They'll really feel like they've got a sniff if they can get him early on. He's been in fantastic form of late.
Yeah, he's just come off a very well played 94 the last round. The bowling change over the Titans. Kumani's coming onto the attack, so they probably want to keep things tight at one end. I think this is the reason why he's on, to keep things tight and let Harmer do the attacking.
His confidence will be sky high as well. I think coming off his century early on, I think it's the right call from the captain to give him the ball. If you're having a good day, you might as well try and take advantage of that and try and nip one out here as a bowler now. That's leading to his all-round ability. You know, he's got energy in the field. He's fit, so it's not like he needs to take a break. He's more than up for the challenge.
He's always been a fit guy. He's always had an interest in fitness. Always willing to give 100%. He's also the kind of guy that will bowl late in the day if the situation calls for it. Won't shy away from hard, tough situations. Province, meanwhile, these 2 batters will certainly want to rotate the strike. They'll want to put pressure back onto the Titans' bowling attack, so they lose their lines and lengths.
It's crucial that they stay positive. It's crucial that they don't go into defensive mode. With that many runs on the board, it's you want to still keep the scoreboard ticking over. Daniel Smith, he's done an excellent job so far. Very positive play. He hasn't looked overawed by the occasion at all. And I think it's a perfect foil with Zubair Hamza on the other end. His captain on the other end, taking on the responsibility, but he doesn't look out of place at all at this level.
This one down the leg side, worked down to the final leg boundary for 4 by Zubair Hamza. Bit of a wayward delivery there by Kumani, missing his line. He's trying to bowl straight wicket to wicket type deliveries to get those bold LBWs, but just a little bit overcompensation in that particular delivery.
I think Wayne Parnell spoke about it earlier on, where he spoke about breaking the game down into passages of play. And I think this is a perfect example where you look at this and you go, we've got an hour and a half, just under an hour and a half, 22 overs. Let's just worry about the next 22 overs. We can't think about day 3 or day 4, how many runs we are behind. Let's just get through this session and be positive and see where we land up.
All about reevaluating tomorrow. We'll worry about tomorrow. It's a nice delivery from Kumani. Good leave there by Hamza. Did come back.
Kept a bit low as well, which was interesting. But that was a decent first over by Ayagwamani. Only one loose delivery which went for a boundary. And Simon Harmer continues from the Weinberg end. Simon Harmer is the kind of bowler, though, if he gets a sniff, he goes in for the kill. And often if he takes 1 or 2 wickets, he goes big and he dominates. And that's any good spin bowler is going to see the opportunity, and if he gets that little sniff, he's going to go for it.
It's only the 3rd round, but if there's any bit of green shoot for the Bristol Province, he hasn't dominated so far in this season, but he does tend to do that. He does tend to put a real stranglehold of a batsman if he gets on a roll. Daniel Smith getting in behind the first 3 deliveries fairly solidly, coming forward, which is the right thing to do. You don't want to be playing back to Harmer in this situation. Works this one down to the leg side, goes through for a casual single.
The slip cauldron is quite vocal as well, especially when the youngster is on strike. You've got Dean Elgar there at first slip, Grant McQuarrie at second slip, Jan Clitty behind the stumps. Between the 3 of them, they are ensuring that he stays on his toes, that he knows that he's at a different level now. But I think Daniel Smith looks very comfortable. He doesn't look like too much phases him, which is a good sign. It could be a bit of youthful exuberance, which is not a bad thing.
I think Simon will also prefer to bowl to Hamza. Daniel Smith has the ability to hit all around the ground, and in this sort of situation, Hamza will just want to play conventional cricket. So if Harmer could just keep a nice tight line, get one to bounce, he could cause problems to the right-hander.
I think Zubair spoke about it earlier in the week. There was a press conference, and he spoke about how he's adapted his game to be more positive in white ball cricket, and we've seen the results of that. He's now been named in the squad for the Proteas ODI series against the Netherlands. And I think that positivity has really translated into his red ball cricket as well. He plays a bit more attacking in red ball cricket, and he's a true all 3 formats cricketer these days. The cricket fraternity is guilty of pigeonholing players into certain formats. That's something that has irked Zubair over the last few years. But I think it's the perfect opportunity to see him in white ball cricket for the Proteas. And it's good to see guys working on their games, adapting their games. It's a lovely shot.
Lovely shot there by Smith, but good piece of fielding there. Really good piece of fielding. Stopped on a certain 4. No, that's a good point. As you make there, Hams has been in good form both in the T20 competition and in the 4-day series, and the 2 competitions are quite close together, so he's adjusted to the structure, to the change in format quite seamlessly.
there's nothing that a cricketer loves more than proving people wrong. And Zubair is one of those students of the game that he analyzes the game. He not only analyzes his game, he analyzes the venues where they play, the opposition. He's a real old school student of the game, and that shows in the way that he's been able to adapt. Not everyone can adapt their game, especially when you in the Proteas setup, you lose your place in the Test setup, and then you need to make your way back. And sometimes that's been proven in the past. The likes of Mark Boucher, Hashim Amla were all dropped from the Proteas setup, and they went on to be some of the best cricketers the world has ever seen. So let's hope that I'm confident that's the same will happen with Zubair. But it comes down to the character of the player, and he's a fantastic young man.
He's always been a good cricketer. Always had the talent. It's just a matter of making sure that talent came through on a consistent basis across formats, as you point out. And certainly, in the last couple of months, he's answered those critics. He said, "I've scored the runs. Now you need to pick me."
That's a wonderful shot from Daniel Smith. Unfortunately, he doesn't get rewarded with any runs, but there was some good fielding at backward point there. Stinging the hands there, he's feeling it. It's been tight from Ayag Armani so far. This is so far no runs this over.
Oh, great delivery from around the wicket by Armani. Daniel Smith not really moving forward or back, just putting his bat next to his pad. Luckily not chasing the delivery, went through to the keeper. It was a great delivery.
Yeah, almost had him there. That was a good over, maiden over from Ayag Armani, and that's exactly what the Titans are looking for from that end of the ground. Keep it tight, that end of the ground. They can then keep on attacking from Simon Harmer's end, which they have. They've got one leg slip now. Dean Elgar's sitting. He's sitting at first. Sorry, Grant McQueen sitting at leg slip. Herman under the helmet there. Dean Elgar at first slip. So there's enough guys around the bat to put pressure on Zubair Hamza here.
Oh,
I thought he got bat on that. That looked like it went straight to the leg slip, but it's obviously come off the thigh pad.
the other one is turning from Harmer. Harmer is turning pretty much every delivery he bowls. Hamza is deciding to play back. I'm not sure that should be happening unless it's really short. That's much better. Hamza comes forward to delivery, smothers any spin that's there.
I think the Titans will also be cognizant of the fact that they want to get 19 overs in, and they want as many of those overs to be bowled tonight. They've got enough runs on the board. They don't need to worry about the run rate and the runs getting away, but they want to be bowling the maximum amount of overs this evening. They don't want to be 3 overs short of 6 p.m. on the close.
That one a bit flatter there from Harmer, changing up his speed in the over, giving a bit of, showing his variety. Hamza getting nice forward to the delivery, smothering the spin to the deliveries outside the off stump. Harmer will be hoping that one of these last couple of deliveries gets a bit of bounce. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for that extra bounce. This one, Hamza is playing inside the delivery and a little bit too short from Harmer, and it goes through to the cover boundary for 4.
Yeah,
Nice
that relieves a little bit of pressure. You don't want to let Simon Harmer get it on top of you, and I think that one was a batsman like that is going to take advantage of a short delivery. 15 overs gone. Six Gun Grill, Western Province, 61 for 1. Gavin Kaplan, the only wicket to fall for a decently played 17. There's a lot of experience coming in the middle order for Western Province. There's Yazin Valley, Kyle Verena, Viewim Gajima. So those are 3 batsmen that the Western Province are going to rely on heavily. Somebody's got to go big in this innings to really get some runs on the board.
This
It looked
one,
a bit-
another similar delivery to the one in his last over, except this time it's a loud appeal. It sounded like there was some sort of sound.
Sounded looked a bit high from up here.
Um,
And Daniel Smith is a tall young man.
tall guy.
Around the wicket, maybe was pitching a bit outside off as well, but it was a confident appeal from Ayagwamani. Looked outside the line.
This one short and wide, and given the treatment by Daniel Smith, just lets his wrist do the talking and smacks that down to the point boundary behind square. Moves on to 34.
Excellent shot by Daniel Smith. I think you can easily go back into your shell when there's a close call against you, but he played the ball on merit. It was there to be hit, and he dealt with it, and that's exactly what Zubair's probably telling him there. Keep staying positive, play your game, and deal with the bad balls. A little bit of getting a little bit darker, but I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue, especially with Simon Harmer on the one end and Ayagwamani on the other end.
Still persisting with round the wicket. Inside edge by Daniel Smith. Ball squirts on the leg side, and they go through for a quick single. Daniel Smith is a very mature individual for his age. Recently I came across an interview where he chose not to attend UCT. He chose to do the online studying because he wanted to have his entire focus on his cricket career. So he seems to be a very determined individual.
His brother is actually the Blue Bulls rugby player, Chris Smith. Curry Cup winner. So sport runs in their family. Competitiveness, I'm sure, also runs in their family, which is a good thing if you're going to become a professional sportsman. So hopefully Daniel Smith at some stage is going to add a couple of more trophies to the Smith Trophy cabinet.
Solidly in behind that one once more.
He does look very composed at the crease. He's not one of those fidgety batsmen like a Steve Smith or a David Warner. He does look very composed, and it's a good trait for an opening batsman, that.
Once again, getting in nice and solidly behind it.
Does he remind you a bit of a young Graham Smith in terms of stature and position and?
I think Daniel Smith is nice on the eye. Graham Smith was never nice on the eye. He was effective, but he was never, I don't mean to be mean, but he was never nice on the eye.
That's the final drinks break of the day that comes up with the score 67 for 1 after 16 overs. 1 wicket to fall of that of Gavin Kaplan. Daniel Smith 35 not out, and Zubair Hamza on 12 not out. Partnership is sitting at 18, and a healthy run rate of a 4.2 to the over, and I think that's a good sign for the Western Province batsmen. You want to be positive, you want to be scoring runs, not going into defensive mode.
Indeed. We'll take just a quick break and we'll come back to you after the drinks break. Back after the drinks break. Mr. Collins at 67 for 1. I hope that the drinks break won't have distracted them. Simon Harmer has turned them rather prodigiously, James.
Yes, it has getting a lot more turn than we saw that was on offer when the Western Province spinners were bowling. We did expect that he would have a big influence on this game, definitely, and putting it on the spot. Gets through his overs very quickly as well. Just really nice action with that pivot on that front foot, and if you are a youngster watching this, you're an off spinner or a budding off spinner, Simon Harmer, a very good person to watch if you're looking at action and wanting to understand how to bowl off spin. That body movement, body action, very, very good.
I know that he credits his success of the last 2 or 3 years to a spin bowler in Asia, and a sort of a friend of his. I'm not sure who it is, but I know that he went there about 4 years ago, and he goes back regularly just to make sure that he's still doing all the little things that he's supposed to be doing. He's one of the reasons why he says he's doing as well as he is.
It means certainly if you look at even from a sort of British spin bowling point of view, English spin bowling point of view, British English spin bowling point of view, I mean, Graham Swan had really had that strong pivot on the front foot when he bowled, and that body movement, bring that body through in the way that you do see Simon Harmer bringing it through, does help you to turn the ball actually quite a lot more. And it's just that it's really
he doesn't
very good.
He doesn't just put the ball there.
No, he doesn't.
He's very meticulous what he wants the ball to do.
we've got Aya Omani bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. Junior Dala quite expensive. Dala and Bosch both not consistent in line and length, which is something that has been certainly our comments. People that have been commenting, experts that have been here, the players that we've been chatting to, have been talking a lot about building pressure from the pace bowlers. You want to keep it in the same place, and that certainly hasn't happened from a Titans point of view. Didn't happen with the Western Province bowlers either. Only when Harmer came on did they start to look dangerous, and that wicket of Gavin Kaplan as a result.
Yeah, I think that both post bowlers, they got a little bit too excited.
Yeah.
They saw the early bounce and they thought, hey, let's pitch it short, and it didn't work.
No.
You needed that short ball to be the surprise delivery rather than the constant delivery.
And that's, maybe one and over when and that only with almost with the second new ball. So yeah, the surprise delivery, but there was a lot of back of a length and even more, say back of a length, but even short bowling, which was punished by the two debutants for Western Province. And, Zubair Hamza been taking quite a lot of the strike, hasn't he, from Simon Harmer as well, which I think is a good thing for Daniel Smith. Ball moving away from the left-hander, and Simon Harmer.
And also, you can see things from the non-strikers. You can see how the bowler comes through in his action, what he's trying to do, his wrist action, all that kind of thing.
That's right.
It makes a huge difference. If you have 4 or 5 overs like that, you can have a much better idea of what you need to do when it is your turn.
Yeah, and the protection is important then. That helps. Zubair, really senior partner, captain of this Western Province team, and going off to play once again for the Proteas next week, which is really great for him. Oh, nice
This one
play.
smacked behind square, the offside, and now go through for a quick single.
So good fielding in the deep. I think it's Mokoena, is it? No, that's Pillay, Jubishan Pillay, in the deep. A great innings from him earlier on, making the most of the conditions to register his first class 100. Really good to see a youngster like that coming through, opening batter when he was in his home province, and playing now for the Titans in the middle order, giving him a chance to really show what he can do.
This one comes in at Hamza, and Hamza works it towards the leg and run.
So 68 for one of the 18 overs. Two debutants got off to a rollicking start with some of that, the shorter bowling from the two opening bowlers from the Titans. Once Simon Harmer came on, run rate really slowed. The wicket causing that to slow down quite a bit, and just the accuracy of this highly experienced, internationally recognised bowler. Having played only a few test matches for South Africa before he went on the Kolpak deal to the UK, has emerged as you were talking about earlier, Tim, as one of the most highly recognised and respected off spinners in the game.
One thing that ideally neither of these two batsmen will do is they will try to make sure that he doesn't settle into a rhythm.
Yeah.
So from a Western Province point of view, it's important that they do rotate the strike as much as possible. Because once he does get on a roll, Simon, he tends to keep a striker hold on the situation.
And if you building that innings and you're seeing the ball well, you're not going to want to expose a new batter to that. It's going to be a real grind, isn't it, for the batters. I think if they can keep the Titans in the field, if Western Province can keep the Titans in the field, they can get on top of the bowling for periods of time. That's going to be what they're going to be looking at. I mean, deficit is still 578, and this is just about batting time.
It is. From a Western Province point of view, they want to bat the rest of the day, go down, one down, and then try and bat all day tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to go the distance to 6 o'clock tonight. With 19, how many overs left in the day? 14 overs left. So, yeah, we're probably going to go through past the scheduled close of 5:30 until close to 6. We might not make 6 o'clock with Harmer getting through his overs quite quickly. The batter's not hitting him out of the park necessarily.
Another bowling change from the Titans. Neil Brunt, captain, is coming on to bowl.
Okay, so we're going to spin from both ends, are we?
Yeah.
Left armer.
So we might even finish earlier.
We might. Well,
if we've got two spinners bowling both ends.
Yeah. He's bowling to the left-handed.
Down the leg side. Easy runs, quick runs for the Western Province. 4 all the way down to the boundary.
And a bit of fun had there by Harmer and Elgar as they chased after that delivery down to the boundary, just stretching the legs, the Proteas captain and his Titans teammate. Just that one well down leg evading Gian Kluti.
This one just bounced in front of short leg. Once again, Daniel Smith is trying to do the action, trying to be the positive character in the partnership. Going with the reverse sweep. We've seen that. If you've seen Daniel Smith in club cricket, you've seen that many a time. Playing that shot with great confidence. This one a bit more conventional.
Yes.
Cutting it away on the offside. Still stopped by the fieldsman.
I'm too much of a conventionalist, I think, to see that on the second evening. That one, it did deserve that opportunity. Was there to play that reverse sweep, and he's executed that exceptionally well. And down to the boundary for 4, and he goes into the 40s on debut. Does Daniel Smith.
Minimum risk there. When it's that wide and that full, there was no risk at all in that shot. As unconventional as it is, it was always going to go for 4.
Earlier in the over, trying to play the reverse, he nominated the reverse sweep, trying to play that on there. Oh, thank you. That looks lovely.
You can take the whole lot
Thank you. These are stuck together, aren't they? A couple of those and one of those. Thank you so much. So that 2, Smith moving on to 43 and a total of 79 for a loss of 1. And still a good run rate achieved by Western Province, 3.9 runs to the over. And with only 13 overs left in the day, the target definitely is to go into the clubhouse at 1 wicket down.
No worse than 2.
Yes, no worse
That
than
was certainly what especially now. And it's 13 overs left.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
Well played
Rank-
there, very well
rank
played.
delivery by Harmer, and getting the treatment by Hamza.
Won't be happy with himself there, Simon Harmer. Wanted to keep it tight, and that one just dragged it a little bit short and got the treatment. Proving to be a very good batting wicket, and chance here for Zubair Hamza ahead of his return to the national team next week to get some runs on the board. Would be good for him. As I say that, he's probably going to get himself out now. No.
We've had enough commentator curses for the day.
Trying to stop the commentator's curse for the batter.
Interestingly, apart from that wicket dismissal, when the ball definitely bounced a bit,
Yeah.
Harmer hasn't got that extra bounce at all.
Yeah.
Apart from that one delivery, he's got the turn,
Yeah.
but he's not getting that extra bounce.
Yeah, that's nicely played down to the man who is very sort of just a bit more than halfway to the boundary at mid-on. So it's a deepish mid-on, and that's always going to be a run to that man down there. That's Corbin Bosch, looks like. Smith.
Bit more flight into that delivery from Harmer, but Smith solidly behind it.
Very watchful, which is understandable. Stands up nicely for that one, which was a shorter and quicker from Harmer. That's the end of the 21st over, exactly 4 and over for the 6-gun rule Western Province, and 84 for the loss of 1 wicket. That wicket, debutant Gavin Kaplan, who opened the batting with his fellow debutant Daniel Smith. Bit of a surprise from coach Salih Nakadin and captain Zubair Hamza. That they were looking very good for that 49-run opening partnership, and the introduction of Simon Harmer with getting the wicket of Gavin Kaplan caught at forward short leg.
We've had the guys in commentary in different stints, and they all said how impressed they were with both youngsters in the nets.
Yes.
So good to see that confidence being transferred in the real game.
Yes, just off the outside edge of Hamza's bat, and another chase for Harmer and Elgar as they stretch their legs down to the third man area. They threw for 2. That takes them to 86 for 1 in the 22nd over. Neil Brunt, just a conventional but tall orthodox left arm spinner.
Yeah, he's an opening batsman who can bowl
Yeah.
a bit. That's really his role. Just to hold up an end,
Yeah.
keep things tight while Harmer tries to work his magic.
And certainly if we look at the Titans setup, it's they don't have as many spin options in the team as Western Province have in this match necessarily.
No.
But again, there's sort of one frontline spinner, a couple of part-timers for Western Province. A similar sort of situation here for the Titans.
Also, it's pretty much the 4 bowlers.
Yeah.
They have got Sips Makanya, but it's pretty much going to be reliant on the 4 bowlers to do all the work, get the 10 wickets. Another too short there by Brunt, and Hamza swivels towards
it's
the
gone
leg
all the way.
and smacks it to boundary.
Yeah. But that one flying into the northern part of the railway stand for the first maximum of the innings for Western Province, and going to take some retrieval of that in front of the new building, shiny new building that we see here in that north-western corner. Take a bit of time to get that ball back, and the score goes on to 92, and that was a real long hop, which you can't bowl to a player of Zubair Hamza's quality, and he took full toll of it.
What we have seen from the three batsmen from Western Province is a similar way of batting that the Titans did, where the Titans got the wrong with the bowling. The bad ball has gone for 4.
That's right.
More often than not, which is good from their perspective.
Yeah, this is what we saw, as you say, from McQuena and from Elgar and the other partnerships that they built. They were able to keep the scoreboard pressure on, keep it going at close to 4 and over, and that's exactly what Western Province have been able to do. A run rate of 4.2 and over. And when you are chasing 647, the idea, certainly not getting bogged down, is important for them. This wicket allowing that opportunity, but it does mean you need to have the positive mindset as well to keep that going. Certainly Captain Hamza has continued with that positive mindset. His opening pair started with. Looking, looking positive, isn't he, Zubair Hamza?
If they can both be there at the close, then they can at least have a good night's sleep, which I don't think they would have had last night.
No.
Looking at the prospects of what today was going to have for them.
And rest up, and hopefully that weariness in the legs from today would have faded a little bit by the time they get up to the field tomorrow. The ball will be approximately 33. It will be 33 overs old as they go to the next day, and so not facing a new ball in the morning. Should be another glorious day here at Newlands tomorrow, and expectation would be it'll be a good batting day once again.
Harmer giving it a little bit of air in this over so far, trying to tease Daniel Smith to take the risk down the wicket.
Yeah, he got 2 slips in there now. That second slip very close, which is understandable. Will be interesting to see that decision again given out leg before wicket, as he went back to that one from Harmer. He's been coming forward so nicely, and that looked like a really rough, a tough one there. Yes, I'm afraid that is going back, which he hasn't been doing. He's been going nicely forward. That one just in that corridor of uncertainty for him. Pitched on leg stump, straightening, and that would have hit the leg stump probably 2/3 of the way up. A good decision from umpire Dennis Smith. And Daniel Smith, his good debut actually, 43, but he would have wanted to be there at the close. Of 68 balls with 6 fours, and Western Province lose their second wicket to Simon Harmer, and to the Titans 92 for the loss of 2. Both openers now back in the clubhouse, and Tim here been shaking his head ever since Daniel Smith went back to that one and willing him not to be out, which is understandable. And it brings the experienced Yasin Valley to the wicket. 122 matches, 39 50s, 14 hundreds in first class cricket, the top score of 167 10 years ago against the Lions. Nearly 7,000 runs in first class cricket, an average of just short of 38, and an amazing strike rate according to the scoreboard, I mean, I've never seen anybody with a strike rate like that. Isn't that's incredible? I mean, so yes, strike rate of 844.
Which of course is wrong.
Yes,
but,
which of course is wrong. So that's why I'm laughing a bit.
But
So yes, yeah, tough, isn't it? I mean, on debut, up against one of the premier spin bowlers in the world, who loves, I'm sure, bowling to left-handers. That was a very much a typical off-spinner's dismissal to a left-hander.
for us sitting here, it definitely looked like missing leg stump.
Yeah.
But as we both looked on the visuals, as we said earlier, Harmer's spun pretty much every delivery he's bowled.
Yeah.
And the ball pitched leg stump, but it straightened, and it straightened quite considerably.
Yeah.
And it was hitting leg stump pretty much full on
It was.
from the visuals that we could see.
So yes, no doubt, umpire Smith had no hesitation whatsoever in putting up the finger and sending his namesake back on his way.
But again, it was a good debut innings for Daniel Smith. He was in there long enough to show his skills.
Yes.
Both to the pace bowlers, the stress pace of people like Joan Dyer and Bosch, and he was able to at least give a decent account of himself against an extremely good and seasoned professional in Simon Harmer.
Yeah, I think 100%, Tim. I mean, he would have wanted to be there at the close. I'm sure he looked incredibly disappointed when he was out, and that's always, I mean, no batsman likes to be out, particularly an opening batter. But he did actually acquit himself very well under the circumstances, looking at a massive scoreboard pressure, players around the bat. That second slip in there very close, probably playing on his mind going forward. That one that got him out was slightly shorter of a length than the previous deliveries. Harmer probably set him up pretty well there in that one, and deciding to go back to one that just skidded onto him, and there's no doubt that would not have been too high and was going to be clattering into the stumps. And good return for the Titans spin bowler, as it's Neil Brandt continuing from.
This one, difficult for us to tell, with a loud appeal by the bowler and the wicketkeeper. It looked like it was probably missing leg stump from our angle, but we are not behind the bowler's arms, so not necessarily the best judges.
I think, just by the reaction, it sounded more like a hope rather than in judgment, but was probably reasonably close. Probably could well have been pitching outside the line of leg stump. Just looking at the line, he's trying to get the ball to straighten on the right-hander from sort of a leg stump, middle and leg line, and not quite on the right line, I think, for that appeal. Comes much wider of the stumps that time. He's mixing it up a bit, Neil Brandt. Comes closer to the wicket the one time, goes a bit wider for another delivery, trying to just change those angles to the right-handed. Is that Valley on strike? It is, isn't it? Right-handed Yassine Valley on strike. Hugely experienced batter. Live wire in the field. Did a lot of work in the field over the last 2 days. Been given about an hour or so, maybe a little bit more, that he's had the chance to have his feet up in the dressing room.
Yeah, 9 overs to go. Western Province find themselves 93 for 2, which is, on the face of it, a reasonable score.
It is,
But
yeah.
when you're chasing a total like the Titans, it's not necessarily the case.
No, it's not. You know, if we were looking at at your average
450.
first inning score, even 450,
Yeah.
you know, you'd be saying, okay, we've got a more than even chance of avoiding the follow-on, getting the Titans back into bat, taking more time out of the game before they feel confident to declare instead of the total. And on this wicket, you sense that they can. There's an opportunity if you get in, you can bat for a long time. Harmer is a threat, certainly with every over he bowls. There's one or two deliveries that can threaten the batter, and he's going to bowl a lot of overs. I mean, already in his 9th over, and 2 for 21.
And he's going to sleep well tonight. He's got 2 early wickets, and
Yeah.
he's going to have a big day tomorrow, I suspect.
Yeah. And the other aspect is that his field is able to be in pretty much all the time. He's got attacking fielders around the bat. I don't see that changing for the course of the match unless he really gets they set to him in a big way. I am a little bit surprised as that one is pushed out into the offside that he doesn't have somebody in short on the offside.
Well, he's got 3 catches. Yeah,
Yes.
you could make an argument for having the 4th one on the off. You could, but I think he's thinking.
Yeah,
He's
he's got a
thinking
6-3 leg side field, hasn't he?
He's thinking top edge to short leg and the leg slip, backward short leg guy. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah, and he's bringing it in quite sharply.
Because he is bowling quite straight. He's not.
Yes, he is.
He's bowling the occasional ball widely off stump, but he is bowling quite sort of middle stumpish.
Bowling to his field. Yeah, I mean, if anything, maybe he brings the fielder that's at square at 45, probably about 15 yards from the stumps. He brings that fielder in a little bit more just to get the ball that bobbles up off the glove and goes over those close infielders. But it's a man of that experience with the amount of wickets he's taken over the last number of years, setting that field for the way he's going to bowl. It's very nicely played by Zubair Hamza into the covers. Not as much excitement or intensity when Neil Brunt is bowling as there is with Simon Harmer, as we welcome David back to join us.
Yeah, I think the fading light will play into the hands for the Titans, to be honest. Their spinners have been a bit more effective than their fast bowlers, so getting through these overs, as many overs, they'll want to get all 8 7 and a bit remaining in before the end of play tonight at 6 o'clock, 35 minutes until the end of play.
Yeah.
And the batsmen have been circumspect for the last couple of overs. The bowlers haven't given them much to get away.
It's been good bowling from Harmer. One would expect that. Brunt bringing himself on as just added a bit of extra dimension with that ball going away from the right-hander. Sort of natural action of the left arm orthodox spinner. Not getting, from what we can see, not getting anywhere near the kind of turn that Harmer is getting.
No, doesn't have the skills of Simon Harmer. And as I say that, he does get one to straighten
Gets turned
out
in
of the
bounds.
off stump, straighten nicely, goes through to the keeper.
2 very good players of spin,
Yeah.
Zubair Hamza and Yasin Bali. So the right men at the crease for this time of the day against 2 very good. Simon Harmer, obviously international experience and county, all the experience in the world, and Neil Brunt from the other end. they won't be looking to play too positively in the final 7 overs of the day. It's just a matter of seeing these out now.
And we will certainly get those 7 overs in before the they'll be forced to have the close of play at 6 o'clock. As you say, David, don't see with the sort of stranglehold now that Titans have on the scoring rates, and Western Province not wanting to lose another wicket before the close. It's going to be pretty quickly getting through these overs. Simon Harmer very quick through his overs, I must say. It's no nonsense.
It's more psychological than anything.
Yeah.
He doesn't want the batsman to settle, to think too much. Just wants to get straight into it.
It's good from Hamza there, coming forward. As you were saying earlier, Tim and David, you were talking about how he plays spin well. He doesn't want Harmer to settle too much and to dominate or dictate what's happening.
Absolutely, Zubair knows that he needs to be there tomorrow, in that first session of play tomorrow. He does well stifling the spin. He doesn't allow Harmer to get the spin that he needs, especially when he's targeting that kind of leg slip region there. So he did well. He's done well this over to just stifle the spin before it has any effect.
Tim and I were saying before you came on air, David, a good innings from Daniel Smith. He looked, as we expected, he looked exceptionally disappointed when given out. The decision looked good decision from the umpire, and just going back to that one when he'd been playing so well, playing forward, but it was in that length that just made it difficult for him, and he'll learn a lot from having faced Harmer for those overs.
Absolutely, I think he quickly realised that he played the wrong shot to that delivery, and Simon Harmer knew that he had his man straight away. And he'll learn from that, absolutely. It would have been fantastic for him and for Western Province for him to be unbeaten overnight, but still a good knock.
My word.
Neil Brunt wants to spin away, and Yasin Valley edges to Dean Elgar at first slip, and that's a big loss for Six Gun Grill Western Province, losing their 3rd wicket. Yasin Valley removed for 1. That's excellent stuff from Neil Brunt, the skipper.
Very good. That one, a bit of turn and not a lot of turn, a bit of bounce. It was the bounce that got Yasin Valley there and into the safe hands of Dean Elgar.
Elgar's not going to drop that at slip, and that's what they set that field for. They kept the slip in place throughout this first part of the innings, and it's come to fruition for them. That's a big wicket. Western Province would have wanted these 2 men at the crease tomorrow morning. Let's see who comes in here. There might be a
night watchman.
A night watchman.
Yeah.
That looks like Yves Kamanzi coming in as the night watchman. He scored 30 not out the other day against Boland, and it looks like he'll be coming in. 2 weeks ago he played very positive play. 10th wicket stand with Michlali and Pungwana, swept really well against the spinner Sean van Berg against Paul Rocks. Confident batsman, and a left-right combination.
Yes.
He's a left-handed batsman.
That also I would think a factor in the decision making, not allowing Neil Brunt to be able to settle as not really a frontline spinner, but with 2 right-handers at the crease, able to get that ball to just move away off the pitch, and with that bounce, Yasin Valley not able to keep it out. So Yves Kamanzi in here to protect the middle order of Western Province, and in particular key batter Carl Verena for Western Province, who they would be hoping will be able to score some big runs on this pitch.
Absolutely. Then they've got two guys under the helmet now, one on the offside and one on the leg side, right in front of Yves Kamanzi now. And they're on full out attack. For them to nip out one more wicket tonight would be absolutely golden for them, and it would set up the game very nicely for them. It's too short and wide down the leg side from Brunt. The captain will say that it was an inspired choice by himself to bring himself on. So he's done the job for himself and his team.
Yeah, Yasin Valley just the one run of 20 balls as Western Province had gone into their shells after the wicket of Daniel Smith. A run rate dropping from over 4.2 down to now 3.5, 95 for 3 in the 28th over. Big job for Yves Kamanzi here and captain Zubair Hamza. And yeah, lots of chatter out there, animated as you would expect.
Still a good run rate by in terms of run scoring for Western Province, but the problem is the wickets. The Titans have been fortunate in that it hasn't bothered them, the fact that the province has scored quite quickly. They haven't stopped with the attacking fields. They kept the attacking fields throughout the innings so far.
647 runs will allow you to do that.
Indeed.
And the problem with having a night watchman now is that his job is to face deliveries.
Yes,
so Zubair Hamza won't be looking to palm the strike. And he's there to also not protect the next batsman, but also to protect Hamza.
Yes.
And if the single becomes available, he should be taking that single, because the plan now is for Zubair to not face as many deliveries as he needs to face, and that's what the night watchman is there for. Sometimes people misinterpret what the role of a night watchman is to protect the next batsman coming in, but it's actually also to protect the current batsman there. Anrich Nokir's done that a couple of times in recent times. He's taken a couple on the body blows to protect the likes of Connie de Kock and them.
And interesting to see Simon Harmer now changing his line to the right-handed Zubair Hamza.
He'll be looking to get that leg slip into play still. If he can get one on middle and leg, turn a little bit.
That's exactly the line that he's targeting. Interesting decision to go around the wicket.
Yeah, I think Simon Harman is a very clever bowler. He's played a number of games. He's played all around the world, and he'll be trying stuff. He'll be keeping the batsmen on their toes.
Yeah.
700 first class wickets gives you an experience of
I think so,
what to do.
He's changed now back to over the wicket. Now I'm halfway through the over. Interesting field positioning. The deep backward point on the boundary is that there to give away the single?
I think he's trying to get Kamanzi, so maybe drop one short outside off stump to give him the. Zubair Hamza is too good not to take advantage of that. Whips it away down the fine leg for 4. The score moves on to 99 for 3.
Yeah, it's good to see that Zubair Hamza taking that opportunity, and we see Corbin Bosch warming up a bit here. I mean, I don't think that he will get another bowl, but it's possible. He might come on from the Kelvin Grove end.
You might find
on strike.
You might find if the night watchman is facing.
Yes.
You might say, ball 6 balls at him.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
Ball 6 balls fast and fast.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yeah, I don't think the umpires are going to take them off for light.
No,
the light's good enough. So I don't see that being a risk. So Boshi wouldn't be warming up if the light was too bad, because that would force and the Titans want to get in all these 4 overs in. They don't want it to necessarily get called for bad light, even if there's an opportunity to get one more over in. So
exactly.
they'll be looking to see Yves Kamanzi now will be on strike, and let's see who takes the ball from the Kelvin Grove side. It does look like Corbin Bosch, as you say.
Yeah, it is.
The captain's given him giving him the license to thrill. Give me 6 of the fastest balls that you've got. Let's try and get one of Carl Barone or Aviu Mgijima in here.
Yeah.
That's what I know. It looks like Neil Brunt.
Neil Brunt's continuing. Four overs left in the day. Maybe 1 over from Corbin Bosch. Yeah, I don't know. He was certainly turning his arm over, unless he was trying to get the captain's attention. But the captain's got the ball. He's going to hang on to it. Yeah.
This is good play by Yves Kamanzi.
Yeah, nice turn around the corner.
Looks fairly solid behind the delivery.
And it's an important 4 overs or 3 overs and 4 balls here for Western Province this evening in the context of the game. And I think they're going to get 2 there, which is what they'll be looking for. Dean Elgar stretching his legs down to a fine third man area, and they are 3 for 2. Yves Kamanzi off the mark with those, and that's the 100 up for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. 101 for 300. The 100 coming up in the 30th over of 180 balls. 12 fours, 1 6, which was hit by Captain Zubair Hamza, if my memory serves me correctly, over into the railway stand of Neil Brunt.
Oh, nicely bowled by Brunt there.
Even more attacking now. 2 slips, silly point, forward short leg, leg slip, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a shortish fine leg.
Plays that one well, Yves Kamanzi. Looking very assured at the crease, not looking too overawed.
Yeah,
there's a lot of men around the bat.
There are. They'll definitely be telling him how well he can bat. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But I think you can smell the aftershave of the Titans players. He's that close to that close in there. But yeah, I think it's important to also, milestone 100 runs in the first innings. It's good to get over that mark at the end of the day. Something to take as a positive out of the end of the day.
And that is what the dressing room will be looking at and talking about. Is guys came out with positive intent. The 2 debutants both looked very comfortable playing their natural game. Said learning experience is massive. Looking like they will get the chance to bat again against this attack. So good to get some time under your belt at the crease initially.
I'm persisting with Ryan. Did we get to the right-hander again?
Okay.
I like the fact that it plays into the Western Province DNA of giving youngsters opportunities and not shying away from the responsibility. Gavin Kaplan, Daniel Smith, 2 debutants opening against Junior Dala, Corbin Bosch, Simon Harmer. That's the perfect way to earn your stripes, and they did well. Obviously, the Western Province guys would have not liked to have lost a wicket this evening, but be that as it may, Daniel Smith played very positive for his 43. He would have liked he deserved a half century in his first, but he'll in all likelihood get another opportunity to build on from that in the second innings. And Yves Kamanzi here is just delaying things a little bit, taking his guard.
Yeah, it's always good to do that. 2 overs and 4 balls left in the day's play, and we will finish the day's play after that as he holds that pose beautifully.
As a batsman, he's easy on the eye. As I said in Paul, he swept very well, and that pitch was conducive to sweeping. I don't think we'll see too many sweep shots this evening from Kamanzi, but we might see them come out tomorrow morning. He is under the pump here. That was a good delivery from Harmer, but he did well to keep that one out.
He did, yes, going back to that delivery, but he has got the fielders in there that are trying to stop him from going forward. He does well there to go forward to that one, popping up slightly, quitting himself well. A lot of chatter out there at the moment, a lot of chatter.
Harmer will have 1 over after this.
Desperate he can't. One more wicket.
Yeah, and that's good work by Captain Hamza calling Kamanzi through for the single, which means Kamanzi keeps the strike at the end of that over, and as you were saying, David, protects not only Carl Verena, but it protects Hamza in that situation. Good calling from the captain, good play from the captain. 2 overs left, 103 for 3 after 31 overs. Just a feature of the innings from Smith and Kaplan. And Tim, we were talking about this a bit earlier on air, was how well they played the pace bowlers. It wasn't a particularly great display from Bosch and Dala and Kamani, but they handled that exceptionally well.
No shot offered there by Yves Kamanzi's. Maybe a bit of height or outside the line there that he's got away with one there.
Yeah, maybe.
As you were saying with the 2 openers, the Titans bowlers didn't get their lines and links wrong, but when you get deliveries like that, you still got to put them away, and they both did that. They both made sure that they cashed in when they could. So yes, it was a good day for the youngsters on their debut.
Yes, and that was the really positive thing, was that they were playing their natural game against the pace bowlers. They didn't seem overawed at all, and Corbin Bosch, probably the fastest bowler we've seen on display in the match so far, but not consistent enough, and anything that was there to be hit was hit, and which was good.
I think this, when you get to this level, not just in cricket, in rugby, and wherever, you can sometimes. That's an excellent shot by Yves Kamanzi.
Good 2 there,
showing a straight bat there. That's some positive play by Yves Kamanzi. This guy can bat. He's by no means a number 10 batsman, that's for sure. And it's a positive thing that for Western Province that he can bat. And if he can take on this role as night watchman, that's an important role to play. But just going back, sometimes you can, when you get to a professional level, you can overcoach at times. But I think what's key here is that the coaching team have just said to these youngsters, play your game. Let's see what you've got. Don't try and overthink things. Play your natural game. Take it as a normal game. It's try not to think of the occasion itself. And they did that. Very impressive.
Put that confidence in them, trust in them to get them to open the batting. Really good for that as well. They know that the team's behind them. Just certainly one would expect that in from this outfit, this Western Province outfit. A lot of discussion with Wayne and Nandre and Tepo yesterday just around the culture in the team, and that's good to see.
Not often you see 2 leg slips.
Yeah, well done there once again from Hamza, calling Yves Kamanzi through for that run, and he's been able to protect his captain the last 2 overs, taking the strike at the end of the over.
And that effectively protects the next batsman coming in as well. He's going to be taking this final over now.
Yeah, so if there is a wicket, it's close.
Yes,
that's
correct. Close on the last over.
He can say that he's done his job as night watchman. He's played very well. He's played. Yeah. He's had guys around the bat. He looks very calm on the outside. We don't know what's going on the inside. I don't think he's got a heart rate monitor on. But I think if he did, it would be beating quite quickly.
It would be, yeah.
but Harmer will still be looking to attack him in one final over before the end of play.
I see that telltale twirl of the bat before he faces up. That says to me, yeah, no, there is something going on there inside the chest.
Absolutely. We're actually going to be finishing around 10-6, so
Yeah.
the spinners have been getting through these overs really quickly. They've done a good job for their side. There's still a bit of chatter behind the stumps there.
Yeah, very good to see there from Kamanzi coming forward to that one from Harmer. Harmer just straightening it and playing it nicely in front of the pad. And yeah, they've got
A formal
some
balls for
serious
Harmer.
chatter going on here. Yeah.
The Titans are always a very competitive side, and they'll compete till the last delivery of the day,
Yeah.
which is what you want to see. That you like to see that.
Yeah. And this is again good for Yves Kamanzi in terms of his learning experience.
Oh,
Well played, actually.
That's well played. He plays that one with soft
soft
hands.
hands.
Yeah.
That's the way. And he is trying to come forward. Not
He
always
is.
able to, but at least he's trying to come forward to delivery.
2 balls left on the second day of this, and that's interesting. Oh dear.
1 ball left, and they take the single.
Yeah.
And Zubair Hamza will take strike with the last ball of the day.
Oh dear. You heard that go from yeah, this
Yeah, Zubair Hamza deals with that.
yeah, very nicely.
He's played well for his 32 not out. He's led a tough period this evening, and he's led his side to the close.
And
Yeah, Western Province find themselves 107 for 3 after 33 overs. As David says, Hamza's on 32 of 58 deliveries, and Kamanzi's on 7 of 26. Harmer finishes the day on 2 for 28. One would think he'll be licking his lips for another early bowl tomorrow morning to get back into this province batting lineup.
yeah, perhaps a short burst from the paceman in the morning, but today has been a day for records at 6 Gun Grill Newlands as the Titans batters piled on the pressure to Western Province, ending on their total of 647 for 7 declared, with a massive 8th wicket partnership between Jivashen Pillay and Aya Kamane, with both batters going to their highest ever first class scores. Jivashen Pillay with a maiden first class century. It's been a batting day at Newlands and Western Province. Towards the end of the day, losing those 3 wickets, the 2 debutants, Smith and Kaplan, and then Mo Valley, who was victim of a good delivery from Captain Neil Brunt, just edged to Dean Elgar in the slips. As Tim said, Simon Harmer with 2 wickets already, and looking to add to those tomorrow on day 3, and hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow, and as we see Western Province trying to reduce this deficit even more. And that's everything from us tonight. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to having you with us tomorrow.